Hello students, good morning. Welcome to Unacademy Let's Crack Management Exams English. Let's crack it guys. So Unacademy is your one-stop solution to crack CAT with India's largest learning platform. Okay. In today's session, we'll be going over a reasoning-based quant with a focus on various topics. I've just listed a couple of them: linear equations, numbers, ratio, proportion, variation, time and work, time and distance. We'll go over all those topics and we'll see few questions from each of those topics which are reasoning based. Is that clear? Okay. So before getting started, let me very quickly introduce myself. I'm Arjun R. Prasad, an engineer with 12 plus years of teaching experience, having trained more than 6,000 CAT aspirants in the fields of quantitative aptitude, data interpretation, data sufficiency, and logical reasoning, as well as have helped them to crack the personal interviews. I have trained more than 4,000 students to crack the campus recruitment exams. Is that clear? Now that said, let us get started with few questions without any further delay. Okay, here comes the first question, guys. If 10 factorial is equal to 36,28,800, then 100 factorial has how many zeros at its end? Answer options are 20, 25, 24, none of these. Now, if we reason out carefully, we don't necessarily need this piece of information. This is just given to distract our focus. The question is 100 factorial has how many zeros at its end? A factorial of a number, like for example, n factorial is equal to n into n minus 1 factorial all the way till 1, where 1 factorial is equal to 1. So, if you are considering 100 factorial, this is same as 100 into 99 into 98 into so on and so forth. All the way till 1. We want to figure out this product has how many zeros at the end. If we understand, in order to get a 0 at the end, I have to multiply a number by 10. If I prime factorize 10, 10 is made up of 1 5 and 1 2. Now in the numbers 100 to 1, the number of 2's are more than the number of 5's. That means for every 5 I can find the 2, but for every 2 I will not be able to find a 5, which means I have to count the number of 5's. In other words, the highest power of 5 is equal to the number of zeros. So what is the number of 5's? If we go by a brute force method, we will count as 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, that way till 100. If you count, that is as good as 100 divided by 5. So there will be 25's, we think. But understand that when we counted it this way, we considered only 1 5 when we considered 25, but 25 has 2 5's in it. Similarly, 50 has 2 5's in it, we have counted only 1. 75 has 2 5's in it, we have counted only 1. 100 also has 2 5's in it, we have counted only 1. So basically, we then have to count the number of 5 squares, which will be 20 by 5, which is nothing but 4. Clearly, the total number of 5's is 20 plus 4, which is nothing but 24. Hence, the answer to this question will be there are going to be 24 zeros at the end of 100 factorial. The other way around, the highest power of 5 in 100 factorial is 24. Is that clear? Understood that, guys? Let me proceed to the next question. Here it comes. Which number has exactly 155 zeros at the end of its factorial? Now let us just start going by a very quick approach. So 0 factorial, 2, 4 factorial. How many zeros are there at the end? They do not have no zeros at the end. No zeros at the end. 5 factorial. You start all the way from 5. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 5 factorial to 9 factorial has how many zeros? It has 1 0 because 5 to 9, all these numbers, they have only 1 5. So there are 5 numbers which have 1 0 at the end of their factorial. Again, from 10 factorial to 14 factorial, they have 2 zeros at their end. 15 factorial to 19 factorial, they have 3 zeros at their end. 20 factorial to 24 factorial have 4 zeros at their end. 25 factorial to 29 factorial have 6 zeros at their end, not 5. Why? Because the moment we bring in 25, 25 has 2 5s in it. So the answer to this particular question, will either be answer option C or answer option D. We have to figure out why. Why answer option D? Because if at all there is a number which has 155 zeros at the end of its factorial, there will be 5 such numbers. When he says which number, it cannot be determined. The other way around, there may be no such number that has 155 zeros at the end of its factorial. This is what we are supposed to figure out. So if we try to figure out going by taking a cue from the previous question, the way we calculate. Now you look at it. Let us say you consider 620 factorial. If you consider 620 factorial, it has how many zeros? 620 divided by 5, which is 5, 2 times is 10, 5, 4 times is 20, 124 divided by 5, you get the quotient as 2 times 10, 5, 4 times 20. Divide this by 5, you will get the quotient as 4 times, and therefore the total number of zeros at the end of 620 factorial is 152. 620 factorial has 152 zeros. 620 to 624, 620 factorial to 624 factorial has 152 zeros at their end. Each of them has 152 zeros at their end. The moment we bring in 625 factorial, the moment I bring in 625 factorial, 152 plus 4. Why? 625 has 4 5s in it. Therefore, 625 factorial will have 156 zeros, which clearly means at its end. Therefore, which clearly means that there is no such number which has 153 or 154 or 155 zeros at the end of its factorial. Hence, the correct answer to this question is answer option C, none of these. So let us be very clear between the difference between none of these and cannot be determined. None of these means that there is basically there is no such number, right? Cannot be determined means that the answer is not unique. Is that clear? Here the answer is unique, but the answer is there is no such number. Therefore, it is none of these. Is that clear? Okay. If that is clear, let us move on to the next question, guys. And let me also tell you that at any point of time, if you find any difficulty when you are reading the questions, or when you are looking at this video or any video of mine, you can always get in touch with me through Telegram. My ID is t.me @ Arjun R Prasad. Okay. If there is any query at any point of time, do not hesitate to get in touch with me. Okay. Fine. Now, let us look at this particular question. He says, first 2020 natural numbers are written. Numbers at the odd positions are deleted. That is 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, ... so on and so forth are deleted. From the resultant set, again the numbers at the odd positions are deleted. The process continues until we are left with a number. The process continues until we are left with a number. What is the number we would be left with at the end? What is the number we would be left with at the end? Now, this is the question that has been asked. Answer options are 1010, 512, 1331. None of these. See, if I am thorough with my fundamentals and application of the concepts, then I can solve it very quickly. If not, then we need to go by a pattern approach. We need to be able to see some kind of a pattern. In order to see a pattern, you first reduce this set. Instead of taking all the way till 2020, maybe take it till, let us say take it till 10. If you take it till 10, in the first iteration itself, the even numbers will go away. So you will be left with 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. No, wrong. The odd numbers will go away. So you will be left with 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. Therefore, you will be left with 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. Isn't it? So in the first iteration, all the odd numbers will go away and we will be left with 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. Now, again the numbers at the odd positions go away. Therefore, 2 gets cancelled out, 6 gets removed, 10 gets removed, and then 4 gets removed. We are left with what? 8. See, if I take from 1 to 10, if I take from 1 to 10, I am left with 8. So just make a note of it. If you take it till 10, you are left with 8. Okay. Now, let us say I take, instead of taking it till 10, let us say that I take it till 15. Let us say I take it till 15. Then what happens if I am taking the numbers till 15? In the first iteration, all the odd numbers get cancelled out. I'm left with 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Okay. Then odd positions 2, 6, 10, 14 get cancelled. Then again odd positions 4 and 12 gets cancelled. I am still left with 8. Now understand this. When I take all the way till 15, I am still left with 8. Now let me take till, instead of till 15, let me take it till 20. Then what happens? We'll see. If I take the numbers, natural numbers, all the way till 20, what actually happens? In the first iteration, all the odd numbers get cancelled out. I'm left with the even numbers, which are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, and 20. Again, the numbers at the odd positions get cancelled out. 2, 6, 10, 14, 18 get cancelled out. Then 4, 12, 20 get cancelled out. Then 8 get cancelled out. I am left with 16, isn't it? Therefore, when I take it all the way till 20, I am left with 16. If you observe, it is nothing but in the first iteration, the numbers which do not have any 2 as any of their factors will get removed. In the next iteration, the numbers which have exactly 1, 2 as their factor will get removed. In the next iteration, the numbers which have 2 squared as their factor will get removed. So basically, the number which is the highest power of 2 will have the largest chance of escape. Which means, in other words, all he has asked is, what is the highest power of 2? The number which is the highest power of 2, which is just less than 2020. Therefore, the answer to the question will be the highest power of 2 will be 2 to the power 10, which is 1024, because 2 to the power 11 will be 2048. Therefore, the number that we would be left with, given that if we write all the way from 1 to 2020, the number that we would be left with in the end is 1024 when we remove the numbers at the odd positions continuously. So when we start doing that, we get 1024. Hence, the answer will be answer option D, which is none of these. Is that clear, guys? Is that clear to everyone? Okay. Now, with that, let us proceed to the next question. Here comes the next one. He says, reduction in speed of a railway engine. Reduction in speed of a railway engine varies directly with square root of number of wagons attached to it. With no wagon attached, engine moves at 24 miles per hour, and with 4 wagons attached, train moves at 20 miles per hour. What is the maximum number of wagons? What is the maximum number of wagons that can be attached to engine such that the purpose of train is not lost? Such that purpose of train is not lost. Okay. Now, if before even you go by an equation, just let us visualize the situation. There is an engine. Engine is able to, without any wagon, engine is able to move at 24 miles per hour. You keep on attaching the wagons, then the speed keeps on reducing. At one point, when you attach a wagon, the train comes to halt. Okay, fine. This is the visualization that we have seen. He says very clearly that reduction in speed, please understand, this is very important. It is not speed which is varying directly. If speed varies directly, then we are defying the law of physics any which ways. Reduction in speed varies directly with the square root of number of wagons attached to it. Now, the engine which was able to move at 24 miles per hour is moving at 20 miles per hour. What is the reduction? Reduction is 4 is equal to K, which is the constant of proportionality, into square root of, with how many wagons attached? With 4 wagons attached. Therefore, if I simplify this, I get the value of K as 2. Okay. When K is 2, now as I already stated, engine was able to move at 24 miles per hour. You keep on attaching the wagons, the speed keeps on reducing. And at one point when the train comes to halt, what is the reduction in speed? From 24 miles per hour to 0 miles per hour, the reduction is 24, is equal to K, that is 2, times the square root of number of wagons that have been attached. Let us consider that as X. Now, if you simplify, you will get the value of X as 12 squared, which is 144. So, the moment you get the answer as 144, don't consider this to be the answer and go and mark 144. If you do that, you will come out with a smile on your face, but the answer will be wrong. Okay? Reason. Purpose of train must not be lost. Please understand this. With 144 wagons, the train is at halt. Train cannot move. Purpose of train is what? To be able to commute. At what speed does not matter, but at least it should be able to commute. That means out of 144 wagon, I cannot remove half a wagon at all. So if I remove one wagon, with 143 wagons, the train will be able to move. Therefore, the correct answer is 143. Hence, the right answer is none of these. This is why I stated that these are reasoning based quant questions. These are not just plain quant questions. It is not like, okay, something varies directly with respect to another. So, given the values of how it varies in one scenario, asking another scenario. No, this involves the capacity of people to reason out. That's why I stated that these are questions which are reasoning based questions in quantitative aptitude. Is that clear? Okay. Okay, friends. Now let us move further. But before going there, if you have been enjoying this session, if you like the questions that are being discussed, then please do click on like, share, and subscribe to this Unacademy YouTube channel. Let's crack management exams English. And when you are subscribing, do not forget to use the code APUS. Because when you use a code and when you subscribe, you will be getting a 10% discount. I will give you all the benefits probably at the end of the session. So, but remember that if you subscribe, you get a lot many benefits, and when you are subscribing, if you use a code, you will get 10% discount, and I would strongly recommend you to use the code APUS. Friends, my code is APUS, so please use the code APUS when you subscribe. This not only enables you to get a 10% discount, at the same time, it also is a signaling of your positive feedback to my style of teaching. If you like me to be teaching and if you like my sessions, then please do subscribe, and while subscribing, use the code APUS. Is that clear? The code to be used is APUS. Also, you can reach out directly to me. In case you have any query, you can directly reach out to me at t.me on Telegram at t.me @ Arjun R Prasad. Okay. Now, this said, let us move on further with another set of questions. The next set of questions. Let us look at it. Okay, here comes the question. A hotel has 1,000 rooms, numbered 1 to 1,000. Initially, all the 1,000 rooms are closed. First person enters the room and opens all the doors and comes out. Then the second person enters and closes the doors which are multiples of 2 and closes the doors which are multiples of 2. Followed by third person who opens or closes, that is, opens if the door is closed and closes if the door is open. All the doors which are multiples of 3. Then fourth person enters and opens or closes the doors which are multiples of 4. The process continues till the 1,000th person. After the 1,000th person completes his operation, how many doors are left open? This is what we are supposed to find. Again, if application of concept becomes difficult, then look for a pattern. Okay, most of the time, understanding concept is very easy, but applying the concept, knowing which concept needs to be applied where, is an extremely difficult situation. Okay, it's an extremely difficult skill. It requires a huge amount of concentration and practice to be able to understand what is the concept that needs to be applied over here. When that becomes difficult, the other alternative way to solve these type of questions is to figure out a pattern. So let us try and figure out a pattern over here. Instead of considering 1,000 rooms and 1,000 people, Let us just consider 10 rooms and 10 people. And after that, I will explain the application of a concept, and I will tell you why that concept and why it had to be applied and how to get that answer in a more mathematical way than just looking at going by a pattern. So now, if I reduce this 1 to 1000 to 1 to 10, now look at it, it will be like door number 1, door number 2, door number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, isn't it? Initially, all the doors are closed. Now the first person enters, he opens all the doors. Now the second person enters, closes the doors which are multiples of 2. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. These are closed. Now the third person enters, he closes door 3, he opens door 6, he closes door 9. Now the fourth person enters, he opens door 4, opens door 8. Fifth person enters, he closes door 5, opens door 10. Sixth person enters and closes door number 6. Seventh person enters, closes door number 7. Eighth person enters, closes door number 8. Ninth person enters, opens door number 9. 10th person enters and closes the door number 10. Now, after all the 10 people have completed their operation, which are the doors which are left open? Door number 1 is left open. Door number 4 is left open. Door number 9 is left open. Isn't it? Now, what does this mean? What type of numbers are these? 1, 4, 9. These are nothing but perfect squares. So that is where I stated, if we go by a pattern, then we understand that after all the people have completed their operation, the doors which are perfect squares are the ones which are left in an open state. How many perfect squares are there which are less than 1000? If we are good with perfect squares, we understand that 31 squared is 961 and 32 squared is 1024. Therefore, I can say that there are going to be 31 doors, because 1024 more than 1000. So therefore, there are going to be 31 doors which are left open. Now, coming back to the question, why is it that the doors which have perfect squares will be left open? Why does it happen so? For that, we need to understand that perfect squares are the numbers which have an odd number of factors. Any number which has an odd number of factors is always a perfect square, and any perfect square will always have an odd number of factors. Now, initially, the door is in a closed state. If it has to be left in an open state, the door has to be operated an odd number of times. 1 time, or 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. So basically, the door needs to be operated an odd number of times. And I'm going by every possible number and checking whether it's a factor or not, kind of a thing. Therefore, if the door is in an open state, that means that number on the door must be such that it has an odd number of factors, because only then it will be left in an open state. So which are the numbers which have an odd number of factors? All the perfect squares. Which are all the perfect squares which are less than 1000? You can start counting from 1, 1, 4, 9, 16, 25, 36, 49, 64. That way you keep on going all the way till 961. Therefore, there are 31 perfect squares. Hence, there will be 31 doors which will be left open. Is that clear to everyone, guys? Hope you enjoyed this question. and you understood. So let's proceed further. Now comes another question. This is a number analogy question where he says 3 is to 36 as to 5 is to what? Okay. Now, looking at this question, we can actually categorize the entire set of people into 4 categories. First set of people are the people whom I refer to as frogs in the well. That is, they think that the knowledge they have is the only knowledge in the world. And according to them, the only way to get 36 from 3 is to multiply by 12. Therefore, 5 multiplied by 12 must give me 60. 60 is not there. Therefore, the answer will be none of these. But this set of people have committed one crime. What is that crime? They got a wrong answer. Now, let us go to the second category of people. Now, these are the people who think they are brilliant, but they may not be. Now, they think, okay, he has given me 3, he has given me 36. This is like 3 followed by twice of 3, 2 times of 3. So, going by that logic, it has to be 5, means it has to be 5 followed by 2 times of 5, therefore 10. Therefore, my answer has to be 510, and that is why this person has actually tried to, play with us by using the digits 1, 0 and 5, where the correct value should have been 510. 510 is not there. Therefore, this set of people go and mark the answer as none of these. Again, this set of people are the people who have actually committed 2 crimes. One, they spent more time. The second, they got a wrong answer. The third set of people are very humble. They say, if I don't know how to solve, entire world does not know how to solve, they just leave it unattempted. And the fourth set of people, or the fourth category of people, are the people who say, I will take this question in the second iteration. Let me get back to this question. And when time permits, when they come back to this question, if they start thinking, in what all ways can I actually get 36 from 3? If you start thinking about it, you will understand that 3 squared is 9. 3 cube is 27. 3 squared plus 3 cube is 36. Similarly, 5 squared is 25. 5 cube is 125. So 5 squared plus 5 cube is 150, and therefore that, my friends, is the correct answer. Hence, the right answer is answer option C, which is 150. Is that clear? Now understand this again. That is the reason that I have titled the session as a reasoning based quant. It is not just quantitative aptitude, it is a reasoning based quantitative aptitude. Is that clear? Okay. Now, when this is clear, let us move a bit further on to another question. Here, the question is, what must be subtracted from x and added to y so that the ratio of the resultants is 1:3? Okay. Let us say I subtract k from x, so x minus k, and add this k to y, so it becomes y plus k, such that the resultants are in the ratio 1:3. If I simplify, I need the value of k. If I simplify, I will get this as 3x minus 3k is equal to y plus k. In other words, 3x minus y is equal to 4k, or k is equal to 3x minus y whole thing divided by 4. So the value of k is what? 3x minus y divided by 4. Hence, the answer would be answer option B, which is 3x minus y divided by 4. Is that clear? Understood, guys? Next, let us look at another question. Here he says, a garrison of 3,300 men has food enough to be fed for 32 days at the rate of 850 grams per person per day. At the end of 7 days, few more men arrived, and the food now lasts for 8 days less. If everyone is fed at the rate of 825 grams per day, how many men arrive? Again, visualize the situation. There are people who are being fed at the rate of 850 grams per person per day. For 7 days, this happens. At the end of 7 days, people arrive. What did not, only people arrive, food did not arrive. So what is constant? The amount of food that is available at the end of 7 days is a constant. Is that clear? Always have an eye for a constant whenever you are solving any question on quantitative aptitude. Have an eye for the constant. If you have an eye for the constant, then creating or coming up with an equation becomes that much more simpler. So what is constant? The amount of food is constant. Now let us see what is that amount of food that is available at the end of 7 days. See, for 3,300 men, at the rate of 850 grams per person per day, the food has already been it would have been available for 32 days, but for 7 days people have already eaten. So the amount of food that is available is 32 minus 1, which is 25. So these many grams of food is available. These many grams of food is available. And now let us say, including the people who have arrived, a total of X number of people are there. This food will suffice for X number of people at the rate of 825 grams per person per day for 8 days less. What is 8 days less than 25? That is for 17 days. Is that clear? That is for 17 days. Okay. Now, it's all a matter of being able to just simplify this. You will see that 25, 33 times is 825, 17, 5 times is 85, 33, 1 time is 33. Therefore, X is equal to 100 into 50, which is 5,000. Now, under exam pressure cooker situation, some of us may mark the answer. The moment we get 5,000, we may go and mark the answer as answer option A. Please do not do that. Maintain composure. Think what is actually being asked. How many men arrived? Not how many men are there. How many men arrived? Please see this X, which is 5,000 men, includes the 3,300 men who are already there. Therefore, my answer is 5,000 minus 3,000 minus 3,300, which is 1,700. So, how many men arrived? 1,700 men arrived. Therefore, how many men arrived? 1,700 men arrived. Is that clear? Hence, the correct answer is answer option C, which is 1,700 men arrived. Is that clear, guys? Understood that? Okay. Let us proceed with the next question. In this question, he says, a sum of money was supposed to be distributed between Shatrughan, Ram and Lakshman in the ratio 2:4:3. But it was distributed between Shatrughan, Ram, Lakshman and Bharat in the ratio 2:4:3:1. Due to this, Lakshman got rupees 3,000 less than what he was supposed to get. Ram got how much less than what he was supposed to get? Shatrughan, Ram, Lakshman. They were supposed to get in the ratio of 2:4:3. That is, this fellow was supposed to get 2x, this fellow was supposed to get 4x, and this fellow was supposed to get 3x. This person was supposed to get 3x. That means the total is 9x. Instead, what happened? Shatrughan got 2y, Ram got 4y, Lakshman got 3y, and Bharat got y. The same total money. What is this? 10y. One way to solve it is we can make it as 9x is equal to 10y, then get x in terms of y and then solve and do all of that. The other way is Lakshman, who was supposed to get 3x, got 3y. And this, what he got is 3,000 less. That means 3x minus 3y is nothing but 3,000. This is basically our capability to be able to write. This is basically our capability to write the equations that makes it more simpler. If 3x minus 3y is 3,000, then we know that x minus y is equal to 1,000. If x minus y is equal to 1,000, all he has asked is Ram was supposed to get 4x, he got 4y. 4y is how much less than 4x? That is 4x minus 4y is how much? What is 4x minus 4y? If x minus y is 1,000, then 4x minus 4y will be 4,000. Hence, the correct answer is answer option B, which is 4,000. Is that clear to everyone, guys? Everyone able to understand that? Next, let us look at another question. Again, this is also a little bit more reasoning based. What is the maximum ratio of a 3-digit number to the sum of its digits? Let us consider the number as xyz, where x is a digit, y is a digit, z is a digit. Then what he is asking us, the maximum value of the 3-digit number, which is nothing but 100x plus 10y plus z divided by the sum of the digits x plus y plus z. We want to maximize this. Okay. Now, look at this. 100x plus 10y plus z by x plus y plus z. Let me start writing it over here. That 100x plus 10y plus z can actually be written as, just give me one moment, that can actually be written as x plus y plus z plus 99x plus 9y whole thing divided by x plus y plus z. Why did I write it this way? Because x plus y plus z by x plus y plus z will be 1. Therefore, I get this as 1 plus 99x plus 9y divided by x plus y plus z. See, if I want to maximize this, the value will be maximum when the denominator is minimum. The denominator will be minimum when z is 0, isn't it? So consider z to be 0. Means z is equal to 0. This we already considered now. When z is 0, what does this translate to? 1 plus 99x plus 9y by x plus y. This now, given that z we have considered as 0 to maximize, this will now imply as 99x plus 9y can also be written as 9x plus 9y, 9x plus 9y plus 90x, 9x plus 9y plus 90x, that is 1 plus 9x plus 9y plus 90x whole thing divided by x plus y, because z is anyway considered as 0. Now, if you consider it in this particular fashion, this will be equal to 10 plus 90x by x plus y. Again, I want to maximize this. This will become maximum when the denominator is minimum. The denominator is minimum when y is equal to 0. So, consider y to be 0. Then what do you get? If y is 0, then you will get 10 plus 90x by x. You take any possible value that you want for x. You take any value that you want for x. If you take x as, of course, other than 0, because we need a 3-digit number. So you take any digit, any single digit value for x. You will see that when y is 0 and z is 0, whatever be the single digit value of x, non-zero single digit value for x, this will turn out to be of the ratio 100 by 1. Therefore, the maximum ratio is 100:1. Is that clear? And because 100:1 is not given, my answer is none of these. Is this clear to everyone? Again, let me just tell you, during the time when you watch the session, if you get any doubt, you can feel free to reach out to me on Telegram at t.me/@ Arjun R Prasad, and I will be more than happy to help you. Is that clear? So basically, of course, you need to give HTTPS in case you want to. HTTPS:/t.me/@ Arjun R Prasad. Is that clear? Okay. Now, let us move further. But before that, hope you have been enjoying the session. So please do click on like, share, and subscribe if you like this session. And if you like, when you subscribe, turn on the notifications. And when you are subscribing, do not forget to use the code APUS. The code to be used, my friends, is APUS. When you use this code when you are subscribing, you will get a 10% discount. Not only that, it is also a way in which you send across a positive feedback to me. And you may ask, what is the benefit when I use the code APUS and subscribe? What is the benefit when I subscribe in general? When you subscribe, not only will you get access to these sessions which are made available on YouTube, you will also get access to all the sessions that are available on the Unacademy platform. And the number of educators who are teaching on Unacademy platform is, there are many good educators, including the likes of Praveen Tyagi, Ravi Prakash, you know, you name the people, Riya Agarwal. So these are the people who are actually teaching. Arjun Sharma, who has written books for competitive exams like that, and most of you people might be referring to that. So you get access to directly listen to them. Okay, so please do subscribe, and subscription fee is not like, through the sky roof. No, it is very reasonable, because the motive of an academy is to be able to reach out to almost all the people and ensure that everyone is equally given an opportunity to learn from the best possible faculty members with the help of technology. So please do make use of this. This is an extremely good opportunity. So do subscribe, and when you are subscribing, on top of your subscription fee, you will get a 10% discount when you use the code APUS. And not only that, when you use the code APUS, it is your way of showing a positive feedback to my style of teaching. If you like my way of teaching, please do subscribe and use the code APUS. Is that clear? You will get access to much more good questions when you actually subscribe. Is that clear? Okay, that said, let us move further. Now here in this question, he says Artha had some chocolates with her. If she distributes them among 30 or 36 or 45 of her friends, she will be left with 15 chocolates. Instead, if she distributes them among 25 of her friends equally, then she would be left with no chocolates. Find the minimum number of chocolates she had. Again, it just boils down to for us to be able to come up with the equation. So basically, the number of chocolates is a multiple of 30 plus 15. The number of chocolates is a multiple of 36 plus 15. It's basically a multiple of 45 plus 15, isn't it? Therefore, it is nothing but a multiple of LCM of these three numbers, 30, 36, 45. The LCM is how much? 180 is the LCM. So it is a multiple of 180. So it is 180x plus 15. This is also a multiple of 25. So it must be equal to 25y. Where x and y are positive integers. Where x and y are positive integers, or basically where x and y are natural numbers. If I put the value of x as 1, I will not get y as an integer. If I put the value of x as 2, 180 into 2, 360, 360 plus 15, 375 is a multiple of 25. Therefore, my answer has to be 375. And because 375 is not any of the stated answers, the correct answer is answer option D, which is none of these. Is that clear? Understanding that, guys? Next, again, another very interesting question. He says, a grandpa clock takes 3 seconds for 4 strikes at 4 o'clock. 4 strikes, 4 o'clock, 3 seconds. 12 strikes, 12 o'clock, how much time is needed? Basically, 4 o'clock, 3 seconds. 12 o'clock, basically 4 strikes, 3 seconds. 12 strikes means what? 4, 4, 4. So basically 3 seconds, 3 seconds and 3 seconds. Therefore, it will be 9 seconds. No. There is a, if we do it that way, again, we come out with a smile, but it will not last long because 9 seconds is a wrong answer. Because 9 seconds is a wrong answer. Instead, if you start visualizing, let us say you have your first strike, second strike, third strike, fourth strike. And the time duration for this entire time duration is 3 seconds. Which means each one of these, the gap over here, each one of these is a 1 second. So basically this amount of time is 1 second. So if you take it for 12 o'clock with 12 strikes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Of course, this is 3 seconds. This will be 3 seconds. This will also be 3 seconds. But in between over here, you have 1 second. And here you have 1 second. Therefore, the total amount of time is 9 plus 2, which is 11 seconds. Therefore, the correct answer is 11 seconds. Is that clear? Hence, the correct answer is answer option E, which is none of these. Is that clear, guys? Is that clear to all of you? Let's proceed further. And again, I repeat it. At any point of time when you are watching this video, if you have any doubt or at any time you have any doubt, you can always get in touch with me over Telegram using this particular URL, https://t.me/@Arjun R Prasad. Is that clear? Okay. Now, let us see how we can actually solve this question. What is the least number with which 7,200 must be multiplied with to make it a perfect square? So if you go by the traditional method, then you prime factorize 7,200. 7,200 can be written as 72 into 100. So basically 72 is 8 into 9. That is nothing but 3 squared into 2 cube into 100 is nothing but 25 into 4. So 2 squared into 5 squared. This is as good as 2 to the power 5 into 5 into 3 squared into 5 squared. So whenever I write it in this way, the number will be a perfect square if all these powers, when the bases are all distinct primes, the powers have to be even numbers. Only then I will get a perfect square, right? So over here, it implies, given that 3 squared, 5 squared, the power is already 2. So I don't have to worry. 2 to the power 5 is there. I need to multiply it by another 2. So if I multiply it by another 2, I will get the resultant to become a perfect square. 7,200 into 2, which is 14,400. This is if you use a traditional method. Otherwise, just go by the answer option. 7,200 into 2, 14,400. 12 squared is 144. Therefore, 120 squared is 14,400. Therefore, my answer is answer option A, which is true. Either that way also you can solve it. Is that clear? I see somebody who just joined. In case of any query, in case you have any query, you can always use the chat box facility in YouTube to be able to communicate at real time. Okay, whoever has joined, welcome. Okay, fine. Here comes the next question, guys. What is the least number with which 7,200 must be multiplied with to make it a perfect cube? See, we saw whenever we prime factorize a number, so 7,200, when I prime factorize it, I get it as 2 to the power 5 into 3 squared into 5 squared. So if I have to multiply this with, into 5 squared, sorry, there is come on, just give me one more, sorry, to 5 squared. So whenever I have my base values as distinct primes, whenever I have the base values as distinct primes and the powers as even number, then I can say that it's a perfect square. However, if I need a perfect cube, these powers have to be multiples of 3. If I make the powers to be multiples of 3, it implies that I need to multiply. See, already I have 2 to the power 5. 2 to the power 5 I have. So I have to multiply it by a 2. I already have a 3 squared, isn't it? So I to make it 3 to the power 3, I have to multiply it by another 3. And I need to multiply it by another 5. That means the least number with which I need to multiply 7,200 to make it a perfect cube is by 15 2 times is 30. Therefore, I need to multiply it with 30. Hence, my answer is answer option D, which is none of these. Is that clear? Is everyone able to get that? Okay. Let me proceed with the next question, guys. Here we have the question where he says, Ramaprasad today is 4 times as old as Krishna was. When Ramaprasad was as old as Krishna is today, the sum of the present ages of Ramaprasad and Krishna is 65 years. What is the present age of Ramaprasad? Basically, if we reason it out well and get the correct equation, the equation would look as follows. Let us say I consider the present age of Ramaprasad as R. So Ramaprasad is 4 times, okay, 4 times as old as Krishna was. So sometime in the past, Krishna's present age is K. Sometime in the past, so K minus as old as Krishna was. When Ramaprasad was as old as Krishna is today, when was Ramaprasad as old as Krishna is today? R minus K years ago. Like for example, if Ramaprasad is 3 years old today, Krishna is 2 years old today. When was Ramaprasad as old as Krishna? 3 minus 2, that is 1 year ago. So 1 year ago, this 1 is nothing but R minus K. 1 year ago, how old was Krishna then? 2 minus 1, that is 1 year old. So K minus of R minus K. Is that clear? This is my first equation. The second equation is R plus K is equal to 65. Okay. Now take this equation, just simplify this. You will get this as R is equal to 4 times of 2K plus R. Sorry, 2K minus R. This will mean that R is equal to 8K minus 4R. In other words, 5R is equal to 8k. To make it a little bit more quick, let R be equal to 8x, then k will be equal to 5x, reducing the number of variables. Instead of two variables, I am reducing both of them to just in terms of one variable. We know that R plus k is 65, that is 13x is equal to 65, means x is equal to 5. If x is equal to 5, then what is the value of R? R is equal to 8x, which is nothing but 40. Therefore, what is the present age of Ramaprasad? 40 years. Hence, the correct answer is answer option C, which is 40. Is that clear, guys? Everyone able to understand that? I see people have joined. So, if you have any queries, please do use the chat box. Okay? Fine. Let us proceed further to the next question, guys. Again, this is a interesting question. Says Saroja family is a big one. Rajalakshmi, daughter of Saroja, says, I have twice as many sisters as brothers, while my brother Ramaprasad has thrice as many sisters as brothers. How many children does Saroja have? Okay. Now, how do we solve this? Let us say yes sons and D daughters. Saroja has yes sons and D daughters. Rajalakshmi is a daughter, and she says, I have twice as many sisters as brothers. How many sisters does she have? D minus 1. How many brothers does she have? Yes. And she is telling that I have twice as many sisters as brothers. That is, if the number of brothers is 1, then the number of sisters is 2. That is, number of sisters is equal to 2 times the number of brothers. Number of sisters, that is D minus 1, is 2 times the number of brothers. It's 2s. That's what it says. Is this clear? While my brother Ramaprasad, that is, he's one of the sons, he has thrice as many sisters as brothers. Yeah, Ramaprasad has thrice as many sisters as brother. Ramaprasad has how many sisters? Ramaprasad has D sisters. D sisters. How many brothers? Yes, minus 1 brothers. Thrice as many sisters. 3 times as many sisters as brothers. Thrice as many sisters as brothers. So, if the number of sisters is 1, number of brothers will be 3. If the number of sisters is 1, number of brothers is 3. So, number of brothers is 3 times the number of sisters. So, 3D is equal to S minus 1. Is that clear? Now, considering these two, we have to get the values. Now, we have these. So, how do we go ahead and solve these two equations? Take the second equation, multiply it with the 2. You will get that as 2s is equal to D minus 1 is one of them. And 2s minus, and you will get this as 2s minus 2 is equal to 6D. It's another. Now, if you subtract, if you start subtracting one from the other, 2s minus 2s gets cancelled out, minus 2 is 1, minus 2 1 will be nothing but minus 2, I will retain it. 6D minus D will be 5D. Now you have a minus 1 over here, so that becomes a plus 1, isn't it? Then you will get that as D to become negative, right? No. if you actually looked at it, the way we took one of the equations was incorrect. That is the reason that you may end up with with marking the answer as data is inconsistent. But if you actually look at it, the first equation is of course right. The second equation is where the mistake is. The second equation, we have to write it more properly. Right, so right, whatever you are telling is right. So the second equation, if you write it more clearly, Ram Prasad has thrice as many sisters as brothers. So if the number of brothers is 1, number of sisters is 3. So number of brothers into 3 is equal to the number of sisters. Number of brothers into 3 is equal to the number of sisters. Number of brothers, what is number of brothers? S minus 1 into 3 is equal to the number of sisters, which is D. Now you get this. Now you get both of these. You will get D is equal to 2s plus 1. D is equal to 2s plus 1 is also, this is also equal to 3s minus 3. Is that clear? Now you get the value of s as 4. When s is 4, what do you get? You get the value of D as 4 2 times is 8. 8 plus 1 is 9. Therefore, the correct answer is 9 plus 4, which is 13. Hence, none of these is a right answer. Even data is inconsistent is not correct. Answer option E must be 13. Therefore, the correct answer is answer option E, which is 13. Is that clear to all of you? Understood? Got it, Sujit? Okay. Now comes another question, guys. These are interesting questions. Tell me what the answer is going to be. I see people already there. Sujit, what's the answer? Understanding this? Now for this question. Okay, the next one. I'm giving you maybe about 30 to 40 seconds time. Give me the right answer, guys. You have the answer options there. Some of you may mark the answer to this particular question. Some of you may mark the answer to this particular question as cannot be determined. But if you look at it more carefully, you understand that the ratio of incomes of these two people, the ratio of incomes of these two people is 7:8. That is, if the income of this person is 7x, the income of this person is 8x. And the ratio of their expenses is 9:10. So if this is 9y, this is 10y. So what is the savings going to be? Savings is going to be 7x minus 9y, and the savings is going to be 8x minus 10y. Now we can say very clearly, given that income is more than the expense for each of them, x is definitely more than y. We know that x is definitely more than y. And 8x minus 10y can actually be written as 7x minus 9y plus x minus y, which clearly means that I am adding something. I am adding a positive quantity to the savings of Smita to get the savings of Arjun. Hence, very clearly, it is Arjun who saved more. Is that clear? It is not both of them saved the same amount. Is that clear to all of you? Understanding that, guys? Let me proceed. And if there is a doubt, please do let me know. Okay. And during the course, if you like my session, please do click on like, share and subscribe. And you can also directly reach out to me on my Telegram channel, which is https://t.me/@ Arjun R Prasad without any space. ARJUN Arjun R Prasad PRASAD. Okay. If there is any doubt, you can directly reach out to me. Please do subscribe, and while subscribing, do not forget to use the code APUS. The code to be used, my friends, is APUS, and it is not any unreasonable subscription fee, because with these sessions you may get access only to a very few set of questions. If you need access to more good questions, please do subscribe, and you can get to learn from extremely well-known educators like Praveen Tyagi sir, Ravi Prakash sir, Riya Agarwal ma'am, and also you can get to learn from the Arun Sharma. So yeah, you get to learn from all these set of people. Is that clear? So please do subscribe. And while subscribing, if you use the code APUS, you not only get a 10% discount, but it is your way of sending across a positive feedback to my style of teaching. Is that clear to everyone? Sujit, able to get that? Okay. Let me proceed further, guys. You have the next question over here. The next question comes over here. Look at this. The ratio of age of Ragini to that of her son Harsha is 7:3. Ragini was 26 years old when she gave birth to her only daughter Smita. If Harsha is 6 years elder to Smita, then find Ragini's present age. Okay. How do we go about solving this? Now consider it in this particular fashion. If Ragini and her son are the ages of theirs is in the ratio of 7:3, let us just understand one particular point over here. He says Ragini was 26 years old when she gave birth to her only daughter Smita. Harsha is 6 years elder to Smita. That means that the difference between the age of Ragini and Harsha, that means the difference between the age of Ragini and Harsha is 20 years. And the difference will remain to be constant as long as both of them are alive. The difference between the age of Ragini and Harsha, which is 20 years, is a constant as long as both of them are alive, isn't it? That means always remember, because when Ragini is 26 years, Harsha is 6 years. When Ragini is 27, Harsha will be 7. When Ragini is 28, Harsha will be 8. At any point of time, the difference between the ages of those two will always be a constant, which is 20 years. If the ratio of the present age of Ragini and Harsha is 7:3, if Ragini is 7x and Harsha is 3x, then we already know that the difference, that is 4x, is equal to 20. When 4x is equal to 20, what is x equal to? X is equal to 5. When x is equal to 5, what is 7x? 7x is 35. Therefore, what is the correct answer? Answer option C, which is 35. Is that clear to all of you? Understood that? If there is any doubt, please let me know. Okay. Next, Here comes the next question. I'll give you probably a few seconds, maybe about half a minute to 3/4 of a minute. Think through. Then I shall help you out. Any answer? I see around 3 people on the chat. So if you have the answer, please do key in the answer. Any answer, guys? Okay. Now, let me just help you. He says, two big institutes, MSR and BMS together have 625 students. The ratio is 13:12. That means MSR has 325 students and BMS has 300 students. He says if X students move from BMS to MSR, that is BMS will be 300 minus X and MSR will be 325 plus X. The ratio of MSR to BMS now will be 3:2. This will be 3/2. Isn't it? This is as good as 650 plus 2x is equal to 900 minus 3x. Right? In other words, we get 5x is equal to 900 minus 650. 250. Therefore, x is equal to 50. When x is equal to 50, that is what he has asked. Therefore, the answer is answer option C, which is 50. Is that clear, guys? Is that clear to everyone? Let me proceed further. And let me tell you that I repeat it. You can reach out to me at any time on my Telegram channel, which is https:/t.me/@ Arjun R Prasad. Is that clear? Okay. Now let us see how we solve this particular question. Here he says, Brahma wrote all the possible two-digit numbers where if one of the digit of the number is even, the other is prime, and if one of the digit of the number is prime, the other is even. How many two-digit numbers did he write? First, let us consider the prime digits. 2, 3, 5, 7. Let us consider the even digits. 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay. If I consider prime followed by even, then this position can be filled in 4 ways and this position can be filled in 5 ways, giving me 20 such numbers. If you think the other way around will also be 20, you will mark the answer as 40, but 40 is wrong. We'll see why. Because if you consider the first to be even and the next to be prime, because it's a two-digit number, this cannot be filled in 5 ways, it can only be filled in 4 ways. And then this can be filled in another 4 ways, giving me 16 such numbers. If you think that this is 16, so opposite would have been 16 and mark it as 32, then 32 would also be wrong. Now, if you consider 20 and 16, therefore 20 plus 16 is going to be 36. Therefore, I mark my answer as 36. You come out with a smile, but that is also wrong. Why? Because 22 is a number that has been considered here. 22 is a number that has been considered here. I cannot consider it two times. I can consider it only once. Therefore, 36 minus 1, which is 35, and you mark 35 and you are like damn sure that that is going to be your answer, and you mark it, but that is also wrong. The correct answer is 39. We'll see why. See, we already got the count till 35. We already got the count till 35. He says, if one of the digit of the number is even, the other is prime. And if one of the digit of the number is prime, the other is even. But we know that we have two digits, 1 and 9, which are neither even nor prime. And nothing stops the person from being able to write the two-digit numbers using these two digits. Therefore, the person, Brahma, can write 11, 19, 91 and 99 in addition to these 35 numbers. Therefore, the correct answer is 35 plus these four numbers, which is 39 numbers. Hence, the correct answer is answer option E, which is 39. Is that clear? Is that clear to all of you? Okay. Next, let us look at this particular question, where he says the average number of pebbles with a group of 12 friends increased by 1 when one of them left with pebbles he had and another friend joined them with 27 pebbles. What is the number of pebbles with the person who left? Okay. See, there are a set of people. One person leaves, another person joins. So the total count of the number of people does not change. If one person went out with X number of pebbles and another person came in with X number of pebbles, the number of pebbles would also not change. But if the number of pebbles that the person comes in is going to be equal to, see, X went out, X came in, no change. In this case, he says that the number of pebbles that after the number of pebbles came in, the average got increased by 1 and there are 12 people. So the number of pebbles that came in is nothing but X plus 12. So number of pebbles that went out is X, the number of pebbles that came in is X plus 12. And this X plus 12 is 27. If X plus 12 is 27, then what is the value of X? The value of X is 15. Therefore, my answer is answer option B, which is 15. Without making use of paper or pen, we can solve it. However, if you say, no, I want to go by a traditional method and solve it, you can do so. Let us say the average number of pebbles was X. So the total number of pebbles is 12X. One person leaves, let us say with Y number of pebbles, and another person joins with 27 pebbles. This makes the average to go up by 1. So it is equal to 12 into X plus 1. You simplify this, we need the value of Y any which ways. So you will see that 12X minus Y plus 27 is equal to 12X plus 12. Isn't it? So 12X gets cancelled out. So Y is equal to 27 minus 12, which is 15. Therefore, the correct answer is 15. Is that clear, guys? Everyone able to understand that? Let us proceed further. Let us look at this question. Here, he says, the average age of 4 people, Raja, Ram, Mohan and Roy, 4 years ago was 23 years. Ram left the group and Krishna joined the group. The average age of Raja, Krishna, Mohan and Roy 3 years from now is 21 years. What is the difference between the present ages of Ram and Krishna? Very good. See, Raja, Ram, Mohan and Roy, the average age 4 years ago was 23 years. See, every year, each one grows by 1 year. So the average also, because each observation has increased by 1, the average will also increase by 1, isn't it? Therefore, the sum of the present ages of Raja, Ram, Mohan and Roy, the sum of the present ages of Raja, Ram, Mohan and Roy, Raja plus Ram plus Mohan plus Roy is going to be, because the average which was 23 goes up by 4, so it will be 27 will be the average, and because there are 4 people, the sum of their ages is 27 into 4. Similarly, after 3 years, if this is 21, then today it will be 18. So 18 into 4 will be the sum of the present age of Raja, Krishna, Mohan and Roy. It will be 18 into 4, isn't it? Now we need what? Ram minus Krishna. This is as good as, if you subtract one equation from the other, you will get this as 9 into 4, which is nothing but 36. Hence, the correct answer, my friends, is 36. The difference between the present ages of Ram and Krishna is 36 years. Is that clear? Understood? Okay. Let me proceed with another question. Here he says, Ramanujam, while writing his thesis, wrote a 2-digit number and observed that the number he wrote could be obtained by subtracting 16 from 8 times the sum of the digits, and also it could be obtained by adding 20 to 22 times the difference of the digits. What is the number that Ramanujam wrote? Especially when we look at this is like adding 20 to 22 times the difference, you will think that there are two possibilities. Tens position being greater than the tens position digit being greater than the units position, and the other one is units position being greater than the tens position. Therefore, because there are two possibilities, I would say that the answer would be cannot be determined. But please do not get into such hasty decisions. Write down the equations, just verify it very quickly. It does not take much time, right? So if I have a 2-digit number, let us say the 2-digit number was xy, that means the number is 10x plus y. Means we are looking at 10x plus y is the number, isn't it? Now if you write this, he says it can be obtained by subtracting 16 from 8 times the sum of the digits. Okay, 8 into x plus y minus 16 is equal to 10x plus y. This is one equation. And by adding 20 to 22 times the difference, so 22 into x minus y plus 20 is equal to 10x plus y, right? So we got these two equations, isn't it? Now you consider, first you just consider the first equation, you just simplify that, you will get it as 8x plus 8y minus 16. Okay, you will get that as 8x plus 8y minus 16 is equal to 10x plus y. In other words, you get this as 2x minus 7y is equal to minus 16. This is a given equation. This is definitely one of the equations. So this cannot be changed. This is for sure. Now the other way out, you can consider 8x plus 8y minus 16 is equal to 22x minus 22y plus 20. Now if you consider it in this particular fashion, you will get 22 minus 8, 14x minus 22y minus 8y minus 30y is equal to minus 36. This is the second equation that you got. And then if you go a bit further, this equation, instead of considering 22 times of x minus y, if you consider it as 22 times of y minus x, you will get this one as 22y minus 22x, isn't it? So you have this 22y minus 22x. Okay, so minus 22x becomes 22 plus 8 will be 30x. You will get this as 30x so you have plus 22y, this side it will become minus 22y, so minus 14y will be equal to 36. This is another equation that you get. Is that clear? This is another equation that you get. Now consider 2x minus 7y is minus 16. Multiply this by 7, you will get this as 14x minus 49y minus 112. Subtract one from the other. Subtract one from the other. So you will end up with minus 49y plus 30y, or basically minus 30y plus 49y, basically 19y. Minus 36 plus 112 is nothing but 76. So you will end up with y is equal to 4. When y is 4, x will be 6. So one of the possibilities that we have now is 64. So one of the possibilities is 64. Now come to this particular equation. Take the equation 2x minus 7y equal to minus 16. Multiply that by 2. You will get it as 4x minus 14y is equal to minus 32. Okay. Subtract one from the other. This will become minus. This will become plus. This will become plus. So this gets cancelled out. So you are left with the 26x is equal to 68. X will turn out to be a fraction. Not possible. Therefore, the correct answer is answer option A and not answer option D, which is cannot be determined. So the correct answer is answer option A, which is 64, and not answer option D, which is cannot be determined. So please be careful when you are solving these type of questions. Is that clear to all of you? Everyone able to understand that, guys? Okay. Let me proceed a bit more further again into reasoning based questions. This is also one of the reasoning based question where the person says, I distributed certain number of books to children at a school for the underprivileged and figured out that the books distributed were coming up to an average of 20 books per child. Two more kids from the neighborhood entered the school with the 22 and 28 books respectively. And when I quickly checked, I figured out that now the average number of books per kid went up by a prime number. How many kids were there at the school initially? Let us say there were X number of kids at the school initially. Let us say the number of kids at the school initially was X. When the average is 20 books per child, the total number of books is 20x. Now what happened? Another 22 and 28 books came in. See, it would not have changed if this person kept 20 with him and this person kept 20 books with him. Nothing would have changed. The average would have remained to be 20. So totally now the additional number of books now is 10. Now this 10 books has to be distributed equally among the kids such that each one gets a number of books which is equal to a prime number. Okay. So first prime is 2. So if I consider that I give 2 books, that means I have given 2 books to 5 kids. 10 divided by 2. I have given 2 books to 5 kids. Out of these 5 kids, these 2 kids are the ones who join. So initially it would be 5 minus 2, which is nothing but there were 3 kids initially. So there were initially 3 kids, right? The other way out, if you say, no, I don't want to go by 2, let me go by, let's say 3. 10 by 3 not possible. After that it is 5. 10 by 5 is equal to 2. But if that becomes 2, then it means that there was nobody at the school initially. But that is not possible, isn't it? Therefore, and beyond 5, I cannot go by 7 or I cannot go anything beyond that. Hence, the correct answer is answer option B, which is 3. Is that clear to everyone, guys? Everyone able to understand that? Okay. Next, here comes another good question. Of course, all the questions are good. Here I say that Yudhishthir had 123 arrows, Bhim had 457 arrows, Arjun had 1025 arrows, Nakul had 234 arrows, and Sahadev had 568 arrows. Sum of the product of number of arrows with every pair of these 5 people is how much? So basically all he is asking is, let me start writing it down, 123 into 457 plus 123 into 1025 plus 123 into 234 plus 123 into 568 plus 457 into 1025 plus 457 into 234 plus 457 into 568 plus 1025 into 234 plus 1025 into 568 plus 234 into 568. We have to compute this, and this will give us the answer. Now if you think through, you will start to think that even if you use a calculator, you will need about a minute and a half at least. If you reason it out better, you will understand that the question can be solved without using paper and pen. Without even using a paper and pen, you can solve. How? Look at this. This is an odd number. This is an odd number. And this is an odd number. The other two are even. So this is even. And this is even. When you are taking every possible pair, these two, the pair with these two will give me one odd number. The product will give me odd number. The product of these two will be an odd number, and the product of these two will be an odd number. So basically, I will have three odd terms over here. Basically, if you want, this is basically 123 into 457. This is an odd number. 123 into 1025. This is an odd number. And 457 into 1025. This is an odd number. All the other terms are even terms. So sum of any number of even numbers is an even number. So you get an even number plus sum of three odd numbers will be an odd number, and even plus odd always results in an odd number. Therefore, my answer has to be odd number. Among all these answer options, only answer option B is an odd number. Therefore, this is the correct answer. Hence, my answer is answer option B. Without doing anything, without computing anything much, I can get to my answer without use of paper and pen. Is that clear to everyone? Everyone able to understand that, guys? Okay. So just give me a minute. Just give me one moment. Okay. Just give me one moment. Now let me proceed. Let me continue. So if you look at this, if you looked at the set of questions that we solved, there were interesting questions. And if you liked it, please do click on like, share, and subscribe to Unacademy's YouTube channel, Let's Crack Management Exams English. Please do that. If you want more access to more such good questions, please do subscribe. And when you are subscribing, do not forget to use the code APUS, guys. Please do not forget to use the code APUS when you are subscribed. Okay. This, if you use the code APUS, you not only get a discount of 10%, at the same time, you send across a positive feedback to my style of teaching. Is that clear? Okay. Now you may ask, is there any other advantage if I actually subscribe? Yes, you do have a lot many advantages when you subscribe. I will get to the advantages in just a minute. But before that, let me also tell you, at any point of time, any doubt that you have, you can always get in touch with me on my Telegram channel, which is https://t.me/@ Arjun R Prasad, ARJUN R P R A S A D. Arjun R. You can always get in touch with me over Telegram. Now, what are the benefits? I will just explain that. But let me just take another one question and then let me go on to explain the benefits. Okay, another interesting question. Okay. Here he says a kid was playing with the dice marked 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 and 11 on its basis. The kid rolled that dice 10 times. What is the probability that the sum of the outcomes of the 10 tries is exactly equal to 55? Now, if you start to think, of course, the denominator will be 6 to the power 10. Of course, the denominator is going to be 6 to the power 10. So, you can eliminate answer option B. Okay, you still have A, C and D. If you think through, this has nothing to do with probability at all. If you just observe very carefully, this entire question, even though it appears to be a probability question, it has nothing to do with probability. Why? Understand this very carefully. Every time the kid rolls the dice, the kid will get an odd number. How many times is the kid rolling the dice? The kid is rolling the dice 10 times. So basically, how many odd numbers does the kid get? The kid gets 10 odd numbers. What is the sum of 10 odd numbers? Sum of 10 odd numbers is equal to how much? Sum of 10 odd numbers is nothing but an even number. He says the probability must be 25, which clearly means that the getting 55 is an impossible event. When it is impossible, it means the probability is 0. Therefore, the answer is 0. Hence, the correct answer is answer option D, which is none of these. Okay? Is that clear to all of you? Able to understand? Fine. Now, let me take up maybe another simple question. Find the smallest number which, when divided by 4 or 7, leaves a remainder of 3 in each case. Leaves a remainder of 3 in each case. Now you may be thinking, okay, very quickly I will find what is the LCM of 4 and 7. The LCM of 4 and 7 is 28. Therefore, 28 plus 3. My answer must be 31. And I go ahead and mark my answer as 31. You have done two crimes. You have wasted time and you have also got a wrong answer. Instead, if you very carefully observe, he has asked the smallest number. He has not asked the smallest number greater than the divisors. Therefore, clearly the smallest number is 3 itself. Because 3 when divided by 4 leaves a remainder of 3. 3 when divided by 7 leaves a remainder of 3. Hence, the correct answer is the number is 3. Therefore, I need to mark that as none of these as the answer. Is that clear? Able to understand, guys? Okay. Now, very quickly, let me just state the benefits when you subscribe. So, if you have liked this session, please do click on like, share and subscribe. And while subscribing, do not forget to use the code APUS, guys. Please do not forget to use the code APUS. Because when you use the code APUS, you get a discount of 10%. And the benefits of subscribing, you get access to extremely good educators. Like the likes of Praveen Tyagi, Ravi Prakash, Riya Agarwal, the big names. And the Arun Sharma, right? You get access to the sessions by such people. Arun Sharma, most of you, I suppose, might have already heard, might be referring to the book written by him. So you get access to the teachings by those people. So please do subscribe. And when you are subscribing, do not forget to use the code APUS, guys. Do use the code APUS. Okay. The benefits of subscribing, let me tell you that the benefits of subscribing are as follows. When you subscribe, you get access to the daily live classes on the Unacademy platform, where it will be very, very much close to the classroom method of teaching, where you can chat with your educator, you can engage in the discussions, you can ask your doubts and answer the polls. All of this when the class is ongoing. You can attend the live tests and quizzes. One subscription gives you unlimited access to all the educators. Big names: Praveen Tyagi, Ravi Prakash, Shabana ma'am, Riya Agarwal, Samir Sardana, Arun Sharma. So you get access to all the educators. Okay. So you get access to all the live classes of theirs, the batch courses. You get access to the learning material, recorded sessions. You can learn anytime, anywhere. You can choose a schedule that works for you, and recorded sessions will be made available. You can get your doubts cleared at any point of time, and you can reach out to me in case you have any doubt during this session or any of the further sessions. You can always reach out to me at my Telegram channel, which is https://t.me@the rate of Arjun R Prasad. Okay, and you also get an opportunity to answer the live polls, which will be very interesting, so that it acts like a healthy competition. You will be provided with a detailed report and analysis for every test that you attempt on the Unacademy platform. You will have access to all the PDFs and the learning materials. And please understand, all of this comes at an extremely reasonable cost of just rupees 18,900 if you're going for a 24-month subscription. However, if there are few of you who think that no, this year is sufficient for me, if not, you have multiple options. You can go in for a 3-month or a 6-month subscription. A 6-month subscription would only cost you 12,600 rupees. A 3-month subscription would only cost you 7,875 rupees. So you can go in for any one of those, but my recommendation is to go in for a 24-month subscription. Reason is because the return on investment is extremely high. This is 24-month subscription is at the rate of 788 rupees per month. It is less than 800 rupees, guys, and with a no cost EMI, right? So and whereas if you go in for a 6-month subscription, you will have to pay 2,100 rupees per month, right? Or in other words, the other way of looking at it, to a 6-month subscription, add 2-month subscription. That is 6,300 rupees. You just add it to 12,600. You end up at 18,900. So you are not losing anything much. In fact, you gain a lot more, and the return on investment is extremely high when you go in for a 24-month subscription. So please do go in for a 24-month subscription, and all these numbers that have been stated are after you get a discount of 10%. And in order to get a discount of 10%, you need to use a code. And if you like my teaching, I strongly recommend you to use the code APUS, so that you get benefited by having access to all the good educators and best educators in India. Is that clear? Okay. So please do not forget to use the code APUS. Hope to see you all on the Unacademy platform very soon. Okay. That said, one last time, if you like this for this session, so if you like the session, please do click on like, share, subscribe, turn on the notifications, and do not forget to use the code APUS. Remember this code, guys. APUS is the code. Is that clear? Okay. With that said, the next session will be handled by Achyut sir. It will be a session on verbal ability. So I will hand over to Achyut sir now. Thank you, guys. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Good morning, friends, and welcome to Let's Crack Management Exams in English. This is part of Unacademy, which is India's largest learning platform. So, for those of you who don't know who I am or about me, my name is Achyut. I am a 2018 graduate from XLRI, and during my time at XLRI, I won more than 8 national level case study competitions, right? I'm currently working in an HR strategy designing role for a startup. Basically, this role focuses on the strategic side of HR and designing policies and project management. My verbal scores were as follows. In CAT, I had a verbal score of 99.8 percentile. In ZAT, I had a verbal score of 99 percentile. And in GMAT, I had a verbal score of 40, raw score of 42, which roughly translated to a global score of 99 percentile for all the people who had written GMAT that year. And I have prior teaching experience with an NGO where I taught in orphanages. I used to teach English there as well. And I'm currently, of course, a verbal faculty with Unacademy, but I also can help you with the GED, PI, VAT, as well as other aspects of B school admission and B school choosing, because, of course, I've gone through it myself already. So, for those of you who are not yet Unacademy subscription members, what advantage do you get from Unacademy subscription, right? So the first is, of course, the fact that on Unacademy you can study according to a schedule that best works for you. So you might be working as in a job, or you might be a student in the last year of college, so you might have different things that take up your time, classes, job responsibilities. But the benefit of having an academy is that you can study anytime, anywhere. So let's say you get free late at night or early in the morning, or you have some afternoons that are free. So you can study according to when you are free. So the studying never stops. It gets molded according to what time best suits you, right? Then, of course, the fact is that we don't have any language barriers because Unacademy has classes available in all the major Indian languages. We currently have courses in almost 15 different Indian languages, and I think on a monthly basis we're trying to cover more and more languages. So, regardless of what language you are most comfortable learning in, you can learn in that particular language. Then, of course, the fact is that we have uh, any part of preparation is not complete without having interaction with the educators, right? So the beauty of having an academy app is that you can interact with the educators during the live classes, and it's like interacting with educators as you would in a classroom session, but from the comfort of your home. So you can get your doubts clarified. You can in fact message any of the instructors across the platform, so to get your queries cleared. So the doubt clearing aspect becomes better than what you would expect in a classroom session where there's only one faculty that you can reach out to. Here you can reach out to the dozens of educators that we have on our platform. And of course, during the class, we conduct numerous live polls. So if you join our live classes, you can be part of the polls. You can try to guess the answer. You can see where you stand in terms of the dashboard rankings with respect to the other people in that classroom. So it's quite fun and interactive way to learn on our in our live classes. And of course, we have numerous live tests and quizzes. And for each of the tests and quizzes that you write, you will get a very detailed report that analyzes your performance with respect to other people. For example, how much time you've taken per question, how many what is your your strength areas, your weakness areas where you need to work on, what is you lack on. So everything you can get in these detailed reports. And of course, you will get access to the complete learning material that we have on a platform across the educators. So there's a lot of learning material that our educators upload on a daily basis, and you can get access to all of it. So for those of you who feel, based on what I said, that Unacademy subscription is the right step for you, I would strongly urge you to go for the 12 months or the 24 months plan. As you can see, the difference between the 6 months plan and the 12 months plan is just a difference of just 3,000 rupees. So for 3,000 rupees, you get additional 6 months. Now you might think that okay, the cat is only 6 months away, but let me put forth a hypothetical situation to you. Let's say, heaven forbid, that this year you're not able to get into the college of your dreams and you want to try again for next year. So in that case, would you again buy a 6 months package or 1 year package and spend more money? Instead, isn't it simpler just to spend 3,000 rupees more and ensure that you have classes available for an entire year? So the preparation, in case if it is not, in case you do not manage to clear it, you can continue next year as well. Or if you feel that, let's say, you do clear this year, then you can of course share the you can have your family members. You maybe have a brother who can use your account to log in and continue studying. So just for 3,000 rupees extra, you're covering an entire year's worth of study. Similarly, 24 months is just for another 3,000 rupees over the 12 months cost. So as you can see, it is very cost effective for you to look at the 12 months or the 24 months plan. Also, if you're planning to buy, you can use my code Achyut that's given at the bottom of the screen. Very simple code, 6 letters. It's my first name, and it will get you flat 10% off on any course that you might wish to buy, right? And if you, let's say, you might have friends or family members who might be planning to join an academy for, so for a different exam preparation. Let's say you might know somebody who wants to join an academy for the UGC NEET preparation, for JE preparation, or for our UPSC preparation. This code can be used by everyone. You can share it with anyone you know who might be planning to join an academy subscription, and you can help them save money, and it will benefit them. So, guys, please use my code Achyut, and you can share it with your friends and family members, and you can benefit everyone. Now, coming to ZAT. So some of you might not be familiar with ZAT. Some of you might be preparing for MBA entrance exams for the first time. So ZAT is the second most popular entrance test after CAT. So if you want to cover all the top 10 colleges in the country, if you're aiming for the top 10 colleges, you will have to write CAT and ZAT. With CAT, you can cover all the IMs and FMS, and with that, you'll be able to target colleges such as XLRI and SPJ. So these are the top 10 colleges. So it's very essential for those who are trying to aim for all the top 10 colleges to write ZAT along with CAT. Now, ZAT is conducted by the Xavier group of institutions, such as, of course, as I mentioned, XLRI, XIMB, XISS. They're all under the same umbrella of institutions called the Jesuit Institutes, because they're run by a group of Jesuit priests. That's why they have the Xavier in the name. So ZAT is also, other than the Xavier colleges, it is also used by other colleges such as I mentioned, SP Jain, and also Mika, which is known for its marketing and advertisement, and IMT Ghaziabad, which is very popular in for people who are in the NCR region. So the structure of ZAT is such that it has 4 sections, unlike CAT, which has just 3 sections. In ZAT, we have verbal, we have quant and data interpretation, and third we have is decision making. The fourth one, the section which is called GK, is not used during the shortlisting, meaning for the first round of shortlisting for the GDPI, only the first 3 sections will be used. This GK section is used only during the final selection once your GDPI is done. So these three are the most important parts, and GK is also important but not as important because it is not necessary for being shortlisted for the GDPI. Now, as you can see, this is the rough split up of how many questions you get from each section. So if you add these three up, you'll see that the total is 75. And out of 75, around 25 to 27 questions come from the verbal section. So as you can see, just like CAT, 33% of the total marks or the total questions are from the verbal section in ZAT as well, right? And out of the and for the in the entire verbal section, so there is one similarity ZAT has with CAT, and it is that 2/3 of the questions are from RC. So about two-thirds of the questions would mean that roughly somewhere around 16 to 17 questions out of 26, 16 to 18 questions can be from the RC passages. So there'll be 3 to 5 passages, and there'll be for each passage there'll be 3 to 5 questions. So like this, it will add up to around 15 to 18 questions. So this is similar to CAT, where two-thirds of the entire verbal section questions are from the RC passages. Now the difference in that comes from the remaining one-third questions. In CAT, the remaining one-third questions in the verbal section are typically mostly will be either para-jumbles or paragraph summary or sentence correction. On the other hand, in that the verbal ability part of the verbal section is very wide and quite varied. In fact, there is if you see over the last 5 years, you'll see no fixed set of type of question that will come there. In some, like for example, 2019 and 2020 had some type of questions. On the other hand, 2018 and 2017 paper had some other questions that were not there. So it's quite varied that way, and that is why some people consider that verbal is actually tougher than cat verbal section. Of course, this is not necessarily true as we'll go through it. They're very straightforward logical questions, but it's just the general impression that people have, and I thought you guys should know. Now, what are the type of questions that can come in the verbal ability part of the verbal section? So, some of the most common question types that are consistently there on year after year basis are, one is of course a fill in the blank. This is something that is very unique to ZAT over CAT. So, as fill in the blank is quite similar to what we have studied in our school days. Basically, you'll be given a sentence, you have to fill and with multiple blanks, and you have to fill in with the appropriate choices. Then you have the antonym synonym type of questions where you'll be given a particular sentence or a paragraph, and a word from that sentence or paragraph will be highlighted, and you will be asked to select or find out what will be the antonym or the opposite meaning or synonym, meaning the similar meaning word for that particular highlighted word, right? Then we have something that is very, very unique for that. That is called the logical conclusion or the logical reasoning. In this case, you'll be given a small informative passage, and based on that, you'll be given a question where you have to logically deduce facts from those few information points that you've been given. So this is actually quite similar to a type of question that we get in GMAT. So it's something that a lot of people find challenges in. Then, of course, we have the para-jumbles, which is similar to what we have in CAT. In this case, you're given 4 or 5 sentences and you have to rearrange them to form a logically coherent paragraph. So it's very similar to what we study in CAT. So now, guys, let's quickly jump into some questions from the from this year's CAT 2020 paper, ZAT 2020 paper, and the ZAT 2019 paper. Right. So this will give you an idea of what kind of questions have been asked in the verbal ability section for the last this year and last year. Right. Now, let's see. This is a fill in the blank type of question. Okay, it's quite. Let's have a look at it. A map is a useful metaphor for our brain when talking about dash, because at its most basic level, our brain dash to be our atlas of sorts, a system of routes dash to navigate us towards one destination, staying alive, right? Now, as you can see, each of the options has different words for each of the blanks. For example, in A, the first blank is perception. For B, it is understanding. C, connection. D, design. E, comprehension. So the advantage of this is that now, if you can figure out even one of the blanks, you are sure that this particular option will be there. You can straight away get the entire answer. So let's first try by solving for the first blank here. Okay, it says a map is a useful metaphor for our brain when talking about what? Because at its most basic level. So it's something about a metaphor for a brain. Okay, so let's see. First option is perception. So let's try to fit perception here. A map is a useful metaphor for our brain when talking about perception, because at its most basic level, our brain evolved to be our atlas of sorts, a system of routes designed to navigate towards one destination, staying alive. So A seems like a good option, but let's keep it aside and see the other options here. B says understanding progressed and shaped. So let's try to fit it here. A map is a useful metaphor for our brain when talking about understanding, because at its most basic level, our brain progressed to be our atlas of sorts, a system of routes shaped to navigate us towards one destination, staying alive. Now, in this case, it says, did our brains progress to be our atlas of sorts? Does our brain progress? Is it something that, is it progress is something in terms of an achievement, right? So, did it achieve to become an atlas? So, I would say the second part of the this option doesn't seem very well fitted here, but we'll again come back to it. C, let's look at option number C. In C, we'll say a map is a useful metaphor for our brain when talking about connections because at its most basic level, our brain changed to be our atlas of sorts. Now, this you can clearly see does not fit here. Our brains changed to be our atlas of sorts from where? See, you change from something to something, but from change from what to an atlas is not given here. So we can clearly reject C to be the wrong answer, right? Let's look at D. A map is a useful metaphor for our brain when talking about design because at its most basic level, our brain developed to be our atlas of sorts, a system of routes shaped to navigate us towards one destination, staying alive. Okay, still seems like okay option, but one thing if you can see here is in the second blank, it talks about our brain becoming our atlas of sorts. So the words that are connected to the brain are evolved, progressed, changed, developed, metamorphosed. Now, out of these five options, which of these would be applicable when you're talking about the brain? I'm sure many of us would have, heard about, like, talked about the brain. Which of these words do you think would be suitable when you're discussing about brain? Can be metamorphosed? Is metamorphosis something that you talk about when you're talking about the brain? It talks about change in, entire structure. So let's say, for example, when you crush a let's take a piece of paper and I crush it into a ball. I would say the straight sheet has metamorphosed into a ball. So in this case, has our brain actually changed into being an atlas? It's just a metaphor, right? That our brain has become an atlas for us. Okay, so can it be metamorphosed? No, it cannot be. Similarly, can it be developed? Developed, if you see, is sort of sorry. Now, the word developed typically is used when you're talking about, building something or you're developing something into something else, right? But here clearly it says that our brain became sort of like an atlas of sorts. That's what the implication is here. Did we develop it to become an atlas? Did we develop it? Did we, make sure to use it like that? No, it says that our brain on its own became like an atlas of sorts. So I would say out of the four options here, developed, changed, progress, and evolved, progress again talks about progress from when you're you're sort of, progressing in terms of you're improving. Okay, there is no progress here. It does not say that it was, progress to becoming an atlas. That would imply that earlier it was a poor form of atlas, right? So it progressed to becoming a better atlas, but there is no progress in this manner, right? A progress is always talks about a bettering in terms of something, but is there something bettering to when it became the atlas? So progress also can be eliminated. Similarly, so when you see developed, metamorphosed and progressed, you can see that the second option does not fit here very well. So what we are left with is developed and evolved, right? Now, now that both the ones fit perfectly well in this, let's look at the first and the third options for the for the blanks to see which of these would be the best option here. Okay. Now, when look at the sentence, and we'll try to again read from with option D and option A. Let's start with option D. Okay. A map is a useful metaphor for a brain when talking about design because at its most basic level, our brain developed to be our atlas of sorts, a system of routes shaped to navigate us towards one destination, staying alive. Now, A says a map is a useful metaphor for a brain when talking about perception because at its most basic level, our brain evolved to be our atlas of sorts, a system of routes uh, designed to navigate us towards one destination. Right now, the thing is when is it a system of routes that was designed by someone else or is it the one that was shaped? Right, a system is typically, for example, if you're talking about a programming system, right, do you design it or do you shape it? typically shaping, not always, but typically the word shaping is used when you're talking about physical attributes that you can mold. So you're saying I shaped the paper into an origami art, or I shaped that the sculptor can say I shaped that block of stone into a statue. Okay, so shaped typically, it seems to be less apt in this particular sentence as compared to designed, right? So I would say because design seems to be more suited to this blank than shaped, therefore I would say A would be the answer here. And if you read A as the options in the entire passage, you will see that the sentence also makes sense. So it becomes a map is a useful metaphor for a brain when talking about perception, because at its most basic level, our brain evolved to be a atlas source. Now, evolution is something that does fit in with respect to biological entities, right? So our brain would have evolved to become an atlas. That also makes sense. A system of routes designed to navigate us towards one destination, staying alive. So you can see A makes the most sense here, and therefore A would be the right answer, right? Now, let's look at another fill in the blanks type of question from the 2020 paper. Okay, dash medicine has been operated by trial and error. In other words, dash. Okay, so meaning has been operated means that in the past it has been done by trial and error. So let's see which of these option. Now has been is sort of like a continuation of something that was done in the past and it is being done today as well. If it said medicine was operated, it would have referred to this trial and error being done only in the past. But it says has been operated, meaning it was done by that method and it is still being done by that. So it's talking about something that is continuing from the past till date. So let's see which option fits into the first blank. Formally. Now formally means कि earlier it used to be like that. मतलब पहले ऐसे होता था, अब नहीं होता है. So formally, like for example, formally would be used such as formally her name was Hanshika, but now she is known as Anusha. So meaning her name has changed. So पहले उसका नाम ये था, अब ये था. So formally the usage would be something that was only in the past in a particular manner. But as you can see, the sentence says medicine has been operated. So you can see the formally would not fit here, right? Let's look at the second one. Traditionally, okay. Now traditionally something means कि tradition के हिसाब से ऐसे होता था. So for example, traditionally we can say that traditionally we are taught in India to touch the feet of our elders. So something is that was there because of tradition and is still there till date. मतलब पहले भी होता था और अब भी होता है. So which does that fit in with the sentence structure? Yes, it does. Let's look at the third option. Initially कैसे यूज होता है when you're talking about sequence of events? Initially he was happy, but then he became sad. So it talks about something that happened only in the past but not is there currently, right? It talks about sequence of events, but we are trying to talk about something that happened in the past and it is happening in the present as well. So initially would not fit in this first blank. Then periodically. Now periodically typically refers to something that happens at fixed intervals. Okay, so for example you can say that we can say that we get sun we get a solar eclipse periodically, meaning after fixed period we get it. For example, we might get a solar eclipse every 6 months. So we you can say we get a solar eclipse periodically, right? It is not something that is consistently happening in the past and present. Periodically means something that happens after regular intervals. Is that what the sentence says? Because the sentence is saying that this medicine का method was done in the past, past में भी हो रहा था and आज तक होते आ रहा है. But periodically talks about something that happens every regular intervals के बाद. So it does not fit here. Then historically, right? Now historically means something that was done in the past as well and it is continuing now, meaning a history, something that was, because history is something about the past, right? Historically it used to be done in a particular in a particular time frame in the past, but it is being done now as well. right? So historically seems like a good option. So we are left with traditionally and we are left with historically. So we have B and E as the shortlisted options. Now let's look at the other blanks. Okay. Now medicine dash medicine has been operated by trial and error. I'm sure we all know what is trial and error. मतलब तुक्का मारते जाना. Try किया नहीं हुआ तो अगले चीज पे try किया. That's trial and error, right? So it has been done by this method. And in other words, now we have to find something in the second blank that means the same thing as trial and error. Okay. Now, what is the second blank for B and E? For B, it is analytically. For E, it is arbitrarily. Okay. What is analytically? Analytically मतलब हुआ कि आप analyze करके कुछ करो एकदम ध्यान से. For example, I would say that when you're buying a new house or you're buying property, you do it very analytically. मतलब जब प्रॉपर्टी खरीदो आप एनालाइज करोगे, आप देखोगे कि कौन सेलर कौन है, किस एरिया में सेल कर रहा है, उस एरिया की क्या मतलब डेवलपमेंट प्रॉपर्टी मतलब वहाँ पे डेवलपमेंट का पोटेंशियल क्या है, आप बहुत एनालाइज करते हो ना. सो अ डिसीजन दैट यू टेक आफ्टर लॉट ऑफ एनालिसिस इज कॉल्ड एनालिटिकली. ओके. बट इज दैट डज दैट मीन द सेम थिंग एज ट्रायल एंड एरर? ट्रायल एंड एरर क्या है? तुक्का मारते हुए किया, मतलब एक चीज ट्राई की नहीं हुआ तो अगली चीज पे ट्राई किया. मतलब लेट्स से यू हैव 4 5 मेथड्स ऑफ डूइंग समथिंग, you don't know which one to use, you just randomly pick one, use try that. If it works, well and good. If it doesn't work, then you try the other method. That is trial and error. But is that the same meaning as analytically? No, it is not. What's the second blank for E? Arbitrarily. Arbitrarily matlab randomly. Arbitrary is random. So when they say his thought process was arbitrary, matlab it was very random. Does that mean the same thing as this? Yes, it does, because it is random. In trial and error, when you're trying to find a particular the method, you have, let's say, 5 6 potential methods, and you just randomly pick one, try it. If it works, well and good. If it doesn't work, you go to the next one. So that is randomly. So arbitrarily does fit here very well as compared to analytically. Okay, so it would seem that E is the right answer, but let's just confirm with the third option, third blank, and see what fits here. We know, I'm so sorry, we know by now that there can be entirely dash connections between symptoms and treatment. I'm so sorry. Between symptoms and treatment, and some medications succeed in medical trials for mere random reasons. Meaning we're talking about that sometimes medicines succeed in medical trials for random reasons. So what does it mean? What is the connection between symptoms and treatment? We don't know. Okay, because it would seem that there is not a very strong connection between symptoms and treatment, because sometimes medications succeed in medical trials for mere random reasons. B says casual. So can it be? Let's see this sentence. We know by now that there can be entirely casual connection between symptoms and treatment. What is a casual connection? Casual connection, see, casual is something that you would refer to a casual relationship. But is it a term that you can refer to as connection between two things? It does not seem right. I'm sure those of you if you read that sentence in your mind, it doesn't make sense. Can you talk about casual connections? It's not a grammatically correct sentence. Let's see what E says. Fortuitous. Fortuitous, we will keep it here. We know by now that there can be entirely fortuitous connections between symptoms and treatments. Meaning sometimes you can get lucky. Fortuitous is something that is luck based, right? So when we talk about something that's luck based, so that means sometimes because of luck that there is a connection between symptoms and treatments. Meaning you're not sure, but because you have good luck, so there's a clear cut connection between what the symptom is and what treatment you give it. Which, if you think about it, is what is been talked about in the first sentence. We're talking about trial and error, we're talking about arbitrary treatment. That's what it. So this, if you use fortuitous here, then this sentence also continues with the meaning of the first sentence, meaning के जो connection है हमारे treatment और symptom के, वो भी random है, मतलब luck की वजह से हुआ है, not because of anything fixed. So as you can see, all the three options of E fit in very well with the sentence. Actually, based on just the first two options, we could have selected option E and saved time. But this is how you typically solve the questions. Once you're sure about two options in a two of the blanks being better suited than any of the other ones, you can clearly mark that option, go ahead. But I like to be 100% sure of my option. So what I like to do is I look at all the options, put it in the sentence, see if it makes sense as compared to the other shortlisted options. So here, as you can see, E, all the options make more sense than all the options of B. So E is clear cut the most apt answer for this particular blank, right? Cool. Now, this is another unique type of question that we have in XAT. In CAT, when we have sentence correction, what they do is in CAT they'll give you a 3-4 lines or 2 lines or 2 sentences, and they'll divide the sentence into bits, and you have to pick out which part of the sentence is incorrect. In that, on the other hand, what they'll do is they'll give you multiple different sentences not related to each other, and you have to pick out which of the sentences are correct or incorrect. So the grammar sentence correction in that is slightly different from the sentence correction in CAT. Okay, so now let's look at the question. We have been given 6 sentences, and we have to say which of the following above are grammatically incorrect. Okay, so now we have to pick which of these sentences would be incorrect. Let's see. First is I have good knowledge of German. German is the language here. Okay. Now, guys, when you say that you know a language very well, do you say I have good knowledge of the language, or do you say I am fluent in German, or I speak German very well, or I like to, I know, I can read, like I can speak German fluently, or I'm well versed in German. So when you're talking about a language, about knowing a language, there are very fixed set of terms that you use. Knowledge is not the term that you use. You don't have knowledge of a language. You have fluency. So when you know a language well, you're fluent in it, right? So if I'm fluent in say Malayalam, that means I can speak it very well. I can understand it very well, right? You don't say knowledge when you're talking about a language. That's one mistake. I know a lot of people, in fact, when they're speaking, a lot of people in India, when they speak in colloquial Indian English, they say I have good knowledge of Hindi, I have good knowledge of English. But that is incorrect, guys. You should always say I am fluent in Hindi, I am well versed in Hindi, or you know I'm these are the terms that you use when you're talking about your skill set for a language, right? So one is clearly incorrect. Okay. Now let's see the other 6 sentences. Second is except for Rajiv, everybody was there. This makes sense. So basically it's saying other than Rajiv, सब लोग वहां थे. राजीव को छोड़ के सब वहां थे. That makes sense. So you're saying except for who? Rajiv. So except for Rajiv, who was there? Everybody was there. Second seems to be correct. 3. Whole Delhi was celebrating Independence Day. Now, whole is when you're talking about an object. Let's say I want like give me like the whole of. See, when you're talking about a percentage or a component or an entire component of a thing, you're describing of it, right? So I will say give me. So if I'm saying this particular book, okay, I want half of it. So I'll say give me half of the book. So I would tear it and give half to someone. So half of the book. So a half piece of the book basically. Similarly, if you're saying that Delhi was completely celebrating Independence Day, you would say whole of Delhi. The whole piece of Delhi was celebrating Independence Day. Whole Delhi does not make sense. So it has to specify the connection. The whole of, so the whole piece of Delhi. The of part is missing if you want to make the sentence correct, or it should be like the whole of Delhi was celebrating Independence Day would be the grammatically correct sentence here. Okay, so 3 is clearly incorrect because it's missing an of here. 4. Neither the dog nor is the cat responsible for this mess. Okay, now this does not make sense because it should have been neither the dog nor the cat. See, when you're talking neither nor, so it should follow the same structure. Neither the dog nor the cat. It should be neither the dog nor the cat is responsible for this mess. But they have given neither the dog nor is the cat. That is incorrect. So clearly it should be. So there are some sentence um, the the whole qualifiers are called neither nor, either or, so the sentence structure for both should be the same. So if it is neither the dog, then it should be nor the cat. So or if it had been neither the dogs, then it should have been nor the cats. So when you're talking about these kind of sentences, the first part and second part should be same. Okay, so it should be neither the dog nor the cat is responsible for this mess. So 4 is also incorrect. 5 is he knows to swim. Now this, some people think is incorrect, but it is actually correct. They'll say no, it should be he knows swimming. He does know swimming, but he also knows to swim. 5 is actually correct because he knows. No, actually 5 is also incorrect because it should have been he knows how to swim. Okay, here what does he know? He knows how to swim. What does he know? He knows how to read. Okay, so when you say he knows to read, he knows to sleep, he knows how to sleep. Okay, so you have to specify about the particular verb. What does that particular person know? He knows how to swim, or he knows when to swim. If you say he just knows to swim, what about swimming does he know? Does he knows how to swim? Does he knows when he has to swim? There are a lot of components of it that we don't, there's no clarity. So that's incomplete sentence. It should be he knows how to swim. Okay, then 6 is I look forward to seeing you. This is simply a simple sentence and that is correct. I look forward to seeing you. So we have mistakes in 5, 4, 3 and 1. Now of course the options here I would say are only 2, 4, 6, 1, 3. We have only 1, 3 and 5. So that means 4, actually 4, I think I've written 4, copied 4 incorrectly. But 4 is also incorrect. It should be 1, 3, 4, 5. Right? So since I've written 4 incorrectly, but ideally I would say as per the sentence structure that I've given here, 1, 3, 4 and 5 are incorrect. Okay, cool. Now, which of the following is grammatically correct sentence? Now in this case you have 5 sentences which are very similar to each other. Okay, you see these 5 sentences. You had better told her everything. You had better told her everything. You had better tell her everything. You better had tell her everything. You better had tell her everything. Very similar sentences, so it's very easy to be confused. But we have to find out which of these sentences is grammatically correct. Okay, now, sorry, I'm so sorry guys. Yeah, right. Now you had better tell her everything or else you will lose a friend. So basically the sentence that you're talking about is कि you have to tell someone सब कुछ बताना पड़ेगा वरना दोस्त खोलोगे. Correct? Now see the second part of the sentence, or else you will lose a friend. In this case it makes sense. अगर आपने ये नहीं किया तो एक दोस्त खोगे, meaning it will something that will happen in the future, right? You will lose a friend मतलब ये होगा. Second is or else you would lose a friend. Would is typically used in the past tense. You would have lost a friend. Okay. Would is used in the past tense, but we are talking about a sentence जहाँ पे अगर आप, when you don't perform this action, something will happen in the future. So it clearly makes sense that we cannot use would. Okay, we cannot use a past tense when you're talking about something happening in the future. So because of this, we can eliminate B and we can eliminate E. Both of these talk about something, they're using would in the past tense form, so we can eliminate B and E easily. So we are left with A, C and D. Now let's see the so in these 3 sentences the second part is the same, or else you will lose a friend. So let's see the first part of these sentences. Okay, you had you had better tell her everything. You had better tell her everything. You better had tell her everything. Okay, now we have to basically see whether we'll go with you had better or you better had tell her everything. When we're saying you had better tell her everything, meaning it is better for you to tell her everything, meaning for this person who we're talking about, it is best suited for them to tell her everything. मतलब अभी उसको सब कुछ बता दो, meaning something उसको, it's talking about present continuous, meaning you should tell her everything. ये कहता, the sentence G says you better had told her everything. This talks about something that should have happened in the past tense. See, when you say you better had, it says, see that both these sentences, if you see the structure, here the had is before better, but here the better is before had. Both of these are grammatically correct structures. The difference is that when you say you had better tell her everything, meaning it talks about present continuous, something that is continuing from the past, meaning that you should tell her everything. On the other hand, when you say you better, uh, okay, so on the second, we're talking about you better had tell her everything. You focus on you talking about the past tense, that you, in this case, option D should be you better had told her everything, right? In this, that way, D would have been correct. But D says you better had tell her everything. So meaning it talks about something in the past tense, then it talks about something in the present tense. That leads to jarring in the first part of the sentence. If it had been you better had told her everything, this would have been correct. But you had better tell her everything is the correct grammatical structure here. So therefore, C would be the more apt option compared to D, right? Now, this is an example of the logical reasoning question that I mentioned we have in ZAT. In this, we typically are given a passage and you are supposed to find out logically infer a point uh, from the passage that you've been given. Okay. Now let's see the passage. People who work in law, hotel, and food services and technology were found most likely to skip breakfast daily, according to a recent study. As for people who do eat breakfast and prefer a savory type like an egg, the study found they tend to make more money, be night owls, and prefer cats over dogs. If you prefer sweet breakfast like donut, you tend to be a morning person, like rom-coms, and are a dog person. Now, basically, it is talking about people who have three types of professions. One is they're working in law. Second is that they're working in hotel services. Third is they're working in food services. So people who are either lawyers or who are working in hotels or who are working in restaurants. And technology, sorry, four. So people who are working in these four professions were found that they most likely skip the breakfast daily on a daily basis. So some study found that these four type people who work in these four professions skipped their breakfast daily. And also the study also found that people who do eat breakfast and they prefer a savory type of breakfast, like for example an egg. So these kind of people tend to be making more money. Number one, they tend to be night owls, meaning they like to stay awake late. And third, they prefer cats over dogs, right? So therefore, uh, it means so therefore so this sentence is something that the study has given as data, and this is also a sentence that this particular study is given as data. Now, the third line is the assumption or the point of view that the author is giving. If you like a sweet breakfast, okay, now we're talking about if somebody likes a sweet breakfast, then that person will mostly be a morning person. They would like romantic comedy types of movies, and they would like dogs. They're a dog person, right? So this is the author's own point of view. So two sentences we talk about factual statements given to a study, according to a study, and third sentence is basically a point of view of the author. So we have three sentences. Now, based on this passage, which of the points can be inferred, right? One is IT professionals who eat eggs for breakfast are more likely to make more likely to make more money than their counterparts who eats donuts for breakfast. Now, let's see whether if this can be inferred from that. The first said that people who are in technology are likely to skip breakfast, right? On the other hand, the people who do eat breakfast, they make more money and are night owls. Okay. Similarly, the people who prefer a sweet breakfast tend to be morning person. Now the thing is, if an IT profession eats breakfast, they are likely to make more money. Yes, but making more money than the people who eat donuts, we don't know. Okay, because it doesn't. This sentence does. This particular line does not give us the financial earning capabilities of the people who prefer a sweet breakfast. Right now, let's see the B option. Okay, lawyers who eat savory breakfast daily make more money than lawyers who have breakfast daily. Okay, now this doesn't make sense because it says the people who eat breakfast and prefer a savory type earn more. So how can you deduce that someone who eats a savory breakfast will make more money than someone who has a breakfast daily? It says that people who eat breakfast daily and they also prefer a savory type, they are the ones who make most money. But we have no data about just the people who prefer a breakfast daily without specifying the type of breakfast. You understand? Because see, this sentence says that people who eat breakfast, two criteria is being fulfilled for making more money and being night owls, meaning they have to eat breakfast and they have to prefer a savory type of breakfast. Okay, so that is why the first part of the sentence can be inferred that lawyers who eat a savory breakfast daily will make more money. But do we know what about the earning capabilities of the people who just eat breakfast daily? We don't know. Sorry. Now, third says hoteliers who eat regular breakfast are more likely to make more money than those who watch rom-coms regularly, right? Now, again, we are talking about an assumption that we do not know clearly because, yes, if they eat regular breakfast, they will make more money. But the ones who watch rom-com and who are all this and who prefer sweet breakfast, we don't know about their earning capability, so we cannot compare, right? The same thing happens is what we had said in A. Because in the A also it said that just because people who fit in the second sentence category they make more money, but we do not know about the earning capability of the people in third sentence category. Same issue was there in A, same issue is there in C as well. D says among regular breakfast eaters, early risers have more sugar in their breakfast than late risers. Okay, now let's see what second sentence says. People who eat breakfast and prefer savory type tend to be night owls. On the other hand, if you prefer a sweet breakfast, you tend to be a morning person. This kind of aligns with what this particular sentence is saying, that the people who prefer a savory breakfast, they tend to stay up late. On the other hand, the ones who prefer sweet breakfast, they tend to be a morning person, meaning they will tend to be uh, they tend to wake up early, right? So the ones who are night owls, meaning the ones who prefer the savory breakfast, will wake up late because they're sleeping late, so they'll wake up late. On the other one, on the other hand, the people who prefer a sweet breakfast will wake up early and before them. So this is what it says. Among regular breakfast eaters, early risers have more sugar in their breakfast than late risers. So D seems like a good option. But let's look at E. A preference for cats as pets over dogs usually is a result of eating eggs for breakfast daily. Now, the thing is, uh, it is not, where does it say that because you eat egg for breakfast, you prefer cats over dogs? It says that it is a result of that. It just says that people who eat breakfast and prefer eggs, they tend to have these characteristics, meaning that they make more money, they are night owls, and they prefer eggs. Meaning they have these characteristics. They tend to have, not that they will have, but they're more likely to have these characteristics. That's what this sentence says. But this option is saying that no, because they eat eggs, they should prefer cats over dogs, which is not the case. You cannot infer that from here, right? So you can easily reject E. So what are we left with? D. D would be the most apt answer option here, right? So I'm sorry, I marked that incorrectly. Now let's look at another logical reasoning question here. In a 2017 survey of 3,915 American workers, my colleagues and I found that workers report experiencing a sizable voice gap at work, meaning that is a gap between how much say or influence they feel they ought to have and how much they actually have on topics such as wages, working conditions, fair treatment, and input into how they do their work. So basically, there's a survey that the author has done in 2017 of 3,900 workers, where where the workers reported that they have a huge voice gap at work, meaning the how much influence they have on important topic on important uh, 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 matters such as their pay, working conditions, and how much influence they really have. So they feel that they should have an influence of say 100%, but they're actually having an influence of just say 10%. So there's a sizable gap between what they feel they should have and what they actually have. So there's a sizable gap that the studies discover. And now a second study I have just completed with a new team finds that today's workers want forms of voice and representation that go well beyond traditional unions. So this is sort of like a continuation of the first one. The first point says that there is a voice gap that workers feel, and a second study says that today's workers want representation that are more than what the traditionally unions used to do. I'm sure we know about unions. So they're saying that they want representation and voice beyond what was there with the traditional unions. All right. So based on the following paragraph, which of the following options would you agree with the most? So based on this paragraph, which of these following options would be most logically derivable? Okay. The first study defines the concept, and the second study uses the concept in a specific context. That is not the case, because the first study does define the concept of the voice gap, but it also gives a specific context that majority of the workers reported having a sizable voice gap. So they've defined what is a voice gap, and they've also given a context that majority of these workers have experienced this. So A can be easily rejected because the first half is incorrect. Okay. B says the first study shows the intensity of the problem, and the second study shows limitations of existing solutions. That makes uh, now the first part is correct. The first in the first half of the option says that the first study shows the intensity of the problem, meaning that majority of the workers find that it is this is a huge problem that they have. So the first half is correct. The second study shows the limitations of the existing solutions. Do we know what are the limitations of the existing solutions? See, if the second study had talked about that the traditional the existing solutions that are there, the unions and all, what are the limitations? Meaning, if they give an example like unions are not able to communicate effectively, or say unions face are not strong enough, then it would have been highlighting the limitations or the weaknesses of the existing solution. But does it say that? No, it says what the people want. Okay, so second is incorrect. Okay, but let's see the other options for now. The first study shows how the frustration of American workers. In the second study shows the inability of unions in addressing them. Now C is very apt, but it just focuses on the specific problem. It's not talking about what it is. See, when you're talking about say um, a cars, okay. If I'm talking about say just a Maruti car, that's very specific. So if I'm saying the Maruti car has four wheels, I'm going to be talking just about a Maruti car. But if I say a car in general has four wheels and an engine and a box, I'm talking about a generic concept. So if you see the four out of the five options, four options talk about study, meaning this is a study that focuses on something, and second study focuses on something. On the other hand, option C talks about the very specific problem. It doesn't describe what the problem, the context of the problem is, right? So it's very specific. When we're talking about a more generic solution, generic option we're trying to select here. So C doesn't see, C, while factually correct, it is not a generic, it does not focus on the generic concepts being discussed. But so we'll keep C as a probable answer for now. D says the first study focused on the need for fair representation, and the second study discusses forms of representation. This is clearly incorrect because the first study, in the first study, it says the need for fair representation, but the second study does not discuss the forms of representation. It says that something beyond traditional unions are needed. What are those, some that beyond the traditional unions, we don't know. So we don't know specific forms of representation that have been discussed, right? So the second part of this option is incorrect, and thus we can eliminate D. E says the first highlights the existence of a problem, and the second study highlights the need for new ways of solving it. Now this seems also like similar to what is discussed here, because yes, the first study highlights the existence of the voice gap, and the second study talks about that you need to go beyond the traditional units, meaning we need new ways, which is what the second study is talking about. So E makes sense, but C also seemed to be a correct option. So let's see which of C or E is a more apt option here. Okay, the first study shows the frustration of the American workers, and the second study shows the inability of unions in addressing them. Now, first of all, you have to understand that in the first study, when they talked about having a voice gap, there is no mention of frustration. It just says that they feel that there is a gap. Do we know that there is a frustration? Do we know, are they angry, upset, sad, or happy about the voice gap? We don't know. Okay, but C says that there is a frustration that is being demonstrated. Where can, if you look at the first study discussion, where does it talks about frustration? Is there any, even indirectly, are they talking about any frustration being faced by them? No, there is no mention of any frustration. There is no allusion to any frustration being mentioned here. Similarly, the second part is correct. It does shows the inability of unions. Yes, that is why we need to go beyond the traditional unions. That because they are not able to address the solution. So the second part of this option is correct, but the first part is incorrect because it talks about a fact that is not directly given nor indirectly mentioned in the option, right? So we can eliminate C as well. So we are left with only E. So E becomes the correct answer option here, right? Then we have, in Australia, jellyfish are most common between November and May, right? So in Hawaii, jellyfish often show up on south-facing beaches 8 days after full moon. Okay. In the Mediterranean, blooms usually appear in the summer. Unfortunately for travelers, there is no worldwide database for recent jellyfish sightings, and tourism officials are sometimes reluctant to publicize jellyfish swarms out of fear that they will scare off visitors. So, which of the following can be best concluded from the above paragraph? Okay. Now, what are the facts that are given here? First is that in Australia, the jellyfish are common between in these months: November, December, Jan, Feb, March, April, May. In these 6 months. Okay. While in Hawaii, the jellyfish show only on the south side facing beaches, on the beaches, exactly 8 days after a full moon, right? On the other hand, in the Mediterranean, blooms usually appear in the summer. So we know that there are specific time periods for the jellyfish appearances in different parts of the globe. Unfortunately for travelers, there is no worldwide database for recent jellyfish sightings. So unfortunately, that there is no database where you can refer and see that where jellyfish can be sighted, because the tourism officials in various cities and countries, they're very reluctant to publicize that, oh, we had jellyfish here, because they feel that discussing about jellyfish will scare off traveler visitors to that place. So because they're reluctant to publicize jellyfish being present in their location, in that particular location, so therefore there's no data, because they're reluctant to collect and publish the data, so there is no available data on that. Okay, so the first half talks about the connection between the time periods when you can find jellyfish in certain areas, and the second part is that why there is no the reason for not having a worldwide database. Okay, so now let's see the answer options. First is celestial bodies have an influence in jellyfish sightings. This does make sense because we can see that in Hawaii jellyfish show up 8 days after full moon, while in Mediterranean appear in the summer. So it is based on when the moon 8 days after moon or in summer and fixed months. So based on the season and celestial bodies, it makes sense. But let's look at the other option. Let's keep A aside as a possible option for now and see the other options. Economic interests influence uh, security advisories. Now, while yes, the economic interest does influence how the jellyfish database is there, but is it a security advisory? Are jellyfish a security threat? That's not necessarily the case. Okay, so B is talking about something that is not being discussed in the paragraph at all, so we can leave it. C says that tourism officials hide the truth about jellyfish sightings. That does make sense. Now, because it is similar, it says that tourism officials are sometimes reluctant to publicize swarms about that news will scare off visitors. Now, the thing is, they do not publicize the jellyfish swarms, meaning that they will not go and tell everyone, oh, we had a jellyfish sighting in our town. So let's say if I'm the tourism official for say Delhi, I will, or say I'm in Chennai. So I'll not tell, publish in the paper, oh, we had jellyfish sightings. Does it mean that I'm hiding the truth? Not necessarily. I'm just reluctant to publicize it. So if you ask me, yes, I'll tell you, but I'm not going to openly publicize it. That's what it says. They're sometimes reluctant to publicize jellyfish swarms. What this option says is they are hiding the truth, meaning that openly they'll be always lying about it. So if you ask them about jellyfish sightings, they'll say, no, we had no jellyfish. But that's not what this says. It says that they're reluctant to publicize it, not that they want to lie about it. There's a difference between the two. So on the face of it, C might seem like a good option, but it is presenting, it is saying something that is absolutely not given in the paragraph, right? So C can be easily eliminated. Okay. Then we have D. Seasonal variation in the marine temperature impact jellyfish sightings. That makes sense. Okay, because typically it says, jellyfish are most common between November and May, while in Hawaii they are in 8 days after moon, while in Mediterranean blooms are appearing in the summer. So there is the temperature of the sea might be affecting the jellyfish sightings that we have. Okay, then tourists visiting north facing beaches do not spot jellyfish. Now the thing is, it says in Hawaii, jellyfish often show up on south facing beaches 8 days after. Now it means that there is a higher chance of spotting jellyfish on the south facing beaches. But does that mean that you will not see any jellyfish on the north facing beaches? Not necessarily, because it can, what it means is that there is good chance of finding jellyfish 8 days after full moon on the south facing beaches. But in no way does that mean that the north facing beaches will not have any jellyfish at all. See, it's like how we have facts. If you have given a particular fact A, it does not, and you have a Venn diagram of two circles. Let's say, let me draw this for you so that you guys can understand how why E is incorrect. Okay, let's say I have this. Okay, there's an sorry, okay, this particular area. Okay, and um, 1 minute. Now, let's say I okay. So now let's say this is circle A. Okay. So if I'm saying something that is not in circle A, okay, so let's name it also so that it's easy for you to understand. Okay, this is A. This is circle B. Then we have the remaining part of the rectangle is C. Okay. So if I'm saying that something is not in A, does it mean it has to be only in B? It can also be in C, right? So similarly, just because the sentence says that jellyfish often show up there, does not mean that they do not show up in the north-facing beaches. So maybe it could be that they show up less often in the north side. Maybe it can mean that they never visit the north side, the jellyfish. So we don't know for sure what the situation is. Okay. So therefore, E cannot be concluded with any amount of certainty. Okay. So what are we left with? A and D. Okay. That celestial bodies have an influence on jellyfish sightings, and D is seasonal variations in the marine temperature impact jellyfish sightings. Now, how do we uh, find out which is the correct option in these two? Because we've eliminated three options. B, C, E are done. So A and D, now we have to see which is the more suitable option here. Okay. Now, A says celestial bodies have influence on jellyfish sightings. Is that something that can be directly inferred from any of the first three sentences? They're common between November and May. Jellyfish often show up on south-facing beaches 8 days after a full moon. Now, full moon is a celestial body. Okay, so it can be inferred that in the Hawaii region, at least, jellyfish are influenced by the appearance of the moon. So they come exactly 8 days after a full moon. Okay, so A can be inferred. Now D says seasonal variations in the marine temperature impact jellyfish sightings. Right now, is there any mention of temperature affecting their sightings? It says that in the Mediterranean they appear in the summer, meaning the summer months, which would be your March, April, May, June, July. But is there anywhere we know that they come in summer because of temperature? Do we have any fact that says that? For all we know, maybe they come in summer because that time there are lesser human beings in the sea, so the lesser disturbance. Maybe it could be that in summer some other factors would be influencing it. Do we have any surety that there is the temperature of the water that is influencing their sightings anywhere? Is there a clear cut mention of temperature being the affecting factor anywhere in the passage? So because that there is no mention about uh, marine temperature being a factor, it would stand to reason that A can be actually be inferred from the passage versus D. So A would become a better option because it can be best concluded from the above paragraph. It can be better concluded from the passage than D can be concluded. Okay, so there we go. Now, another logical reasoning from the 2020 paper. Okay, global surface temperatures in 2019 are on track to be either the second or third warmest since records began in the 1800s. Right? I'm so sorry. Okay. So basically, the global temperatures are going to be the second or third warmest since we started recording in the mid 1800s, meaning around 1850s we started recording the surface temperature around the earth, and since that time 29 whatever records we have based on that 2019 would be is going to become either the third or the second warmest year in history. Okay, behind only 2016 and possibly 2017, meaning 2017 and 2016 are the top, are like the uh, 2016 was the hottest year because it is definitely behind 2016 and possibly behind 2017. That is, I said either second or third. So if it comes as second, it would mean that it is it is warmer than 2017. Okay, so, but if 2017 is warmer, then it will come as third. So we know for a fact that 2016 is the warmest year in history since mid 1800s, and 2017 is possibly the second warmest, but we don't know. Maybe 2019 might be the second or third warmest year. So these 3 years are the warmest history since 1850s for Earth's surface temperature. Okay. On top of the long-term warming trend, temperatures 2019 have been buoyed by a moderate El Nino event that is likely to persist through the rest of the year. Okay, so basically, other than the warming trend, the temperatures in 2019 have been buoyed, meaning they were slightly cooled, okay, by a moderate El Nino event that is likely to persist through the rest of the year. Okay, so basically what we have is that uh, we have a warming trend in the sense that the earth is anyways heating up. Over and above that, okay, the 2019 temperature has also been increased, buoyed is push up, increased by a El Nino event, okay, that will happen through the year. So anyways the earth is heating up. On top of it, it has been increased to a certain extent by the particular El Nino event. Okay, so now which of the following statements can be best inferred on the above paragraph? Guys, please see, read the options while I have a sip of water. Now, which of the following statements can be best inferred on the above paragraph? El Nino event causes global surface temperatures to rise in the long term. Now, is that something that has been mentioned here? We know that global surface temperatures are anyways rising, that anyways there's a long term warming trend. Okay, it does not say that El Nino is causing it. Okay, we know that anyway it is rising, and beyond that El Nino has also for 2019 pushed up the temperature to small extent. Okay, but does it mean that El Nino has caused the global temperatures to rise in the long term? No, there is something else that is causing the global surface temperature to rise. It's just for 2019 that El Nino has pushed up slightly. In the long term, no, it has not had an influence on the global surface temperatures. So A can be easily eliminated. Okay. B says a moderate El Nino increases temperature more than a weak El Nino event. Okay. Now we do not know uh, how much influence a weak El Nino event would possibly have on the surface temperature. We just know what a moderate El Nino did. Do we know what a weak El Nino did? Maybe a weak El Nino would have increased more than a moderate El Nino. We don't know. We have no way of knowing. Okay, so we have no clarity on B. So B seems to be something that we cannot infer for now. But let's look at the other options. C says El Nino did not affect temperatures in 2016 and 2017. Now that's not the case. We do not have information. There's no mention of what happened in 2016 and 2017 because we are right now, this passage seems to have been written in 2019. So they're focusing on what happened in 2019. But do they mention that no, there was no El Nino in 2016, 2017 and did not affect it? No, it could have affected it. Just because you're talking about El Nino affecting 2019 does not mean that it didn't, because we did not talk about 2016 and 2017, so it did not affect there. It could have affected there, but we are just not been talking about it, so that's why it's not there. So we can eliminate C. The long-term trend of global surface temperatures is unrelated to El Nino. That kind of makes sense. Okay, because it says that the long term, on top of the long-term warming trend, okay, meaning that anyways there's a long-term warming trend that is happening about the global surface temperatures, but over and above that the temperature in 2019 got increased slightly by the El Nino. So meaning anyway there's a long-term trend of global surface temperature rising, but that has not been caused by El Nino, that has been caused by something else. It's just that maybe sometimes it just pushes it up slightly, but the long, it's like a short-term trend effect, but the long-term trend is anyways happening without El Nino. So D seems likely, but let's look at E. Global surface temperatures are increasing at a constant rate for 3 years. Now, it says that we have, there's a long-term warming trend that we have. Okay, meaning that's been going on for a long time. It will keep on happening in the long term in the future as well. So we're not saying that it is necessarily increasing for the last 3 years. Okay, because we know that 2016 was the warmest. Okay, and 2019 is going to be either a second or third warmest, meaning it's going to be so basically what is going to happen as per the data here, it's either going to be in terms of number one rank will be 2016, number two rank will be 2017, and then number three rank will be 2019. Or it might happen that the number 1 rank will remain to 2016, number 2 rank will go to 2019, and number 3 rank will go to 2017. This is what is given here, right? That it's going to be the second or third warmest behind only 2016 and possibly 2017. But this says that it should have been like this: 2016 lowest, 27 higher, 2018 higher, and then 2019 highest. But that's not the case. It is not increasing at a constant rate. 2016 was highest, then 2017 was lower, then 2019 is lower. So it is like 2016 is high, 2017 low, 2019 lower. On the other hand, if this is true, it would mean 2016 high, 2017 low, and then 2019 medium high. So neither of these two, both of these options can negate this particular point. So it cannot be option E. So by elimination as well as by logical reasoning, you are left with only option number D as the possible scenario here. Okay. So we will come to D as the correct answer option. Right. Now, another logical reasoning. This one I think is slightly more inferential than what we have in the previous question. So let's have a look at it. Okay. It says, if we can send a human to the moon, why can't we build sustainable cities, defeat cancer, tackle climate change? So go the rallying cries inspired by one of humanity's greatest achievements, the US effort that put Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin on the moon on 20th July 1969. So basically, there are people who are inspired by humanity's greatest achievement. One of their humanity's greatest achievement, which is the US putting Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin on the moon in 1969. So they're saying that if we can send human beings to the moon, why can't we build sustainable cities, which don't have so much of waste and all? Why can't we defeat cancer? Why can't we address climate change? If we can do that, we should be able to do that. Why have we not been able to do that? Okay. Now, which of the following statements, if true, this is very important, if true, okay, so let's highlight this so that we don't forget. If true, we are not saying that all of them is true. We have to see one by one that if this sentence is true, then it will best communicate the intent of the passage. Okay. First is, America's moonshot was more about race to the moon and less about solving problems. Is this something that you get from this? Is that why we have not been able to build sustainable cities? That because we just want to race to the moon and not solve problems? That doesn't seem to be the case, right? They've been inspired by humanity's greatest achievement. The people who have been asking for these things, they've been inspired by this. So this A seems to be slightly off mark because it's saying that the moonshot was just about a race and not about solving problems. But that's not the intent of the passage. The passage does not in any way mean to say that the moonshot uh, process was something that was not that was supposed to be a one-time thing and not about a focus on solving problems. That's not the case. In fact, moonshot is given as an example of something that is very inspiring, right? Well, A seems to be slightly more negative in discussing about the moonshot experience. B, America's moonshot initiative was mainly a response to USSR's competing initiative. That's not necessarily the case. In no way has it been implied that the moonshot was inspired by a race. Okay, it says that it's a humanity's greatest achievement, meaning that there's something noble about it, and it was not as a response to competing with USSR, right? Then we have C. The reason we celebrate 1969 moonshot is precisely because nothing significant has been done in that domain since then. Again, we don't know. We're not focusing on just that domain, meaning the space related domain. We're talking about how other domains also we need to focus on equally big and great things, such as sustainable cities, defeat cancer. Are we focusing on just doing great things in the space frontier? Not necessarily, right? D is, moonshot has a definite ownership, whereas creating sustainable cities and curing cancer are public good domains, right? Sorry. Now, D says has a definite ownership, whereas creating sustainable cities are public good problems. Again, that's not the case. If you see, the reason it is saying is that if we can do something why are we not doing this? If we can send human beings to the moon, why are we not doing this? Why can't we do this? Why can't we build cities? Why can't we defeat cancer? That's not the case. It's not about public good or definitive domain. It's just about using moonshot as an example of a big problem being overcome and why other big problems needs to be addressed, right? He says the complexity of developing sustainable cities and curing cancer is far more than sending a human to the moon. Now, the complexity of doing all these things seems to be more than sending a human to the moon. That could be the possible reason why we have still not done these things. Because we went to the moon in 1969. That was more than 50 years ago. Okay. In the past 50 years, we have not been able to do any of the other three things. Is it because there's no focus on it, or we don't want to do it? Or is it because that it's so difficult to do it that we've still not been able to successfully achieve those targets? So the point of E is closest to what the paragraph is talking about, because the paragraph also seems to be focusing on that, you know what, we could send human beings to the moon. Then why are we not able to do these things? Because it is difficult. Because it is more difficult to cure cancer. It is more difficult to address climate change than it is just to put a human being on the moon. And that is why we have not been able to do it. That is why there are still efforts going on in that front. So all the other 4 points, if you see, they take away from the meaning of they digress from the intent of the paragraph. A says that moonshot was about just about racing to the moon. B says that it was mainly because to compete with USSR. C says that we're celebrating second because nothing significant has happened in that domain meaning in the space domain. D says moonshot had ownership, but the other problems are public domain. So they're not focusing on the intent of the paragraph, which is to say that, you know what, this was an important thing, and yes, it's a great achievement, and we need to achieve other great things as well, but it's not has happened so far because it's that difficult that we can put a man on the moon, okay, which is so challenging, but we're not able to defeat cancer because it seems to be that much more difficult to tackle. So E seems to be most logically compatible as the answer for this question. So this sentence, if true, best communicates the intent of the paragraph. Okay. Now, now this is a sentence rearrangement question from the ZAT 2020 paper. Okay. Let's look at the questions, sentences. We have PQRST. P is Surbhi's Instagram profile has 1.4 million followers. It is filled with pictures of her posing in different settings, right? In India, the report suggests that WhatsApp, much more than Facebook or Twitter, is a primary tool for dissemination of political communication. Political campaigns pay social media companies to promote their content. Political advertising on social media comes in many forms and remains under examined in India. Social media influencers are used for the dissemination of content. Okay. Now, how do you see sentence rearrangement? You're supposed to, I would suggest you try to find couplets, meaning two sentences which are talking about the same thing. Okay. Now, if you see Q talks about something of a political communication, WhatsApp and political communication. Okay. R talks about political campaigns. S talks about political advertising. T talks about social media influencers. And P talks about Surbhi and Instagram profiles. Now, T and P seem to be a couplet because T talks about social media influencers and P talks about Sirbi, who clearly seems to be some sort of Instagram influencer because she has so many followers and it is her picture. So T and P is one couplet, sentence coupling, and then we have QRS as one coupling. Okay, so we have to see which of the answer options have QRS and TP as so QRS and TP, QRS together and TP together. So A has SQR and TP. Okay, fine. This one has QRTPS. No. So SQ and R is separated. So B can be cancelled. Similarly, C is SQRTP. Okay, fine. Makes sense because we have QRS together and you have TP together. Then D is SRQ as one here and TP together one. Fine, makes sense. Then we have PRSTQ. T and P are separate here, so E can be eliminated. So we are left with A, C, and D. Okay. Now, in if you see the options, A begins with S, C begins with Q, D begins with S. So we have to see whether Q or S is more suitable for starting the uh, passage here. Okay. Now, also, sorry, one more thing that you have to keep in focus here is T talks about social media influencers, correct? Then P talks about an example of an influencer. So it stands to reason that it should be T and then P. Okay, so we have to make sure that T and then P is the correct sorting that we are looking at. Okay, so that is there common in all of them. For example, here if you see last two is TP, here last two is TP, and here last two is TP. So that part is fixed. So now what we only have to do is that before TP, we have to see the we have to arrange these three sentences, and you have to find which of these three sentences would be the uh, starting point of the passage. So as I said, we have S, we have Q, and we have S. So let's see between S and Q. Q says, in India, reports suggest that WhatsApp, much more than Facebook or Twitter, is the primary tool for dissemination of political communication. Okay. S says, political advertising on social media comes in many forms and remains under examined in India. Okay. So here S talks about social media, political advertising on social media in many forms, while Q talks about political communication on a specific social media, meaning WhatsApp, which is more than Facebook or Twitter. So a sentence that is talking about a generic thing versus a sentence that talks about a specific example, the generic one will always come before the specific example. So that is why, for example, we said T, which talks about social media influencers, and P talks about a specific social media influencer called Surabhi. So therefore, T comes before P. Similarly, it makes sense that out of Q and S, it makes sense that S would come before Q, because S talks about political advertising on social media, while Q talks about political communication on specific social media, WhatsApp, Facebook, and Twitter. So we can clearly say S is the starting option. Okay, so we have eliminated B also now. So what are we left with? D and A. So the difference in between these is A is SQR, while D is SRQ. So let's see whether it is SRQ or SQR makes more sense. S talks about political advising on social media comes in many forms and remains under examined in India. R talks about political campaigns pay social media's company to promote their content, while Q talks about WhatsApp is the primary tool for dissemination. Now, R talks about paying social media companies, while Q talks about the specific companies which are being preferred, right? So Q is an extension of the point mentioned in R, right? So it stands to reason that RQ has to be the correct logical ordering of sentences. So first sentence is, the starting sentence would be S, then we have RQ, then we have TP. So let's read it in that form. Political advising on social media comes in many forms. Okay, and it's very under examined in India. It's a generic start of the sentence. That there are many forms and it has not been studied enough. Then we talk about political campaigns paying social media companies to promote their content. So we say that political campaigns they pay social media companies to promote their content, and out of the social media companies, the WhatsApp is the number one tool for them. Okay, then we use social media influences are used for dissemination of content, and then we have example of Surabhi. So it is SRQTP, which is same as option number D, right? So that's why, so guys, that's why by logical elimination and by logically sorting in C, which is the correct option here. See, that's the advantage of, I would say, the ZAT papers over CAT papers. In CAT papers, you are not given any options, so you cannot eliminate options. You have to manually put in the ordering of the sequences of the sentences. But in ZAT, you will be given options. So if you can figure out couple of couplet sentences, if you can find out one or two couplet sentences, you can eliminate options, and that makes your job easier. So in that manner, the para jumbles for that are much more easier to solve for. Okay, guys, we'll take a quick 2 minutes break. Let's please go and have, take a bathroom break or get some water, whatever. Let's refresh and let's quickly join back in. We'll come back in 1 minute. Okay, I'll be right back. Right. Okay, guys, let's continue. Okay, so we've seen this were the questions from the ZAT 2020 paper. Now let's look at some verbal ability questions from the ZAT 2019 paper. Okay, so this was last January, 2019, and let's see what kind of papers came that time. Okay, now we have fill in the blank questions. Okay, so we have dash the importance of horizontal stratification. Sorry. Right. Dash the importance of horizontal stratification. Dash higher education is widely acknowledged. Okay. So the dash attention has been applied to horizontal stratification dash compulsory schooling. So uh, let's see the first blank. Okay. Simply let's look at the option. It's easier to look at the options first. In the first blank we have whereas, while, 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 and whereas. Okay, now we have to figure out which would make sense. Whereas the importance of this is this dash attention has been applied to compensation for it. So therefore now we're talking about the importance of this is this connected to something called higher education. Okay, so first is very tricky because it can have whereas, we can have while, but let's see if we can figure out any of the other blanks here. Okay, now dash higher education is widely acknowledged. Okay, so the importance of horizontal stratification with higher education is widely acknowledged. Okay, makes sense, fair enough. Then the importance of horizontal stratification within higher education is widely acknowledged. Huh. Within higher education is widely acknowledged. Yes, makes sense. Then the the importance of horizontal stratification without higher education. No, see, when you're talking about the importance of this dash higher education, it clearly stands to reason that there is a connection between the importance of horizontal stratification along with higher education, so we cannot have without. Okay, so without doesn't make sense here. I mean, when you think from a logical point of view. Okay, but let's look at the other options. D says on the importance of this. On this, do you have an importance of something on something? You can't see the importance of this of a particular thing is with something else. Okay, or if it is important to something, you cannot have importance on something. Okay, so these grammatically can be eliminated. Okay, E says the importance of horizontal certification about higher education is widely acknowledged. That makes no sense. We're talking about the importance of this and we're connecting it with higher education. So we can clearly eliminate C, D, and E, right? So actually, in fact, because C I did not eliminate properly, it just seemed logical inconsistent, but okay. We'll keep C for now. So let's eliminate D and E, which are grammatically incorrect. Okay. Now let's see the other blanks. Dash attention has been applied to horizontal certification dash compulsory schooling. Okay. Now, two less attention has been applied. Okay, makes sense because the attention has been applied to horizontal certification is two less. Okay, makes sense. It's a grammatically correct sentence. Far less attention has been applied to horizontal certification. Okay, that also makes sense. C says further less. Now, further less is always in comparison to. Further less meaning in comparison to something, lesser attention is being applied to horizontal certification. But in comparison to what? Has there a is there a mention given anywhere in the sentence that the attention given to horizontal stratification is lesser given is lesser than the attention given to something else? It's not given in the passage, right? So further less, which focuses on uh, comparison, can easily be eliminated. So what are we left with? A and B. Okay. Now let's now that we have left with two options, we can try to fill in the blanks with both and see which sentence makes more grammatical correction, most grammatical sense. Okay. So the first is, whereas the importance of horizontal stratification with higher education is widely acknowledged, too less attention has been applied to horizontal stratification to compulsory schooling. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't seem grammatically correct, but okay, we'll look at option number B. While the importance of horizontal stratification within higher education is widely acknowledged, far less attention has been applied to horizontal stratification within compulsory schooling. So it says that, so the second sentence makes, with the sentence with B option makes more sense. In that case, it means that a particular concept called horizontal stratification has been given importance in higher education. Okay. But the attention for applying this thing in compulsory schooling has within compulsory is lesser. Okay. So now let's look at why A doesn't make sense. A says, see, we're talking about horizontal certification with respect to higher education and horizontal certification with respect to compulsory schooling. So this is connected to two, the same concept is being applied to two different types of education. So it makes stands to reason that horizontal certification dash would be same for both. So if it says horizontal certification with higher education, it should have been here horizontal certification with compulsory schooling. But here it says in the option A, it says horizontal certification with higher education and horizontal certification to compulsory schooling. That is not correct when you're talking about the same concept. So it's like, if you remember when the previous questions I talked about, neither the cat nor the dog. So it cannot be neither the cat neither of the dog, right? So when you are comparing, we're talking the same application to two different things, the sentence structure has to be the same. On the other hand, B says within in both. It says within higher education, horizontal certification within higher education, and horizontal certification within compulsory schooling. So therefore, B makes more logical sense as a better answer option than compared to A, right? So that's the so therefore B would be the correct answer option here. Okay. Then we have now fill in the paragraph. Now this is a different kind of fill in the blanks, because in this case what it does is the paper gives you 8 words. Now there are only 3 blanks. So if you can figure out even one of the blanks properly, you can see which answer option matches that, and it makes your job much easier. Okay, let's see the passage. In 1942, the French writer Albert Camus composed an essay, The Myth of Sisyphus. It draws on the 1 minute. It draws on the Greek fable of a man condemned to roll a rock up a mountain only to have it roll back down on its own weight. A dash that lasts for eternity. Now this is something that is lasting. So we're talking about a Greek fable where a man is condemned, meaning he has been punished. Okay, he's punished that he'll roll up a rock up a mountain and it will roll back down. Okay, and this lasts for an eternity. Now this punishment, what does it seem to be? Is it a surrender? It's not a surrender. He's not surrendering to this, right? Is it a choice? Was it his choice to do this, or is it something that he's been condemned? So he had no choice. A symbolizes, that's grammatically incorrect here. You cannot have a symbolizes that. A quandary, yes, quandary kind of makes sense here, but okay, let's look at the other options. Attune, I'm so sorry. Attune, attune, no, clearly can be eliminated. Now, if you see the option as well, if you see the starting blank is either 4 or 2. Okay, so between 4 and 2, we know that 2 cannot be there because it was not his choice to do this. He's been condemned, he's been punished. So it has to be a quandary. So that means we have eliminated options B and options D. Okay, so we are left with A, C, and E. Now sorry, in A the second is 2, in C the second is 5, in E the second is 3. So let's see what the second blank is. Okay, so we are sure that the first one is quandary. Okay, let's write quandary here. Okay, so in 1942 the French writer Albert Camus composed an essay, The Myth of Sisyphus. It draws on the Greek fable of a man condemned to roll a rock up a mountain only to have it roll back under its own weight. A quandary that lasts for eternity. Okay, we've got the sentence right. Camus argues that this image dash the human condition in a world where we can no longer make sense of events. Okay, so what are we left? Let's see the options. We have word number 2, which is choice. We have word number 5 and 3. So what is 2 is choice, 3 is symbolizes, 5 is attune. So Camus argues that this image choice the human condition. That clearly is a grammatically incorrect sentence. 3. Camus argues that this image symbolizes the human condition. Makes sense. That grammatically makes sense. But let's look at the fifth option. Camus argues that this image attune the human condition. Again, that doesn't make sense. So clearly 3 is the right option here, meaning we'll so 4 and 3 matches here. But let's look at the last blank. Okay, here A is 6, C is 1, and E is 7. So let's see the last blank. But instead of committing suicide, we should dash ourselves to this elusive feeling of absurdity and bear it as best we can. So we have surrender, we have option, we have reconcile. Okay, 1, 6, and 7. Okay, so let's see what options can we have. But instead of committing suicide, we should surrender ourselves to this elusive feeling of absurdity and bear it as best as we can. Okay, that kind of makes sense. Okay, then 6 is option. We should option, sorry, I'm so sorry, yes, we should option ourselves to this feeling of, do you option yourselves to a feeling of a particular feeling? No. So 6 can be eliminated, right? So A is clearly not the answer. So we are left with C and E, because in C and E, both the last options are can fit here. We can surrender ourselves to this elusive feeling, or we can reconcile ourselves to this elusive feeling. The only thing is we have to make sure that the second option is where they differ. Okay, in C, the second is attune, and E is symbolizes, right? But in this case, when you're talking about an image, it does not attune. We clearly said that it can only be symbolizes here. So therefore, it has to be 4, 3, and 7 as the correct answer option, right? So you understand how the beauty of that is that if you can if you can fill in even one blank properly, you can eliminate options and you can make your own job simpler. So try to be sure about at least just one particular blank, and that will help you eliminate options. And if you can fill in two blanks thoroughly, then that should make your job easier. Very rarely it would happen that there are two options where like A and B would have the first two options same. All the options would have different words as options in them. Okay, so if you can fill one or two blanks, it will make a job very simple there. So try to fill one or two blanks at least during the fill in the blanks type of questions. Okay, now Another fill in the blanks. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 blanks now. Who could resist the idea of remembering everything they wanted to without trying? Learning would be easy, exams a dash, and you would never forget where you left your keys. Okay, so let's see the first blank. Joy, routine, breeze. So we have joy, routine, and breeze. Let's try to fill all the three. Learning would be easy, exams a joy, and you would never forget where you left your keys. That makes sense. Learning would be easy, exams a routine, and you would never forget where you left your keys. That also makes sense. Learning would be easy, exams a breeze, and you would never forget where you left your keys. That also makes sense. So the first blank has not helped us because all the options in the first blank seem to be very aptly suited to it. Okay, so let's see the other blanks here. And you would never forget where you left your keys. And memory related disorder like Alzheimer's would have met their match. Okay, so it is of little surprise that scientists have turned their attention to ways of dash human memory using techniques that dash, comma, supplement or even mimic parts of the brain. So let's see the second part. They have turned their attention to ways of dash human memory, augmenting human memory. Yes, increasing the human memory. Yes, that makes sense. So augmenting is possible. Expanding human memory using techniques. Yes, that also makes sense. That because we're talking about increasing your memory, right? So expanding also makes sense. Enhancing human memory using techniques. Yes, expanding again. Exploring human memory is not the thing. We're trying to increase human memory. Okay. Now, now let's see the third point. We have using techniques that dash, comma, supplement, or even mimic parts of the brain. So, do they awaken, supplement, or even mimic parts of the brain? No. Okay. Let's see. Invigorate, supplement, and even mimic parts of the brain. Stimulate, supplement, or even mimic parts of the brain. Trigger. So, as you can see, most of them seem good options, but awaken the parts of the brain doesn't make sense. Invigorate makes sense. Stimulate makes sense. Trigger makes sense. And even invigorate is to give energy. We are trying to improve the memory, right? So I would say it does not. I would say invigorate and stimulate and trigger seem to be the good option there. So we can eliminate awaken. So we have eliminated 5, we have eliminated 1. Okay, so we're left with 2, 3, and 4. Now let's look at the last blank. The immediate goal is to treat memory disorders, but the idea of memory dash for everyday life is gaining ground. So we have, let's see the last one. Memory crutch, memory prosthesis, memory support. Okay. Now, prosthesis is something that you wear when you lose a limb. So if somebody loses an arm, they wear a artificial arm. Or if somebody loses a leg, they wear an artificial leg. That's a prosthesis. Do we have a memory prosthesis? Are you going to lose your memory and have something, external part of your body? So prosthesis relates to external part of your losing an external limb and then getting, a fake limb. So prosthesis cannot be the term here. Crutch, on the other hand, is something that makes sense, but crutch is something that you use when you do not have normal function. So let's say if somebody is not able to walk properly, so they use a crutch. If somebody has a broken leg, they use a crutch. So crutch is something that you depend upon because your normal functions are not working properly. So because your leg is not working properly, you use a crutch. Because your because your because something is not functioning properly, you use a crutch. It's not something that enhances it, but we're talking about increasing memory beyond its normal capabilities, right? So crutch cannot make sense there, neither can prosthesis, right? On the other hand, the idea of a memory support for everyday life makes more sense. Okay, so since we cannot use crutch and prosthesis, I would not use as the right option when you're talking about, sorry, when you're talking about increasing memory, the human memory, right? So we can eliminate crutch and prosthesis, and we'll have left with support. Okay, and aid we had already, even aid can be, we're not, see, the point is we're not looking for something that aids, like aid is something like when you're assisting someone who's ailing. So for example, if something is not going fine, so you aid a poor person, you aid a sick person, right? It is something that is used for people who don't have normal capabilities. As same thing with crutch. So crutch and aid you can easily eliminate. Okay, out of prostheses and support. Okay, uh, now out of prosthesis and support, I would say prostheses support makes more sense because the idea of a memory support for everyday life makes sense. Okay, but now we have to see. Now, in if you see option 3 and 4, in the last option, 4 makes more sense. But if you remember, we when we were trying to see the third option, okay, techniques that dash, supplement, or even mimic parts of the brain, that time we had seen that stimulate makes more sense because when you're talking about the brain, do you trigger the brain or do you invigorate the brain? You can invigorate your senses, you can trigger a gun or a bomb, but you stimulate your brain, right? So stimulate made more sense here in the third one. So now that we have so we are stuck with two options which are very close to each other. In third, the third option makes more sense, and in this option the fourth blank makes more sense. So how do you select? You see out of the first two options which blanks which is more suitable for this passage, okay, with the intended theme or uh, tone of the passage. Okay, so in the first one it says that learning would be easy, exam would be this, and you'd never forget where you left your keys. So is it a breeze or is it a routine? If exams are a routine, it talks about exams being boring, but this talks about this sentence is a very positive and upbeat sentence, learning is easy. So because learning is easy, exams become, because learning, when you're able to remember everything, exams should become easy for you, right? Does it, if you're able to remember easily, do exams become a routine for you, or do they become a breeze for you? Breeze means very easy. So because learning is easy, exams also become easy for you, right? So breeze here makes more sense than routine. So out of 3 and 4, two blanks, like the first and third blank, are more suitable, while in the fourth, only the last blank is more suitable. So out of 3 and 4, I would select 3 as the option here. So they're very closely related, and it's a very confusing type of question. That's why a lot of people, like, even I got confused with it. But this is how you, when you have very close options, you have to eliminate and find which is more suitable on the basis of more number of blanks matching the overall theme of the particular passage, right? So 3 makes more sense here, and thus we make it 3 as the right option, right? Now, this is a sentence rearrangement question. Now let's look at the question. This is a this is a scientific based passage, so let's have a look at this. They subject now, first thing to do is you can look at the answer options. Unlike cat, as I mentioned, the option, one of the benefits with that is that in sentence rearrangement you are given answer options, so that makes your job easier because you can get an idea. In cat you have to manually enter the sentence order, you are not given any options, so it becomes more difficult for you. But that has that particular benefit in sentence para jumbles. So let's look at the answer options here. All the starting sentences are either 2 or 4. So that means either 2 or 4 are the is the starting sentence here. Okay. Now let's see read 2 and 4. In many Neolithic sites near the Adriatic Sea, researchers unearthed cone-shaped clay vessels known as raita with 4 legs on the bottom and a round opening on the side. Okay. So 2 is a very generic sentence. It introduces what researchers found in some Neolithic sites in the location. What were these objects? These were cone-shaped clay vessels, and they had 4 legs on the bottom and a round opening. So it's a very descriptive sentence that has uh, no dependency on any other sentence, because it's a standalone sentence that introduces some concepts and it gives a description. So let's look at 4. Archaeologists who used to assume animals such as cows and goats are mainly used for meat early in the domestication are thus forced to admit that humans might have been using animals for dairy quite early in the domestication. Are thus forced. So this clearly means that 4 follows some sentence where it proves that their assumptions were incorrect. So when you say thus, it clearly shows that this sentence is a conclusion of a point made in another sentence. So 4 cannot be the starting point for the passage. So we clearly eliminate 4 as a starting point. So what are we left with? We are left with A, we are left with D. Okay. Now, out of if you see that in these 4, there is something very interesting you'll notice. A is also 21543, D is 21354. So meaning it gives you one more clue that 5 and 4 are a couplet, 2 and 1 are a couplet. We just have to see where do we place 3. Do we place 3 in the middle here like it's done here, or do we place 3 at the end like it is placed here? So let's read in the order. 2 and then 1. 2 says, in many Neolithic sites near the Adriatic Sea, researchers unearthed cone-shaped clay vessels known as raita with 4 legs on the bottom and a round opening on the side. They subjected the residues from shreds of the raita vessels to radiocarbon dating to determine their ages and chromatography mass spectrography to identify the structure and isotopic composition found in vessels were used to store cheese. Okay, so as you can see, the now we have to see whether after sentence number 1 do we get 5 or do we get sentence number 3. So let's see which of these would be more suited for this. So we know that these vessels were the raita vessels had radiocarbon dating done to them, and they were also done something called GSMS, called chromatography mass spectrometry, which basically found that these vessels were used to store cheese. So now let's see 3 and 5. 3 says fresh milk couldn't be kept for long without going bad. Cheese, on the other hand, could be stored for months at a time, providing much needed calories to early farmers between harvests. Now, 3 talks about fresh milk going bad, so they made cheese out of it. This kind of connects to the sentence number 1, where also it talks about the vessels being used to store cheese. Let's see what option number 5 says. If you kill one cow, you eat for about a week until it goes off. But by milking the animals, the farmer would be spreading the food gain from that animal over several months rather than just 1 month. So, sentence number 1, which talks about cheese. Sentence number 3 talks about cheese. Sentence number 5 talks about milking the animals versus killing them. So, which of these would logically mean would come after 1? Option number 3. So, this makes sense. So, let's read this in this order and let's see if it makes sense to us. In many Neolithic sites near Adriatic Sea, researchers unearthed cone-shaped clay vessels known as raita, with 4 legs on the bottom and a round opening on the side. Okay. They subjected the residues from shards of the raita vessels to radiocarbon dating to determine their ages, and something called chromatography mass spectrometry to identify the structure and isotopic composition. And they found that the vessels were used to store cheese. So they found something in the Adriatic Sea called raita. They analyzed the raita vessel. They found that they used to store cheese. And because fresh milk couldn't be stored in the earlier eras for long without going bad, cheese could be stored for months. So therefore, they could get a lot of calories from it, which were needed during harvest. Then we have sentence number 5. If you kill one cow, you eat meat for about a week until it goes off. But by milking the animals, the farmer would be spreading the food gain from that animal over several months rather than just 1 week. 4 says archaeologists were used to assume animals such as cows and goats are mainly used for meat early in the domestication, and thus forced to admit that humans might have been using animals for dairy quite early in the domestication history. So the fact that the farmers realized that if you kill a cow, you will only eat for a week until the food goes bad. On the other hand, if you're milking the animals, the farmer would be able to get food from that particular uh, dairy animal for weeks because they're getting milk and they're getting cheese, right? So this conclusion is thus in contradiction with what is said here, that archaeologists who thought that animals such as cows and goats were used only for meat are thus forced to admit that humans might have been using animals for dairy quite early in the domestication history. So that makes sense, right? So we have talked about raita vessels, we talked about how they were examined for cheese, how they were examined and they were found residues of cheese. Then we understood about why cheese was made, because it didn't get spoiled. Then we have a quote from archaeologists that says that killing a cow was not useful, but milking the cow made more sense for them. And thus is a conclusion that therefore the archaeologists who had an assumption about the cows being used only for meat were incorrect, and they realized that animals were also used for milking and since a very long time. So that's the logical conclusion. So therefore 21354 makes logical sense as well. Okay, guys, just 1 minute, just have a look at the sentence. I'll just come back and right. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Then we have another sentence rearrangement kind of question. Now let's use a similar logic that we use there. Let's try to see the answer options. Okay, first one, it starts with 1, this starts with 5, this starts with 4, this starts with 3, this starts with 2. So this is very confusing because each of the options starts a different sentence. Okay, so now let's see if the other answer options, see if you can find any particular clue. The second option, the second sentence is 2 5 4 5. Again, no clue. Here it is 4 3 2 5 4. Here it is 5 1 3 2 3. Here now the last sentence gives us a clue. Okay, A ends with 3, B ends with 4, C ends with 1, D ends with an, E ends with 1. So it stands to reason that it 1 would be the last sentence makes sense here. Okay, but okay, I think that is not necessary. We have no clarity on how to start the passage, so let's try to find couplets. Okay, let's see the first sentence. An in-depth exploration of the Indian case and case study of early adopters of mobile technology will provide spectrum managers a pragmatic and modern approach whereby they can utilize their resources efficiently and optimally. Okay, even as spectrum management regimes are moving from a command and control regime to a flexible use regime, new technological developments are suggesting that there are significant opportunities in managing large swaths of spectrum as a common property resource in addition to a flexible one. Okay, political legacies and market realities in different regimes pose unique challenges for spectrum managers who must negotiate a tricky path to the land promised by technological possibility. On the other hand, supply of spectrum is restricted due to competing nature of use and vested interests of incumbent holders. The demand for spectrum has never been so acute as today's communication devices extend beyond simple voice, data and video, augmented by evolving technologies such as peer-to-peer sharing, social networking, fourth and fifth generation, big data, and cloud computing. Right? Now, let's see if we can find couplets or we can find about sentences that talk about the similar concepts. Okay. Now we have spectrum management regimes. Okay, on the other hand, which talks about flexible use. Okay, we have political legacies and market realities in different regimes. So we have regimes being talked about. Sorry, we have regimes being talked about here, and we have regimes being talked about in 2. Okay, so then we have supply of spectrum is, so 4 says on the other hand supply of spectrum is restricted. So meaning we have to something about we have to see which sentence makes sense. We talks about the spectrum supply, or we're talking about something related to spectrum. Okay, so let's see. We have uh, 2 talks about spectrum management regimes, and second 3 talks about political legacies and market realities in different regimes for spectrum. 4 talks about supply spectrum, the demand for spectrum. So now on the other hand, so 4 and 5 makes sense. Okay, C says the demand for spectrum. 4 says on the other hand supply of spectrum. So this seems to be, so 4 and 5 makes sense. That 5 and 4 makes sense because 5 talks about the demand for spectrum has never been so acute, and then it talks about the reason. On the other hand, 4 says on the other hand the supply of spectrum is restricted and the reason for that. So 5 and 4 are a couplet. clearly they're a couplet, 5 and 4 in that order. So the 5 talks about the demand and 4 is on the other hand, so it has to follow 5. So 5 4 is a couplet. Let's see which answer option has 5 4 as a couplet. We have 1 2, so here we have 4 5, no, here there is no couplet, here is 4 5, here is 4 5, here is 5 4. So E seems to have that as a couplet. Now that we've seen that, now let's see the answer option given by E and see if it makes sense. Okay, even as so for let's start with option number 2, then 5 4 3 1. So 2 is, even as spectrum management regimes are moving from a command and control regime to a flexible use regime, new technological developments are suggesting that there are significant opportunities in managing large swaths of spectrum as a common property resource in addition to flexible use. Okay, so it seems to be introducing a paragraph. Okay, the demand for spectrum has never been so acute as today's communication services extend beyond simple voice to complex data and video, augmented by evolving technologies such as peer-to-peer sharing, social networking, fourth and fifth generation networks, big data, and cloud computing. Okay. Then we have 4. On the other hand, supply of spectrum is restricted due to competing nature of usage and vested interest of incumbent holders. Then we have 3. Political legacies and market realities in different regimes pose unique challenges for spectrum managers who must negotiate a tricky path to the land promised by technological possibility. An in-depth exploration of the Indian case and case studies of early adopters of mobile technology will provide spectrum managers. So that's the second clue. Here, 3 talks about spectrum managers, while 1 also talks about spectrum managers. So this also gives us another validation that our choice was correct, because E talks has 3 and 1 together, and 3 does talk about spectrum manager as just 1. Okay, so we have 2 couplets, 5 and 4, 3 and 1, and we already know based on the option that it's logically makes sense that 1 would be the last option in the sentence rearrangement, because 3 options have 1 here. So out of all the options, E options fulfills all the criterias. Okay, it has the couplet, it has this couplet, and it has 1 in the last position. So therefore, by logical reasoning as well as by elimination, you can clearly say that E is the correct answer. Okay, right. Now, this is a logical reasoning sentence from the 2019 paper. So let's have a look at it. Let's see, first read the passage. Okay, empirical observation told us years ago that goats were slowly becoming the new dog. And according to new study, they are truly qualified to be man's best friend. Okay. The Royal Society released heartwarming research that showing that just like humans, goats have no desire to interact with people who come off as angry or upset, and that they're much more attracted to those with big smiles plastered across their faces. When 12 males or 8 females were released into a pen decorated with images of happy and angry humans, the scientists learned that goats can distinguish between happy and angry images of the same person, and in general prefer their humans to be happy. Okay, so now we have that there was a observation that told was many years ago that based on observation, empirical observation means observing all the things in general things happening around us. Okay, with a large enough data set, that goats were becoming like they're being the new dog, meaning they're becoming man's best friend. And now there is a new study that shows that they're actually qualified to be that. How? So the study was done by the Royal Society. They released some research that shows that, like humans, goats don't want to interact with people who appear to be angry or upset, and that they're attracted to those humans that have huge smiles on their faces. So if there's a human with like this, they are more attracted to that and they will try to, and they do not want to interact with human beings who appear to be angry or sad. Okay, so when 12 male and 8 female goats were released into a holding area, a pen which was decorated with images of happy and angry humans. So they were released into a pen that had photos stuck of happy as well as angry humans. So they realized that among the photos, the goats can even distinguish between the happy and angry images of the same person. So clearly, it is implied that if you put a photo of the same person being happy and being angry, they'll prefer the happy photo of that human being. Okay. Now, based on which of the following statements is definitely true according to the passage? When they look at a smiling person, the goats are happy. Okay. Now that makes sense. If they see a smiling person, they typically are happy because that's what it says, right? They're attracted to the people with a smile on their face. So it makes sense. B says when they look at a frowning person, goats are afraid of him. Now that does not is not necessarily conclusive, but it kind of makes sense because they said that they avoid people who appear to be angry or sad. So let's keep A and B aside as possible options. When they look at a straight faced person, goats remain passive. Now, there's no mention of what happens when they see a straight faced person. We know what happens when they see a smiling person. We know when they see a sad person. We know when they see an angry person. We don't know what happens when they see a straight faced person. So, C cannot be reduced from the passage. When they look at a frowning person, the goats are sad. Okay. When they look at a smiling person, the goats run towards him. Now, we have clearly eliminated C. Now, B says that they look at a frowning person, they're afraid. When they see a D says when they look at a frowning person, the goats are sad. Now, do we know what do they feel when they see a sad or an angry person? We know that they avoid them. Okay, they say they have no desire to interact, but we have no clarity whether they're because they're afraid or because they're sad. Okay, we have no clarity on that. So, because we have no clarity, we can clearly eliminate B and D. Okay, so we're left with A and E. When they look at a smiling person, the goats run towards him. Okay. Now, why do they? If so, of course, it is given here that they prefer the when they release into pen, they go towards people who are happy. So why is that? It is because when they look at the smiling person, obviously they feel joy. So while E is kind of something that you can deduce from the passage, because when you're talking about goats going towards a human being who appears to be happy, it's clearly that they're going to them because they're attracted, right? So while E also makes sense, A is a stronger thing because it is because of A that E happens. It's because when they see a smiling person and they get happy, that is why they go running towards that person, right? So while A and E are both something that are true, A is more apt and more easily deducible from the passage, right? So therefore, A would be the best suited option here out of A and E. So because B, C, D we eliminated, sort of A and E, A makes the more suitable option here. Now, again, this is a logic reasoning passage. An accurate measure of drug efficacy would require comparing the response of patients taking it with that of patients taking placebos. The drug effect could then be calculated by subtracting the placebo responses from the overall response, much as a deli counter worker subtracts the weight of the container to determine how much lobster salad you're getting. In the last half of the 1950s, this calculus gave rise to a new way to evaluate drugs, the double-blind placebo-controlled clinical trial in which the neither nor clinician knew who was getting the active drug and who the placebo. So they're saying that earlier to get accurate measure of how well a drug was working, basically what they would do is they'll compare how many patients took it and got well, then also how many patients who were given placebo. Placebo is basically when you're given a fake medicine but you're told it's a real medicine, so your mind believes that you're getting the actual thing. So the thing is they wanted to see how many people were getting cured because they believed in the medicine from the people who actually got cured because the medicine affected them. Okay, so there were two group of patients. One was so out of the entire group, so there were a group of patients. Out of them, some of them were told that they were given a real medicine, some were told that they were given a placebo. So you're subtracting the people who got cured due to the placebo, number of people who got cured due to placebo, from the total number of people who got cured. So that tells you how actually effective the drug is. That's how it used to be done. Okay, then, but in the last half of the 1950s, meaning from late 1950s onward, meaning 1955 onwards and 1958 onward, this there was a new way that was brought in to evaluate drugs. What it did was, it was called the double-blind placebo-controlled clinical trial. In this case, no, neither the patient nor the clinician who was administering knew who was getting the active drug and who was a placebo. So earlier, the people who were administering the drug, they knew who was getting the placebo and who was getting the actual drug. But now, even they don't know. Even the people who are administering the drug to the patients don't know. So it's called double blind, meaning the patient is also blind. They also don't know who is getting the placebo in the real drug, and even the clinicians are blind because they also don't know who's getting the real drug and who's getting the placebo, right? So it's a double blind placebo testing clinical trial method. Okay, now which of the options is a wrong answer to the question? We have to focus on this. How does a double blind ensure a better trial of the wrong drug? Okay, now we have to, so out of the options given, four options are the correct answer to how does this particular method, the double blind placebo controlled clinical trial, how does it ensure a better trial of the new drugs? So which is the wrong answer is what we have to find. Okay, so we have to see the options. So four will be correct and one will be incorrect. So let's see. It increases the overall response to the drug. Now, does having a placebo, this double blind term, increase the responsiveness to the drug? Is that how it ensures a better trial? See, it ensures a better trial because nobody knows who's getting what, right? So there is no partiality or thought process involved. But is the overall increase to the drug a reason why there's a better trial? So A is not. So A is not the reason for ensuring a better trial. So A is a wrong answer. So let's keep A as a potential answer because we have to find the wrong answer for this question. So A seems a potentially the option that to select. So let's keep A aside. The patient does not know whether she is getting a placebo. Now this is the right answer for the question. That is the reason why double blind ensures a better trial. But we are looking for the wrong answer. So let's eliminate B. Okay, I will eliminate B. Okay, it reflects the calculus exemplified by the Delhi counter episode. Now, the Delhi counter episode where they used to subtract the weight of the container from the lobster salad to see how much salad you're getting. That way, even the this double-blind placebo trials, they eliminate the placebo people who have placebo effect from the overall output to give you the correct efficiency of the drug. Okay, so it's actually this is the right answer to how does the double blind ensure a better trial, not the wrong answer. So we can eliminate C as well. The clinician cannot pick and choose patients to whom placebos can be administered. Absolutely. This is the reason why double blind gives a better trial of drugs. Because the clinician cannot pick and choose and it's all done at random without the clinician knowing who it is. So therefore there is more unbiased results that come. So it is the right answer for this question of how does this ensure a better trial. But while we are looking for the wrong answer. So we can eliminate this also. It gives to unbiased testing of drugs. Again, this is the right answer to this because there is unbiased testing, so you get better idea about the efficiency of the drugs. So E is the right answer for this question, so we can eliminate it. So by elimination and by logical reasoning, you can clearly see that A is the right option here, because see, if it is increasing the overall response to the drug, having this kind of, I'm so sorry, having this kind of testing, if it increases the uh, response to the drug, then it means then it is affecting the responses. But that's what we would want. We want a testing methodology that does not affect the responses, that gives you as neutral response as possible, right? So therefore, by logical reasoning as well and by elimination, it stands to reason A is the correct answer option here, right? Okay. Then another logical reasoning from the 2019 paper. So 2019 paper, as you can see guys, it had a lot of logical reasoning questions, and I think almost three to five questions we had logical reasoning in the 2019 paper. So you have to be ready for it. You never know when you might end up getting a paper that has more of logical reasoning, or it has more of fill in the blanks. So the ZAT paper is quite unpredictable that way. So you have to be ready for that uncertainty, and you have to be prepared for it. So, for example, the 2019 paper, people had too many of logical reasoning. On the other hand, the 2020 paper, people had, I think there were no logical reasoning questions. So, be ready for anything. That's the thing about verbal ability in that it's slightly unpredictable. So, you have to be ready for anything, and you have to prepare for all the type of questions that are there. Okay, so it makes it that you practice as much as possible for all different types of questions as possible. Okay, so let's see this one. Alligators are freshwater reptiles. Okay. However, people have come face to face with them in mud in a salt marsh in Georgia. Finding alligators in the salt marsh is not a mystery or a miracle. At least 23 species of predator have been spotted living in surprising habitats. Predators such as alligators, otters, mountain lions, wolves, and raptors are thriving in places where they shouldn't, revealing some serious misunderstandings about their behavior and how to protect them. Scientific literature divulges that these creatures are actually returning to conservationists, are returning to places they once occupied. It gives us astonishing insights into the lives of animals and helps conservationists improve the old stomping grounds of these creatures. Okay. Now, the thing is, uh, alligators are typically reptiles which are found in fresh water. Fresh water is what you mean by, say, river or a lake. Okay, they're fresh water. But sometimes people have found them in a salty marsh in some place called Georgia. Okay, meaning despite being fresh water, they're found in salty waters as well. Now, finding alligators in the salt marsh is not a mystery or a miracle. Now, it might seem surprising that because of fresh water, but the author says it is not a mystery nor a miracle because there are 23 species of predators who have been spotted in living in habitats which were not normally theirs. So these include predators such as alligators, you have your otters, you have mountain lions, you have wolves, you have raptors who are thriving, meaning they're living very happily in places where they shouldn't. And this discovery, in fact, reveals some a serious misunderstanding about their behavior. Meaning, there's an assumption that we had that these predators should be living in a certain place only. But the fact that they're living in places where they're least expected means that we've not understood them well enough. So that means if we don't understand them well enough, then we can't have conservationism effects around them and how to protect them because we don't understand them well, right? So scientific literature divulges. So when you read about scientific papers, you'll understand that actually these creatures are returning to places they once occupied, meaning many generations ago. Maybe it could be that the alligators were found used to live in the salty waters as well. Okay, but it's over the years that they shifted from there to freshwater. So now we started thinking that they're freshwater reptiles, but actually that now, so these animals being found in places where we didn't expect them to be is the fact that they're returning to places that they where they once used to occupy many generations ago. So basically, it gives us a insight, astonishing insight into the lives of these animals and help conservationists improve the old stomping grounds of these creatures. Meaning, so it gives us a very good insight about how these animals function. Also, it helps the conservationists, the people who are involved in the conservation of these animals to improve the old stomping grounds, meaning the old habitats, meaning many years ago they used to live there, right? So it's helping them improve the old habitats of these creatures, the conservationists, right? So now, which of the following statements provides the most plausible explanation of the predator's behavior? Okay, you uh, you have this the behavior of them, finding in different places. So which of the statements gives the most logically correct reasoning for them being found in unusual areas as per the data given in the passage? First, predators prefer to occupy different habitats depending on the season and prevailing weather. Predators migrate to habitat different from where they were born. Predators are fully aware of where they were born. Predators have a genetic memory of the traditional stamping grounds. Predators have no awareness of where they're born. Okay. Now, if we look at E says that they have no awareness of where they were born. Okay, which is true. If they don't know where they were born, then how did they end up going to those places? So alligators being found in salt water, how does it make sense if they have no memory about being born in a salty areas, or their ancestors being coming from salty areas? Then how were they able to go there? They travel to those, so these animals migrated or ended up on those areas based of their own thing. So if they have no awareness of where they were born, then how did they manage to do that, right? So E makes no sense. Now we have D. D says that predators have a genetic memory of their traditional stomping grounds. So that makes sense. So these places are the old stomping grounds, meaning that many generations ago they used to be in those areas, their ancestors. So genetically they remember that, you know what, our ancestors will be there. So that's why they're able to go there. Like how we have in human beings, we have a genetic memory of swimming. That is why babies are able to swim. Similarly, these animals have a genetic memory of their traditional stomping grounds where their ancestor used to go. So that's what, so maybe it seems like a possible reason. C says the predators are fully aware of where they are born. Now, fine, even if it is true, if they're aware of where they're born, how does that uh, connect to the behavior of them ending up in regions where they are not supposed to be found? So these alligators, they might have been born in fresh water only. Okay, they might have never been to a salty marsh. So they remember where they're born. If C is true and they remember that they're born, then it does not explain their behavior of landing up in areas where they should not be there, right? So C does the opposite. It does not give an explanation of their unusual behavior. Okay. Then B, predators migrate to a habitat different from where they were born. Now this makes sense. They might migrate to a different habitat, but if they had migrated to a different habitat, so let's say the alligators were born in, say, salty marsh areas, or and then they went to a freshwater body, or reverse happened that alligators are were they migrate from freshwater to saltwater bodies. If they used to migrate, then the scientists or the conservationists and the people would not be so surprised. See, migration is a known behavior. So if we know that a bird migrates from one place to another, so we know that this bird will be found in both the places. But the fact that these are uh, the discovery of them in being different habitats is so surprising for people. Clearly gives an indication that they are not migrating. So B does not provide a logical reason. If this was true, then they should not have been surprised. That's going to be surprising habitats, right? If so, B cannot be the option. A says predators prefer to occupy different habitats depending on the season and prevailing weather. So it's similar to B. If A and B were true, then it would have been recorded behavior. So that means we would have known that okay, predators are found in different areas. That okay, alligators are found in salt water as well as salty marshes, in fresh water as well as salty marshes. So if A and B were true, these behaviors would have been noticed and well documented. But it is not happening. That is why nobody observed it, and that is why it is not a documented thing, and that is why the entire thing is considered surprising for people, right? So therefore, you can easily eliminate A and B because they they don't give an explanation of why they're behaving like this, right? C, on the other hand, has no connection with the question being asked, and E does the opposite. In fact, it gives the reason of why their behavior should not be like this. So by elimination as well as by logical reasoning, it stands that D is the correct answer. Why logical reasoning? Because if they have a genetic memory of their traditional stomping grounds, meaning if alligators, let's say alligator had a genetic memory that it received from its ancestor, that okay, its ancestors used to be in saltwater marshes, okay, but over the years they migrated. Over couple of hundreds of years, some alligators started going to freshwater lakes. They still have genetic memory that okay, we are also comfortable in saltwater marshes, so that's why they ended up there. So they had genetic memory. So that makes sense of why they would have been found in these unusual places. So by elimination as well as by logical reasoning, you can clearly see that D is the right answer option here, right? Okay. So now another one. This is another logical reasoning uh, question here. Dense, dirty air laced with grease best describes the atmosphere of most Lagos streets. Drive from one corner of this great West African city to another, and in no time you will find surfaces lightly dusted, like a soft sprinkling of icing on cakes. So basically, Lagos is an area. It's a well-known West African city. So if you drive from one end to the other, you'll find that most surfaces are dust become have a layer of dust, like how you have icing on cakes, like that you have dust on everything. And also the air is very dense and dirty, and it has grease in it. So that's the atmosphere of Lagos. Okay. Under the half moons of fingernails, thick grime settles. So basically, the half moon is the this part. So under the fingernails, you have thick grime that settles due to the dirty air. It's a scene taken as typically African, polluted, bedraggled, and unhealthy. This is typical of Africa, that most cities, the air is polluted, the cities are bedraggled, and the general overall sensation is of unhealthiness, right? So this has only been made possible by the exploitation of the African people, right? So because the African people were exploited, so this happened. We'll see how. This week, five countries, including Nigeria, announced plans to end the practice of European oil companies and traders supporting African quality diesel. Okay, so basically, what was the exploitation? The fact that European oil and companies and traders used to export African quality diesel to these countries, and five countries said no, we will not accept these kind of uh, oils being imported to our country by you guys. So this was called this African quality fuel or dirty fuel. It is called because it is imported diesel with sulfur levels as high as 3,000 parts per million, when the European maximum is 10 parts per million. To be clear, African quality fuel is fuel not fit for European humans. So basically, the fuel that is used to being exported by Europe to Africa is called dirty fuel because the sulfur levels in it is very high. It has 3,000 parts per million. On the other hand, in Europe, the sulfur levels maximum is just 10 parts per million. Can you see the difference? So therefore, the African quality fuel is not fit for the European human beings. Okay. So which of the now we have got an understanding of the passages about how there is exploitation of African cities, how they have dirty fuel, how Europeans have better fuels, and how some countries are standing up against it. Okay. So now, which of the options is not necessarily the underlying assumption of the author in the paragraph above? Okay. So which of these options is not something that is being assumed by the author in the paragraph for the ideas that he or she has presented? Okay. One, European oil companies dump their fuel on African countries. That makes sense. That is something that is being taken here, assumed here, because they're dumping their poor quality diesel here, right? They cannot sell this diesel in Europe, so the European oil companies are dumping them on Africa. Okay, okay, you buy it from us. That kind of makes sense here with what is happening. Economic exploitation until challenge runs smoothly. That is also true. The fact that these African countries never raised their voice the against these companies meant it kept on continuing, and now it's only when the five countries have raised their voice that those five countries have stopped, importing those kind of dirty fuel. So economic exploitation will always go on easily until it is challenged, right? Racism makes it easy for Europeans to justify the exploitation of inferior races. Now, at no point there is a mention of racism in the passage. If you see, the passage talks about how there is economic exploitation of African countries, how they get poor quality fuel. It is not because of racism, it is because of economic exploitation. So basically they said that okay, we'll sell this cheap fuel to you, but it is dirty fuel. So the countries accepted. But the racism was not the root cause behind it, right? So C seems like a possible answer because it is not the assumption by the author. But let's see the other options. D says typically African cities today are not fit for human habitation, which is true. If you see, uh, if you see, it clearly the first line says that amount of dirty air in the grease and the dust in the air clearly shows that they're very unhealthy. They're not fit for human habitation. They're absolutely in a very bad shape. But still humans are living there, but they're in very bad shape. Okay, so that is an assumption that the author has made. It has clearly talked about it as well. Then African nations had accepted dirty fuel as the norm, which is true. This is also true. Earlier, this dirty fuel was called the norm in Africa until five West African countries rose up against it, right? Until they raised their voices, it was considered the norm. And even now, other than these five West African countries, all the other countries accept this as the norm. And they are sitting and importing this fuel still because it has become norm for them. Okay, so we have dirty fuel in our country. Okay, that's a normal thing. So it has become acceptable for them. So yes, E makes logical sense. So E cannot. E is a logical assumption that is being made here. So therefore, by elimination and by logical reasoning, it stands to reason that C is the correct answer here, right? Okay. Now let's look at a sentence rearrangement. Uh, we have 5 sentences, so let's look at the answer option to see if we can get any clues. Okay. We have this. Let's see if the starting options. We have 3, 3, 5, 3, 2. Okay, so we have 3 options which start with 3. Excuse me. So we have 3 options that start with 3. A, B, and D start with 3. C starts with 5. E starts with 2. So we have no clarity. Okay. Now, so let's see if we can find couplets. Okay. But its most advanced formulation is called superstring theory, which even predicts the precise number of dimensions. Okay. So let's see. 2 says, however, the theory has already been swept across the major physics research laboratories of the world and has irrevocably altered the scientific landscape of modern physics, generating a staggering number of research papers in the scientific literature, over 5,000 by one count. Scientifically, the hyperspace theory goes by the names of Kaluza-Klein theory and supergravity. The usual 3 dimensions of space, length, width, and breadth, and one of time are now extended by 6 more spatial dimensions. We caution that the theory of hyperspace has not been experimentally confirmed and would in fact be exceedingly difficult to prove in laboratory. Right? Now, this first sentence talks about dimensions. Okay? Which other sentence talks about dimensions? 4. So it stands to reason 4 and 1 are a couplet. Okay. But which one is the first one of these? 4 says the usual 3 dimensions are extended by 6 more. Okay. On the other hand, 1 says the advanced formulation talks about superstring theory, which predicts a precise number of dimensions 10. So it introduces that there are 10 dimensions, sentence number 1, and 4 expands on what is 10 dimensions. There are 3 dimensions of space, length, width, and breadth, and 1 of time, and now they're extended by 6 more. So you have 3 plus 1 and 6 more. So that is 10. So this gives an explanation or an elaboration on the 10 dimensions mentioned here. So 1 and 4 is the right coupling. So as you can see, you have 1 and 4 here, 4 and 1 here, which is incorrect. You have 1 and 4, 1 and 4, 1 and 4. So okay, we have one idea of this thing. Let's see. The theory of hyperspace has not been experimentally confirmed and would in fact be difficult to prove in theory. So let's see if there's a discussion about hyperspace theory. Okay. 3 talks about hyperspace theory. correct? So it stands to reason that 5 would come after 3. Okay, so let's eliminate options where 5 does not come after 3. A has 5 coming after 3 at some point. Okay, so we can keep it. B we have already eliminated because it had 4 1. C has 5 coming before 3, so we eliminate it. 3 again has D always has 3 and then 5, so that is fine. E has 5 and then 3, so it is messing up the order. So clearly this is also incorrect. Okay, so we are left with A, we are left with D. Now let's see what is the option. We have 31452, we have 31425. So we know that 314 will be the first part. We just have to see out of 5 and 2 which is the last sentence. Okay, so let's read it as 312. 3 uh, sorry 3 scientifically the hyperspace theory goes by the names of Kaluza-Klein theory and supergravity. Then 1, but its most advanced formulation is called superstring theory, which even predicts the precise number of dimensions 10. Then 4, the usual number of dimensions of space, length, width and breadth, and 1 of time are now extended by 6 more spatial dimensions. Okay, we then we have to see whether we get 2. However, the theory has already swept across major physics research laboratories of the world. Okay, now 5 talks about that they're cautioning that the theory of hyperspace has not been confirmed and would be difficult to prove in laboratory. Okay, however, the theory has already been there in different laboratories, and there is a lot of research papers on it. So it stands to reason that 5 and then 2 is the order, because 5 says that that the author feels that it's difficult to experimentally confirm the theory in laboratory, but 2 says that no, it has already swept across major laboratories. Okay, so 5 and then 2 makes sense, so we have 3 1 4 5 2 as the logically correct answer here. Okay, so 3 1 4 5 2 would be the logically correct answer as compared to 3 1 4 2 5, because the couplet has to be 5 and then 2. Okay, then we have another sentence arrangement. Now first let's look at the options, see if we can spot any patterns. It is 1 5 3 3 5, so we have no clues. So let's try to again find um, couplets that we have here. Okay, it is less appealing but morally more urgent to understand the actions of the perpetrators. Okay, so where do we have, okay, so it is easy to sanctify police or identities by the deaths of the victims. The victims were people. A true identification with them would involve grasping their lives rather than grasping at their deaths. The moral danger, after all, is never that one might become a victim, but that one might become a perpetrator or a bystander. By definition, the victims are dead and unable to defend themselves from the use that others make of their deaths. Right. Now, this is a slightly confusing one because a lot of the points mentioned in each sentence are given in the other sentences as well. Right. So let's see how we can find couplets here. Okay. So we have, let's take the first one. It says less appealing to understand the action of the perpetrators. So perpetrators is given only in one more sentence. 4. The moral danger is never that one might become a victim, but that one might become a perpetrator or bystander. So we have 1 and 4 as a couplet. So we have to ensure that we find options where 1 and 4 are together. Okay. So let's see where we have options. A has 1 2 3 5 4. So 1 and 4 are separate. So no. 5 has 5 3 2 4 1. So that we have the couplet here. So it's a possible option. C has 3 5 2 1 4. So again 1 and 4 together. So it's a possible option. D has 3 1 2 5 4. So 1 and 4 are separated. So it cannot be the option. 5 is 5 3 1 2 4. So again we eliminate is the option. Similarly, so A, D and E are clearly eliminated because they don't have 1 and 4 together as a couplet. Now out of 5, out of B and C, we have to select which is the more apt answer option here. Okay, so how do we find that out? First thing is you have to, I think one simple clue that we have here is that In B, 4 and 1 is the correct option. In C, 1 and then 4 is the option. So if you can sort out, see which out of 4 and 1 would come before, we can easily find out the answer here. So let's see. Okay. It is less appealing but morally upright to understand the actions of the perpetrators. Okay. The moral danger, after all, is never that one might become a victim, but that one might become a perpetrator or a bystander. Now, so there is not clarity which one would come first because we're just taking them out of context. So let's see the entire option. Let's go with B. B says 53241. Let's read it 53241. By definition, the victims are dead. Then we have the victims were people. A true identification with them would involve grasping their lives rather than grasping at their deaths. Okay. 2. It is easy to sanctify police or identifies by the deaths of the victims. Okay. 4. The moral danger, after all, is never that one might become a victim, but that one might be a perpetrator, bystander, and it is less appealing but morally more urgent to understand the action of the perpetrators. Then we have C, 35241, 3214. The victims were people. A true identification with them would involve grasping their lives rather than grasping at their deaths. By definition, the victims are dead and unable to defend themselves from the use that others make of their deaths. It is easy to sanctify people or identify or entities by the deaths of the victims. It is less appealing but morally more urgent to understand the actions of the perpetrators. The moral danger, after all, is never that one might become a victim, but that one might be a perpetrator bystander. So when we talk, so if you see in the overall scheme in C, of the sentence number 1 first introduce morally something more urgent, and then 4 talks about the moral danger. So 1 and 4 make more sense. And similarly, if you see starting 3 out of, see in B and C you have 5 and 3, and then you have 3 and 5. Okay, so there is no you have to see which one makes more sense as the starting one, whether 3 comes before 5 or 5 comes before 5. Talks about the definition, the victims are dead. So that means there is already a mention of description about who the victims are, what a victim is, right? And they're unable to defend themselves from the use that others make of their deaths, right? So there is a mention about defending themselves or what their usage is, which 3 talks about. 3 is, it is standalone sentence. The victims were people. A true identification with them would involve grasping their lives rather than grasping their deaths. So it says, don't grasp on their lives, don't grasp on their deaths, grasp at their lives. So 5 says, because they're dead, they cannot decide which one you do. You can grasp with their lives, you can grasp with their deaths, whatever you choose. So 5 is more of an extension of what 3 is talking about, right? So 3, 5 seems to be the more suitable arrangement here. So therefore 35214, option number C is the correct answer option here by logical reasoning as well as logical elimination, right? It's quite straightforward. Yes, sorry. Then now this is another logical reasoning question that came from the 2018 paper. Okay, so 2018 and 2019 had a lot of logical reasoning questions, and you never know when they might come again, so it makes sense to have a look at them. Aarti is planning for higher studies, and her future goals include working as a manager of a non-profit organization designed to provide assistance to underrepresented populations. Okay. Aarti researched the mission statements of various colleges and discovered that College X, a small private college with a fees of 8 lakhs per year, was dedicated to producing compassionate and curious leaders. College Y, a large institute with a fee of rupees 9 lakh per year, promoted itself as a leading research facility. Based on her research, she decided to apply to College X rather than College Y. Which of the following options is most likely explanation of Aarti's decision? Okay, basically her there is somebody called Aarti who is applying for higher studies, and her future goal is she wants to become a manager in a NGO. Okay, so in an NGO which is specifically will help and provide assistance for underrepresented populations, such as populations which do not have adequate representations in all fields. Like, for example, you have scheduled castes or scheduled tribes. They're not adequately represented uh, in jobs or in colleges. So that's providing assistance for underrepresented population. So she wants to work for an NGO that does that. So Arnati is researching the mission statement of various colleges, and there is one college X which has 8 lakhs per year fees, and its mission statement was that they produce compassionate and very curious leaders, right? It is a small and a private college. And then there is College Y, which is a large institute and it has fees of 9 lakhs per year. But it said that it is a leading research facility. Okay. Now, based on her research on all these things, she decides to apply for College X, the small private college that charges 8 lakhs per year and is dedicated to producing compassionate and curious leaders, rather than the College Y, which is a larger college, charges 1 lakh more at 9 lakhs per year, and calls itself as a leading research facility. So why is that? Okay, we have to find the best possible explanation of Archie's decision. A direct relationship exists between a college's cost and the quality of the education provides. That doesn't make sense. If that was the reason, then she would not have taken college X, right? Because if there's a relationship between the fee and the quality of education, then it makes sense that she should have gone for Y because it charges more money, so it is better. But it does not give an explanation for that. So A does not provide an explanation for her taking up that college. Then we have B. Students apply to smaller colleges that offer more personalized attention from professors. Now, B also makes sense. I mean, it gives a possible explanation of why she took a small college, but let's leave it aside for now. I'm sorry, let's just cancel A because we're clearly not there. C. A larger university cannot prepare students for a career as a non-profit executive. Makes sense if that is true. If a large university cannot prepare students for being able to work with non-profit companies, then obviously Aarti, who wants to work with non-profit, would not go there. So C is also a possible answer. So let's keep it aside. D. Students apply to colleges with mission statement that aligns with their goals. That makes sense because college X mission statement makes sense to her about producing a compassionate and a curious leader. So D also is a possible answer. So let's keep it aside for now. The best colleges have the best mission statements. Hence, students select a college with the best mission statement. In that case, that's not true because there is no best mission statement. Here, both college X and college Y have good mission statements. So there is E does not explain to us why she chose college X over college Y. Okay. Now let's look. So we can eliminate E easily. So we're left with B, C, and D. Let's look at all three. Okay. Out of B, C, and D, B and C are something that you are not given in the passage. Okay, neither have we know that there is a personalized attention from professor in small college, nor do we know that large research institutes are not suitable for NGO careers. Are these information given in the college, in the passage? No. But D, where it says that there is mission statement given on the colleges, okay, and that is in line with what it makes sense also. See, Aarti wants to be a manager of a non-profit, okay, and she finds that the college X mission statement is producing compassionate leaders. So only a compassionate leader would be best suited for working as a manager in NGO. So it makes sense that because the mission statement of the college is in line with her goals, that she chose it, and all of this is on the basis of information given in the passage. So B and C are good options, but they are relying upon certain assumptions which are not given in the passage at all. So therefore, by logical reasoning, it stands that D would be the better suited answer here out of B and C, right? So therefore, D is the best suited option here, right? Cool. Now we'll come to sorry, we'll come to fill in the blanks from again on the 2018 paper. This is very simple fill in the blank. So it says the payoff from dash in education. See, payoff basically refers to the returns that you get when you put money in something. It's the return. Like, for example, if you put money in stocks, the payoff is whatever returns you get. So it talks about when you're putting money in education. So the payoff from that. So you don't get payoff from expenditure. You don't get payoff from productivity. Okay. Productivity is a measuring of how well you're doing work. Expenditure is something that you have to spend day-to-day expenses for day-to-day living expenses. On the other hand, payoff is something you get from investment. So on the basis of the first blank, you can clearly eliminate the first three choices. Okay. So investment makes more sense here. So you're left with D and E. Now, how do you select out of D and E? Because even the second blank is common, slow for both. Let's see third, erratic and predictable, useless or irrelevant. Okay. Now, useless and irrelevant, more or less the same. But the third one, erratic and predictable, are opposite. So, basis of third, basis of the third blank, we can decide which is the correct answer here. So let's see. The payoff from investment in education is so slow, and it is dash that it is almost as useless or irrelevant as a predictor of economic change over a 5 to 10 year period. So it is, if uh, it is useless as a predictor of economic thing, then that it stands to reason that this part, that the payoff is also not is also useless, right? It cannot be understood. See, if it is erratic, that's the reason why you cannot use it as a predictor of economic change, right? If it was predictable, then it, yes, it would have been useful as a predictor of economic change. Okay, but it is very erratic. So out of these two options, erratic and predictable, erratic makes more sense here. So because of erratic, D would be the better suited answer option here, right? Cool. Now we have, oh shit, sorry, uh, sorry. We have fill in the blanks. The Lannisters, 1 minute, guys. Right. So we have fill in the blanks, right? Now you have basically the Lannisters had dash gold and the Tyrells until the Lannister army sacked High Garden and took the Tyrell fortune to pay back the Iron Bank. On the other hand, the Northern army has dash than 10,000 men, and therefore John needs to bend the knee to Daenerys. What happens in the next story is dependent on George R. Martin, the writer of the series. For he has not finished, he has not, for he has not written anything further, and we hope George R. Martin will get around to finishing the book. Dash, but as it happens, dash book releases are delayed. Right now, first blank is less, fewer, less, fewer. Fewer is fewer is referred to things that can be counted, right? So you can say I have fewer candles than him, okay, or you can say I have fewer toys than her, things that can be counted. Less is referred to things that cannot be counted. So I have lesser hair than her. Can you count hair? No, there are thousands or millions of hair. I have less water than him. Can you count water? This sea has less water than that sea. Similarly, can you count the gold? No. If it was uh, gold coins, yes, you can count gold coins. There's specific things. So you can say fewer gold coins. But when just talking about gold, it can be gold bars, it can be gold coins, it can be just a gold statue. So when you talk about gold, it stands to reason that we're talking about less rather than fewer. It cannot be counted. So less would be the best option for the first blank. So we can eliminate option number B, option number D, and option number E because they have fewer in the first blank. Okay. So easily we have eliminated three options. Now we're left with A and C. Now if you see here, the second is fewer for both. So we can ignore it. Also, the last option is sometimes for both of them. Again, so that's common. The difference is they have some time and some time. And here they have some time and some time. Okay. Now, let's see the third passage. So what's the difference between the two, guys? For those of you who don't know, sometime uh, when you're talking about some space time, it means on specific occasion. I will see you sometime next week, meaning and specifying that next week I will see you. Or you can say sometimes I get sad, but there is no fixed time limit that is being specified there. So it can be I can get it can mean I can get sad sometimes on Sundays, I can get sad sometimes in January, I can get sometime next year. So sometime, the without a space refers to a non-specific time duration, while some time refers to a specific uh, specific time period. Okay, so let's see the third and the fourth blank. He has not written anything further, and we hope George Martin will get around to finishing the book. Now, of course, we want him to finish the book at a specific period, right? So it makes sense that some time would come here in the first blank. Let's see the second blank. But as it happens, dash book releases are delayed. Now we don't know the time period when they're getting delayed. It can happen, say, once a week. It can happen, every time. It can happen very rarely. So sometime here, the sometime would be the one relating to a non-specific time period, right? So it stands to reason. So sorry, I'm so sorry. So here sometimes is there. So here, third. Okay, so it stands to reason that here we have sometime. Okay, in this one, we'll get on to filling. No, when you're talking about, sorry, the fourth blank, my mistake, guys. We're talking about when he's finishing the book. We'll get around to finishing the book. Now, do we know when he's going to finish the book? We don't. He can finish it today. He can finish it tomorrow. Okay, I'm sorry. The focus should have been we don't know when he's going to finish. We might want him to finish the book soon, but nonetheless we don't know. It can happen today, tomorrow, next year, next generation, after 10 years. So we don't know when it's going to happen, so it has to be sometime in this blank, right? And sometimes here. So option A with sometime and sometimes would be the logically correct answer option here. Okay, so guys, I think that's all for today's session. I hope you enjoyed the session that we had today. And if you liked it, then please join in the live classes that I conduct on the Unacademy app. So there you can, participate in class discussions. You can give inputs. I will be conducting polls on different questions, and we can have a more interactive session. So just download the app. You can search for my profile there. It's Achyut Gupta or at Achyut 2020. It's very simple to find, and you can be part of my live classes as well. And if you would like to be part of my Telegram channel, you can again ping me on the Unacademy app, and I will send you the link for my Telegram channel that you can be a part of, where I share questions and we have discussions on various questions there. And if you like today's video, please like our channel, our Unacademy Educators channel, share it, and please subscribe to it as well. And if you're planning to buy an Academy subscription, or if you know someone who's planning to buy an Academy subscription, I would urge you to share this code Achyut with them. Or if you are planning to buy it yourself, please use the code Achyut. As I've already mentioned, it will give you 10% off. And I will see you next time on either on the Unacademy app for our special classes, or I will see you on YouTube on the next video. So have a great day, guys, and keep preparing well. Okay, bye, guys.
Yeah. Hello, students. Welcome back to the session. So, welcome to Unacademy's Let's Crack Management Exams English channel. This is your one-stop solution to be able to crack CAT with India's largest learning platform, which is Unacademy. Right? Let us continue from where we left in the today's morning session of the marathon. So, I will be continuing on the reasoning-based one. Some questions we'll solve, and then we shall switch over to data sufficiency. I'll give you a brief introduction to data sufficiency, the approach that we take while solving data sufficiency questions, and then some example questions we'll start solving. Is that clear? Okay. Very quickly, once again, let me very quickly introduce myself. I am Arjun Prasad. I am an engineer with 12 plus years of teaching experience. Okay. I have trained more than 6,000 CAT aspirants in the fields of quantitative aptitude, data interpretation, data sufficiency, and logical reasoning, as well as have helped them to crack the personal interviews. I have trained more than 4,000 students to crack the campus recruitment exams. That's it. During the course, if you like the session, please do click on like, share this channel, subscribe to this channel, and if you are subscribing or if you know somebody who wants to subscribe, kindly ask them to use the code APUS. Kindly do ask them to use the code APUS so that they get a 10% discount when they use this code. Okay, so and also that will be a way in which you send across a positive feedback to me. Is that clear? You can also reach me at a particular channel which is basically through Telegram. You can reach out to me by going on to https://t.me telegram me at the rate of Arjun R Prasad, ARJUN R Prasad, PRASAD. Is that clear? Now, this said, let us continue with the questions. The first question comes over here for this particular session. The first question comes over here. He says the cost of 3 mangoes, 2 apples, and 4 bananas is 43 rupees. The cost of 5 mangoes, 3 apples, and 6 bananas is 66 rupees. Find the cost of a mango. Now, some of us might be thinking, we have 3 variables, mangoes, apples, bananas, but we have only 2 equations given to us. 3 variables, only 2 equations. Therefore, given that one of the answer options cannot be determined, I blindly go and mark the answer as cannot be determined. If I do that, again my quote, if we do that, we will come out with a smile on our face from the exam hall, but the smile will not last long. Reason? Always remember to just think a little bit and reason out. If we ask the cost of a mango, cost of an apple, and cost of a banana, then it becomes difficult. However, he has asked only the cost of a mango. That we will be able to find out if the ratio of the coefficients of the other 2 entities is exactly the same. Now, to make us understand a little bit better, let me write down the equation where I consider the cost of mango as m rupees. So, cost of 3 mangoes will be 3m rupees. Cost of an apple I consider as a rupees. So, cost of 2 apples will be 2a rupees. And cost of 1 banana I consider as b rupees. So, cost of 4 bananas will be 4b rupees. All these 3 put together is 43 rupees. On the other hand, cost of 5 mangoes, 3 apples, and 6 bananas is given to me as 66 rupees. What I stated is, look at the coefficient of A, 2 and 3. 2 by 3 is equal to 4 by 6. Therefore, we can solve this particular equation and find the value of m. What should I do? Take the first equation, multiply the first equation by 3. You will get that as 9m plus 6a plus 12b is equal to 129. Take the second equation, multiply that by 2, you will get it as 10m plus 6a plus 12b is equal to 132. Subtract one equation from another, you will see that the plus and minus 6a gets cancelled out, the plus 12b minus 12b gets cancelled out, 10m minus 9m is m is equal to 132 minus 129, which is nothing but 3. So what is the cost of 1 mango? The cost of 1 mango is 3 rupees. Hence, the correct answer is answer option D and not answer option E. Is that clear to everyone? Okay. Let me proceed further. Here comes the next question. Okay, he says Ram today is 5 by 3 times as old as Sita is today. Sita today is thrice as old as she was when Ram was as old as she is today. Find their present ages respectively. Sometimes some of us in the urge to be quick, we may go by answer substitution and see whether all the constraints are met. If we go by that route, if you just consider 50 comma 30, if you just consider 50 comma 30, yeah, 50 is equal to 5 by 3 times of 30. So the first criteria is satisfied. Sita today is thrice as old as she was when Ram was as old as she is today. When was Ram as old as she is today? 20 years ago. 20 years ago, how old was Sita? 10 years old. So today she is 30 years old. 30 is 3 times of 10. Therefore, that is also satisfied. So in a hurry, I go and mark my answer as answer option B. But if I do that, I will come out with a smile only to understand that it does not last long, because that is wrong. Why? Any question related to equations, first ensure that whether it is possible to get a unique solution or not. After that, going by a answer substitution or back substitution, that makes sense. Is that clear? So if we write the equations, let us consider Ram's present age as R years old, Ram as R years old today, and Sita is S years old today. He says that Ram today is 5 by 3 times as old as Sita. So this is my first equation, isn't it? Now the second statement, he says Sita today is thrice as old as she was. When was as old as she was means S minus of. When Ram was as old as she is today. When was Ram as old as she is today? R minus S years ago. Like for example in 50-30. When was Ram 30 years old? 20 years ago. When did I get the 20? How did I get it? 50 minus 30. So therefore over here it will be R minus S. Isn't it? Now this is my second equation. Now look at it. The first equation is 3R is equal to 5S. Now simplify this. You will get this as S is equal to 3 times of 2S minus R. In other words, we get S is equal to 6S minus 3R, or we get 3R is equal to 5S. So in fact, both the equations are one and the same. So every pair of values in the ratio of 5:3 will satisfy. Not only 50-30. Instead of taking 50-30, take it as 160. Even that will satisfy. Instead of 160, take it as 75 and 45. Even that will satisfy. So every pair of values in the ratio of 5:3 will satisfy. Hence, the correct answer is answer option E, which is cannot be determined. Is that clear, guys? Okay. Now, that said, let us move on to another question. Here, he says, a sugar syrup was prepared by Smita such that for every cup of sugar, 4 cups of water were added. Smita's daughter Artha then added 15 more cups of sugar. The sugar syrup now has water and sugar in the ratio 3:2. How many cups of sugar were present in the initial sugar syrup prepared by Smita? Now, as we can clearly see, this is an allegation problem because we are mixing the solutions. The first solution, let me take the amount of sugar, right? So if you want, if you like it, you can go with the sugar percentage, if you like that. Okay, sugar percentage in the first solution, sugar percentage in the second solution, and sugar percentage in the mixture, and then we shall solve it. In the first solution, Smita prepared for every cup of sugar, 4 cups of water were actually added, which means sugar is what percentage? Sugar is 1/5. Please understand, 1/5 of the entire solution is sugar. 1/5 means 20%. So it's a 20% sugar solution. Okay, so 20% sugar solution. To that, Artha added 15 more cups of sugar. Sugar itself is what? 100% sugar. And when it is mixed, water and sugar is in the ratio 3:2. Please understand this. It is water and sugar which is in the ratio 3:2. So sugar is what? 2/5. 2/5 of 100. 2/5 of 100. That is what is the percentage? 2/5 of 100 means 40%. Isn't it? So therefore, what does it mean? It means that when I take this 100 minus 40, this will turn out to be 60. 40 minus 20, this will turn out to be 20. That is, if 20 is 15 cups, if 20 is 15 cups, then 60 will be 45 cups. Please understand, just because I got 45, don't go and mark the answer blindly as 45. What is this 45? 45 is the quantity of the initial solution. But what should I figure out? How many cups of sugar was present? For every cup of sugar, 4 cups of water were added. So basically, if 5 corresponds to 45, then 1 corresponds to how much? 1 corresponds to how much? If 5 totally corresponds to 45, then 1 corresponds to how much? 1 corresponds to 1/5. That is 9. Therefore, how many cups of sugar were there in the initial syrup? 9 cups. Therefore, what is the correct answer? Answer option B, which is 9 cups. Is that clear to everyone? Able to understand that, guys? Okay. Next, let us look at this particular question. In this question, he says, a shopkeeper sold equal copies of 3 different books. He sold equal copies of 3 different books, Ramayana, Mahabharata and Panchatantra. Ramayana was sold at 10% profit, Mahabharata at 15% profit, Panchatantra at 20% profit. Overall profit percentage by selling Ramayana and Mahabharata was 12.5%. Overall profit percentage by selling Mahabharata and Panchatantra 17.5%. Find the overall profit percentage of the shopkeeper. See, if we observe very carefully, Ramayana and Mahabharata, the overall profit percentage is 12.5, which is exact midpoint of 10 and 15. Therefore, I can very easily say that the cost price of Ramayana to cost price of Mahabharata are equal. Now, from the second statement, he says Mahabharata and Panchatantra together were sold at 17.5% profit. 17.5 is exact midpoint of 15 and 20. From here, I can say that the cost price of Mahabharata and the cost price of Panchatantra are equal, which clearly means that the cost price of Ramayana, Mahabharata, Panchatantra are all equal. Ramayana sold at 10% profit, Mahabharata sold at 15% profit, Panchatantra sold at 20% profit. Equal number of copies, cost price being the same, which clearly means that the overall profit percentage to the shopkeeper will be nothing but the simple average of 10, 15 and 20, which is nothing but 15. Therefore, given that my answer is 15% profit, I would mark my answer as answer option D, which is none of these. Is that clear to everyone? Able to understand that, guys? Okay. Fine. Let us move a little bit further. Let us look at this question. Here, in this question, he says, Arjun bought some shares of a company at 10% premium. Okay. Actual worth of each share was rupees 40. At the end of the year, company declared a dividend. Arjun got a dividend of rupees 220, which was effectively 5% of the return. Now, how many shares did Arjun buy? Okay. You go step by step. We will not commit any mistake. We will get the correct answer. Okay. Otherwise, we may end up in some trouble. Okay. Actual worth of the share is 40 rupees. So the face value is 40 rupees. the share was bought at 10% premium. That means buying price of one share is 44 rupees, because 40 rupees is the face value, 10% premium. So 44 rupees is the price at which one share was bought. Okay. Now the Arjun got a dividend of 220 rupees, which is effectively 5% return. That means 5% of the investment, 5% of the investment is equal to 220 rupees. Means what? Investment is what? Means investment is equal to 220 into 100 divided by 5. That is 220 into 20. 220 into 20 is 4,400 rupees. If the investment is 4,400 rupees with one share costing 44 rupees, my answer will be 4,400 divided by 44, which is nothing but how many shares? 100 shares were bought. So what is my answer? 100. Therefore, I would mark my answer as answer option D, which is none of these. Is that clear to everyone? Understanding this, guys? Okay. Next, let us have a look at another question. So I'll give you maybe different ways in which the same question can be solved. Whichever is a easier way, you can go ahead and take that particular approach. He says Kuber lent rupees 30,000 in two parts, one part to Rama at 10% per annum simple interest and the other to Krishna at 7% per annum simple interest. If at the end of the year Kuber earned an interest of rupees 2,880 in total, then how much money was lent to Kuber by how much money was lent by Kuber to Rama? Okay, fine. If I go by the normal method, so let us say X rupees was lent by Kuber to Rama. So, and at a rate of interest which is 10%. So, 10% of X plus, see, total is 36,000, out of which X is lent to Rama. So, how much is lent to Krishna? 36,000 minus X rupees is lent to Krishna. At what rate of interest? At a rate of interest which is 7%. So, 7 by 100 into 36,000 minus X is equal to nothing but the interest that has been earned, which is 2,880 rupees. Now, if I simplify this, I will get this as 10x plus 36,000 into 7 minus 7x is equal to 2,880 into 100. In other words, we get 3x is equal to 2,88,000 minus 2,52,000, which is nothing but 36,000. If 3x is 36,000, then x is equal to 36,000 by 3, which is 12,000. Therefore, the correct answer is answer option B. Wonderful. We got the answer. But please understand, the point over here is not just to get the right answer. Of course, getting right answer is important, but the point is not just to get the right answer. It is not just the effectiveness that matters, it is also the efficiency that matters. Therefore, we have to start and strive to think, are there any different ways in which the same question can actually be solved? much more quickly? Let us look at that. For that, we need to have a thorough understanding of most of the concepts of quantitative aptitude, whatever is there in the syllabus. Let me erase all the ink on the slide. Let me give you another alternative approach. Because it is simple interest, the principle that is used for calculation does not change every year. Okay? And on the other hand, the interest, overall interest earned is 2,880 rupees with an investment of 36,000. That means, let me first figure out 2,880 is what percentage of 36,000. See, 10% of 36,000 is 3,600. 10% is 3,600. 1% is 360. 3,600 minus 720 will give me 2,880, isn't it? That means this is my 10% minus 2%, means it is equal to what? 8%. So 2,880 is 8%. Now what further? Use the principle of alligation. To Rama at 10%, to Krishna at 7%. Overall, it works out to be 8%, which means in what ratio was the amount given? The amount given was in the ratio of 1:2. If 1:2 means if the total was 3 bags, 1 bag was taken by Rama, 2 bags by Krishna. If this 3 bags has a total of 36,000, then 1 bag has how much? 1 bag will have 12,000. So how many bags were given to Rama? 1 bag. 1 bag has how much? 12,000. Therefore, how much money was lent by Kuber to Rama? 12,000 rupees. Hence, my answer is answer option B. So always remember, the moment you get the answer to any question, do not become complacent. When you are doing your practice work at home, the moment you get an answer to a question, please do not become complacent. Immediately start thinking, is there any different way in which I can solve the same question? Don't worry whether the new way that you are coming up with, whether it is going to be easier or difficult. Don't worry about that. Just start thinking about different approaches that can be used to solve a particular problem. That will not only help you to come up to speed with different topics of quantitative aptitude, it will also help you in improving your reasoning capability, which will come very handy to solve questions in the LR section. Is that clear? So always remember the point. Solve one question in 10 different ways rather than solving 10 questions in the same way. Is that clear? Okay. Now that said, again, let me reiterate the point. If you like the sessions, please do click on like, share this particular YouTube Unacademy channel, subscribe to this, and you can reach out to me directly using Telegram https://t.me/@Arjun R Prasad. Okay, and if you or any of your friends whom you know who will be taking up subscription, if they are taking up the subscription, do ask them to take up a subscription by using the code APUS. When they use the code APUS and take the subscription, they get a 10% discount on the subscription amount. Okay, so please do ask them to take the subscription by using the code APUS. The code to be used, my friends, it is APUS. Do not forget, the code to be used is APUS. And when you take up the subscription, you will also have the opportunity to attend all the live classes of all the educators, including myself, on the Unacademy platform itself, where you will have access to a huge amount of content and different approaches in which the problem can be solved, because different faculty members may be using different approaches, and it's an opportunity to learn from the likes of very well known faculty members like Ravi Prakash sir, Praveen Tyagi sir, Riya Agarwal ma'am, and you can also learn from the Arun Sharma. So the amount of benefit is extremely high with respect to the investment that you are going to make. I will give you the financial details about the subscription fee. But just to give you a ballpark value, if you are taking a 24-month subscription, per month the subscription fee turns out to be just 788 rupees with a discount of 10%. If you take it for let us say for 12 months, it turns out to be 1313 rupees. So it is extreme value for money when you go in for a 24-month subscription. So I would urge you to go in for a 24-month subscription over here. Is that clear? It is just 788 rupees per month, guys. So please do go in for a 24-month subscription. It will benefit you. Return on the investment is extremely high. Since we were solving questions on percentages, I'm just going by ROI. So the ROI is going to be really, really high. Is that clear? Okay. Now, let me continue with more questions. So here, in this question, he says, fresh grapes contains 90% water, while dry grapes contains 28% water. How many kilos of fresh grapes are needed to obtain 5 kilos of dry grapes? First, let me use an intuitive approach, and then I will give you a conceptual approach which will help you to get the answer quickly. Suppose I take 1 kilo. Okay. Suppose I take 1 kilo. That is, suppose I take 1000 grams of fresh grapes. 1000 grams of fresh grapes will give me 900 grams water and 100 grams pulp. Okay. Now this 100 grams which is pulp will remain to be the pulp even in dry grapes. Only water has got evaporated. When it is dry grapes contains what? Only 28% water. If 28% is water, what percentage is pulp then? 72%. Basically 72% of the amount of dry grapes that can be obtained from 1000 grams of fresh grapes, this 72% is equal to 100 grams. Is that clear? If 72% is 100 grams, then what is the quantity of dry grapes that can be obtained? Dry grapes that can be obtained will be nothing but 100 into 100, which is 10,000 divided by 72 grams. Okay. So to continue over here, in order to get the 10,000 divided by 72 grams, I need 1000 grams. In order to get 5 kilos means 5000 grams. In order to get 5000 grams, how much will I need? I will need 1000 divided by 10,000 by 72 into 5000. Isn't this what we get? Now if we simplify, 5000 into will give me 10,000. 36 times is 72. So how much is needed? 36,000 grams. What is 36,000 grams? 36 kilo. Therefore, what is the answer? The correct answer is answer option B, which is 36 kilos. Is that clear? Again, just like in the previous question, let me give you an alternate way to solve the same question. The way to do that, you will have to think little bit laterally. You just have to think laterally. Reverse osmosis process. Just think about it in this particular fashion. Two dry grapes has how much water? 28% water. To this dry grapes, if you add water is what percentage water? 100% water. To the dry grapes, you add water, you will get back fresh grapes. Fresh grapes has how much percentage? 90%. Now use the principle of alligation. 100 minus 90 is 10, 90 minus 28 is 62. That is, if I had 72 kilos of fresh grapes, from 72 kilos of fresh grapes, 62 kilos of water gets evaporated and 10 kilos of dry grapes is obtained. In order to get 5 kilos, how much will I need? 5 is half of 10. Therefore, I will need how much of fresh grapes? 36 kilos of fresh grapes. Hence, my answer is going to be answer option B, 36 kilos. Isn't this faster? Isn't this quick? So that is why I repeat it again. Do not become complacent the moment you get an answer to the question. Think if there are different ways in which the same question can be solved. And always remember my quote, it is much better to solve one question in 10 different ways rather than solving 10 questions in the same way. Remember that always. Clear? Okay. Here comes the next question. He says, the compound interest on a certain sum at a certain rate of interest for second year is rupees 3,300 and for the third year it is rupees 3,630. Now understand this. Compound interest for second year and compound interest for third year is given. See, the difference between compound interest for third year and the compound interest for second year, the difference between these two is nothing but simple interest for 1 year on the compound interest for the second year, isn't it? Therefore, what I state is 3,630 minus 3,300, which is nothing but 330. This 330 is nothing but the interest on 3,300 for 1 year. 3,300 for 1 year into, let us say, R is the rate of interest by 100 gives me 330. If I simplify, I get the value of R as 10%. So R is equal to 10%. Okay, we got the value of R. Quickly we got it. Once I know the value of R, if I need to find the value of the actual principal, see, he says that the compound interest for second year is 3,300 rupees. That is basically, you have a principal which is P and 1 year's interest, the first year's interest will be PR by 100, that is 10P by 100. On this principle, if you use the interest turns out to be 3,300 rupees. This into 1 year, because it is for the second year, to 1 year, into 10% per annum, whole thing divided by 100 is equal to, that is equal to 3,300. This is what he has given to us. Now, if I simplify this, what happens? 0, 0 gets cancelled. 10P plus P. So I will get this as 11P into 10 divided by 1000 is equal to 3,300. If you simplify this, 0 and 0 gets cancelled out. 11 3 times 33. Therefore, the principal turns out to be 300 into 100, which is 30,000. Hence, the correct answer is answer option D, which is 30,000 and 10%. If you are really quick with math, you can try the other way around. Just go by the answer options and start figuring out. So 30,000, 10% means it will be 3,000. Okay, 33,000, 10% of 33,000, 3,300. Therefore, it gets satisfied over here. And 33,000 will be 3,300. So add that. So 3,300 you got it, right? So 33,300, if you take the interest of 10%, you will get it as 3,630. Therefore, the interest for the third year 3,630 also gets satisfied. Hence, my answer becomes answer option D, which is 30,000 being the principal and 10% being the rate of interest per annum. Is that clear to everyone, guys? Able to understand that? Next comes another question. Here, he says a person gave away 3/5 of his wealth to his wife, 4/9 of the remaining to his son, and distributed remaining to among his two daughters in the ratio 13:7. Difference between what the son obtained and that obtained by daughter with maximum benefit is rupees 15,000. Find the amount his wife obtained. Okay, I have given this question. I think even in one of the previous sessions, I have actually given the same question, but I'm taking this as my guiding light, because this question gives me so much of knowledge with respect to in general solving questions on quantitative aptitude. You will understand that. I'll repeat this question once again over here. Let us say the first approach that I take, let us say the person has X rupees with him. If he gives 3/5 of this to his wife, how much does his wife get? His wife gets 3 by 5x. And this is what we are supposed to find. Okay. What will be remaining with him? 2 by 5x. Consider this 2 by 5x as one entity. 4/9 of this he gave it to his son. So how much? 4/9 of this he gave it to his son. Then what is left with him? See, 2 by 5x was there. 4/9 of it he gave away. So what is left? 5/9 of 2 by 5x is what is left with him. This money, 5/9 of 2 by 5x, is distributed in the ratio of 13:7. That means if this total was 20 parts, then 13 parts would have gone to the daughter with maximum benefit. So daughter with maximum benefit gets 13 out of 20 parts of this. And he says the difference between what the son obtained and daughter with maximum benefit obtained, the difference is equal to 15,000. Right? Now if you simplify this further, the 5 and 5 gets cancelled out. 2 10 times is 20. If you simplify this further, you will get this as 8x by 45 minus 13x by 90 is equal to 15,000. Simplify this further, you can take the LCM as 90. So 16x minus 13x. So 3x by 90 is equal to 15,000. Now from here, I just continue on to this side, on the left side over here, just for the lack of space. Let me continue it over here. This can also be written as 3x by 5 is equal to 15,000 into 18. This is equal to, the 3 zeros are as it is, 15,000 into 18 is 2,70,000. Hence, the correct answer is answer option C. So, the money obtained by his wife is 2,70,000 rupees. However, think if there are different ways in which the same question can be solved. Now, if we think through, we will get another method as follows. Let us say person, he gave something to his wife, something was remaining. Out of this remaining, gave something to his son, something is remaining. Out of this remaining, he gave it to daughter 1 and then to daughter 2. Okay. See, let me make my life more simpler. 3/5 of his wealth. Let us say the person had his wealth in 5 suitcases, so 3 suitcases he will give it to his wife. So 2 suitcases are left with him. Forget about this line. Let us say what is left with him, because I have 4 9. Let us say what is left with him are 9 bags. So how many bags will he give his son? He will give 4 bags to his son. So how many bags are left with him? 5 bags are left with him. Right? Now, when 5 bags are left, I can consider this 5 bags as being equal to 20 wallets. Why 20? Because 13 is to 7. And if this is 20 wallets, then how many wallets are there to daughter 1? 13 wallets. And how many to daughter 2? 7 wallets. Isn't it? Now it would be unfair to compare a wallet with a suitcase. So I have to write everything in terms of wallets. So this will be 7 wallets. This is 13 wallets. This will be 20 wallets. Now look at it. 5 bags is 20 wallets, means one bag will be 4 wallets. So 4 bags will be 16 wallets and 9 bags will be 36 wallets. If 2 suitcases is 36 wallets, then 1 suitcase is 18 wallets. So 3 suitcases will be 54 wallets. Now the difference between son and daughter with maximum benefit is 3 wallets. Now this 3 wallets has how much money, he says? This 3 wallets has 15,000 rupees. That means each wallet has how much? Each wallet has 5,000. Which means 54 wallets has how much? 54 times of 5,000. That is nothing but 2,70,000 rupees. Therefore, how much money was given to his wife? 2,70,000 rupees was given to his wife. If you start to think what actually made it easier, are mainly 2 things. First, we avoided the use of variable, and the second, we avoided the use of fraction. And always remember this is going to be extremely important. You avoid the use of variables and fractions, you are in heaven. You make use of one of them, you are between heaven and hell. You make use of both of them, you are in hell. Therefore, to the extent possible, if you want to make your life simple in quantitative aptitude, ensure that you do not, or you avoid the use of variables and you avoid the use of fractions. Is that clear? Got that? Now, let us go a bit further. Let us go a bit further over here. Now, if I see the next part, if I go on to the next part over here, the next question over here, he says, Ajay, a PWD contractor, got the tender in his favor for tarring the roads. The timeline given by government is 50 days. Ajay employs 20 men for this task, and at the end of 30 days, he finds only 50% of the work is complete. Government now notifies Ajay that the scope of work has increased by 20% and that he will be incentivized if he completes the entire work, including the extra work, in the initial committed timeline. How many more men must Ajay employ to receive the incentive? How many more men must Ajay employ to receive the incentive? This is the question. We know the basis of time and work is MDH by W is always a constant. That is 20 men in 30 days. Let us say the initial amount of work was 10 units. They have only completed 50% of it. That is 5 units they have completed. 20 men in 30 days have been able to complete 5 units. Let us say now there are a total of X number of people who are working. How much time is there? Only 20 days, because 30 days already gone. Only 20 days. How much work is remaining? It would have been 5 units, but because the scope got increased by 20%, instead of 10 units, now the work is 12 units, out of which 5 is already done. Which means how many more units need to be completed? 7 more units need to be completed. Isn't this right? Now, if you simplify this, 20 and 20 gets cancelled out. 5, 6 times is 30. X is equal to 42. That is, now there are 42 people who are working. But what is the question asked? How many more men? How many more men? See, just because I got 42, I cannot mark the answer as answer option C. He has asked how many more men. See, out of this 42 men, 20 men were already there. So, how many more men? It will be 42 minus 20, which is 22 more men. So, how many more men? 22 more men. Is that clear to everyone? Able to understand that, guys? Got that? Okay. Let us proceed a bit further. Okay. Now here comes the next question, wherein he says a cistern means tank. A cistern is fitted with the 2 inlet pipes A and B. A takes 10 hours to fill the empty tank, while B takes 15 hours to fill the empty tank. Both the pipes are opened together at 5 a.m. to fill the empty tank. Just when it was expected to have the tank filled, a hole at the bottom of the tank which was leaking water was found and plugged, and 48 minutes later the tank was filled. How long would it have taken for the leak to empty the full tank? Now, going by the approach of LCM, 10 hours, 15 hours, LCM of 10 and 15, 30. So let us say the entire tank capacity is 30 liters. Let us say the entire tank capacity is 30 liters. Is that clear? So the capacity of the tank 30 liters. If the pipe A can fill this in 10 hours, then the capacity of pipe A is 3 liters per hour. Capacity of B, because it can fill it in 15 hours, so the capacity of B is 2 liters per hour. When both of them are operating, it is as good as 5 liters per hour. So the expectation is in 6 hours the tank would have been filled. But in 6 hours, the tank was not full. Instead, at that point, at 6 hours, completion of 6 hours, they found that there is a leak at the bottom. And once that leak was plugged, in 48 minutes, the remaining part of the tank was filled. So, if 5 liters can be filled in 60 minutes, that means in 60 minutes, understand this, in 60 minutes, if 5 liters can be filled, then in 48 minutes, how much of water can be filled? In 48 minutes, it will be 4 liters. Now, what was that emptiness? That emptiness was 4 liters. At the end of 6 hours, that emptiness in the tank was only 4 liters. That emptiness, which is 4 liters, is nothing but the amount of water that was leaked by the leak in 6 hours. So 4 liters, to empty 4 liters, the leak requires 6 hours. To empty 4 liters, the leak requires 6 hours. To empty the entire tank, which is 30 liters, 30 liters is the entire tank. To empty 30 liters, how much time will it take for the leak? 6 by 4 times of 30, which is equal to 45 hours. So how much time will it take? It would have taken 45 hours for the leak to empty the full tank. Hence, my answer is answer option D, which is none of these, because the correct answer is 45 hours. Is that clear to all of you? Understood that, guys? Okay. Now, let me proceed further. Here comes the next question. In this question, he says, a train which is 0.36 kilometers long, that is 360 meter long, traveling at a speed of 25 meters per second, takes 8 seconds to cross a boy in the slower train. To cross a boy in the slower train, which is 0.18 kilometer long, that is 180 meter long, traveling in opposite direction. Okay. Now the question is, in how much time will faster among them overtake the slower among them? Okay, good. If one train is crossing a boy in the other train, the distance that I need to consider is not the sum of lengths of two trains. It is only this train, 360 meter long train, is what is crossing the boy in the slower train, which is 180 meter long. So the distance covered is only 360 meters. At what speed? See, because boy is in the slower train, boy is also traveling at the same speed as that of the slower train. And because they are moving, the two trains are moving in opposite direction, the relative speed will be the sum of their absolute speeds. That is 25 meters per second plus x meters per second. So this x meters per second is nothing but the speed of the slower train. This distance divided by speed is nothing but the time, which is 8 seconds. If I simplify this further, I will get this as 360 is equal to 25 8 times, which is 200 plus 8x. Simplify this a little bit further, you will get 8x is equal to 160, which means you get the value of x as 20. Therefore, x is 20 meters per second. Okay. Now the question asked is, how much time will faster among them, or in how much time will faster overtake the slower one? Distance to be covered now is 360 plus 180, which is 540 meters distance, divided by speed, which is 25 meters per second minus 20 meters per second, because the relative speed is now difference. That is at the rate of 5 meters per second. This is equal to 108 seconds. Now 108 seconds is as good as 1 minute and 48 seconds. Therefore, the correct answer is answer option B, which is 1 minute 48 seconds. Is that clear to everyone? Hence, answer option B is the right answer. Got this? Okay. Again, just to repeat it and reiterate, when you watch this session, if you like the session, please do click on like, share this session and share the channel. You can subscribe to the channel When you subscribe to the channel, you get access to all the live classes on the Unacademy platform, where the classes, some of them are the sessions that have been handled by the likes of Praveen Tyagi sir, Ravi Prakash sir, Riya Agarwal ma'am, Shabana ma'am, so, and the Arun Sharma, right? So, who has written books on quantitative, how to crack competitive exams with respect to, quantitative aptitude, logical reasoning, so all those things. So you get access to all those sessions by all the top faculty members in India, and the subscription fee is extremely low. As much, I mean, I won't say extremely low, I would rather say it is extremely reasonable. It is just 788 rupees per month if you go in for a 24-month subscription, guys, which turns out to be less than 800 rupees. This is the number after a 10% discount. And to get a 10% discount, you need to use a code. And I would strongly suggest that you use the code APUS, because this way you not only get the discount, but it is also a way in which you consider and you are giving me a positive feedback for my style of teaching. So if you like my teaching, please do take the subscription. Use the code APUS when you are subscribing, and then you will get access to all the live classes. Okay, you can directly reach out to all the faculty members, all the educators. At any time, if you want to reach out to me, you can directly reach out to me through Telegram, https:/t.me/@ Arjun R Prasad. So any doubt at any point of time, do not hesitate, get in touch with me. Hope you like the session. Please do take up the subscription. Use the code APUS when you are taking up the subscription. If not you, if somebody else is, if you have already taken up a subscription and you know your friends who are taking up the subscription, just recommend them to use the code APUS. Is that clear? Ask them to use the code APUS so that they get a 10% discount, and they also get the access to all the material on the Unacademy platform. Okay. Now this said, let us continue further. Let us move on to another concept, which is that of data sufficiency. Very first thing that we need to understand is, as far as data sufficiency is concerned, knowledge, we need to have conceptual knowledge of only up to 10th standard mathematics. However, the approach that we take to solve data sufficiency questions would be different from the approach that we take to solve a quantitative aptitude question. What do I mean by that? What is the difference? Let us say I ask you the question, what is the area of rectangle whose length is 1237 centimeter and breadth is 944 centimeters? If this is the question asked in quantitative aptitude section, you will have to compute length into breadth, get the answer, and then mark it. But if the question is asked as a part of data sufficiency question, it is enough if we know that from the given data we can get the answer. Just that much is good enough. I don't have to necessarily calculate anything. Just knowing that the data given is sufficient is good enough. Okay, so that is the difference. And always remember, data sufficiency questions usually will have, for every question, they will have two statements. Whenever you are reading the statement, any statement for the first time, do not carry the baggage of the previous statement. This is a common mistake that most of us do commit. That is, when we read, especially when we read the second statement for the first time, we all automatically, the baggage of the previous statement will be there, and we take that for granted and mark a wrong answer. So please understand, whenever you read a statement for the first time, do not carry the baggage of any other previous statements. Just consider only that statement at the time when you are reading it. If we are thorough with these 3 points, rest of it is very similar to quantitative aptitude. We should be able to solve the questions quickly. Sometimes some common sense is also needed, and or rather logical reasoning is also needed. Sometimes. Most of the time it is just conceptual knowledge of up to 10 standard mathematics. Is that clear? Okay. Now, next we will be solving about maybe about 10 to 15 questions, probably. And when we are solving the 10 to 15 questions, the directions for answering those questions are as follows. Each problem consists of a question and two statements, 1 and 2, giving certain data. You have to select the correct answer from answer option A to E, depending on the sufficiency of the data given in the statements to answer the question. Choose your answer as answer option A if statement 1 alone is sufficient and statement 2 alone is not sufficient to answer the question. Answer option A is statement 1 alone is sufficient, statement 2 alone is not sufficient. And your answer would be answer option B if statement 2 alone is sufficient and statement 1 alone is not sufficient. Answer would be answer option C if each of the statement alone is sufficient to answer. If each of the statement alone is sufficient to answer. It would be answer option D if both the statements together are sufficient but neither of the statement alone is sufficient. And it would be E if both the statements together are still not sufficient and the data given is insufficient to solve the question. Is that clear? A, B, C, D, E. A if statement 1 alone is sufficient, 2 alone not sufficient. B if 2 alone sufficient, A 1 alone not sufficient. C if each of the statement alone is sufficient. D if both the statements are together sufficient but neither of them alone is sufficient. E if both the statements together are still insufficient for me to be able to answer the question. Is that clear? That said, let us get started with the questions. Here, the first question is, what is the area of a rectangle whose perimeter is 42 centimeters? Okay, we know that the perimeter is 42 centimeters. We have to find the area. Perimeter is known as 42. We have to find the area. What is the first statement? The first statement is length of the rectangle is 16 centimeters. Now understand this. Length of the rectangle is known. Perimeter of the rectangle is known. When I know length and perimeter, can't I find the breadth? I can find the breadth. When I know the length and breadth, can't I find my area of the rectangle? Yes, it can be found. Therefore, statement 1 alone is sufficient. Just because statement 1 alone is sufficient, I cannot go and mark my answer as answer option A. I have to check what the other statement is. What is the other statement? Breadth of rectangle is less than its length. Okay. Breadth of rectangle is less than its length is a universal truth. There is nothing else that I get from there. So statement 2 alone I cannot answer. Statement 1 alone I can answer. Therefore, what will my answer be? My answer to this question, therefore, will be answer option A. Because it can be answered from the first statement alone, but cannot be answered from the second statement alone. Hence, the answer is answer option A. Is that clear? Is it clear to everyone, guys? Next, let us look at another question. Given that P and Q are natural numbers, he has given to us that P and Q are natural numbers. The question asked is P an odd number? The question asked is P an odd number? If you just look at it over here, he says, first statement he says 5P plus 7Q is odd. Okay. See, 5P plus 7Q is odd means one of them is odd, the other is even. I can have P to be even, Q to be odd. Or I can have P to be odd, Q to be even. Therefore, nothing can be told about P from this statement. So, statement 1 alone is not sufficient. Let us take statement 2 alone. 3P plus 6Q is even. Here, whatever be the value of Q does not matter. 6Q is going to definitely be even. Even plus something is even means that something has to be even only. Which means that I know that 3P is even. If 3P is even, then P has to be even. And the question, is P odd? Can be answered. Please understand, negative answer is also valid. What is invalid is ambiguity. As long as I get a unique answer, it is valid. Therefore, the question can be answered from the second statement alone. Hence, the answer to this, answer option to this is answer option B, because the question can be answered from the second statement alone but cannot be answered from the first statement alone. Is that clear? Everyone able to get that? Okay. Let us proceed to the next one. Here, he says, he asks us, what is the area of the triangle ABC? Height of triangle is 4 centimeters more than the base BC from which the height has been measured. Okay. Let me consider the base as B. Then height is given as B plus 4. Area is what? Half into base into height. Unless I know the actual value of base and the actual value of height, I will not be able to find. So first statement alone, no, I cannot find. First statement alone, I cannot find. What does the second statement say? Height of the triangle is twice its base. Okay. Let us say base is B. Height is equal to 2 times of the base. From here, can I find? No. Therefore, statement 2 alone, I cannot. Once I know that I cannot get my answer from statement 1 alone, I cannot get my answer from statement 2 alone. What should I do? I should see if I can combine and get the answer. Now, if I combine both of them, then I will get it as 2B is equal to B plus 4. Isn't it? That is, B is equal to 4. When B is equal to 4, you get the value of H as 8. Since B and H are known, I can find my area. Therefore, the question can be answered by combining both of them, but cannot be answered from either of the statements alone. Therefore, my answer will be answer option D. That is, the question can be answered by combining both the data from both the statements, but cannot be answered by either of the statement alone. Is that clear? Therefore, the answer option D. Now, let us proceed with another question. In this question, he asks, what is the distance between the cities X and Y? What is the distance between the cities X and Y? This is the question. First statement, he says distance between X and Z is 70 kilometers and distance between Z and Y is 50 kilometers. Now, in haste, if we just think, okay, X is here, Y is there, X to Y, so somewhere over here Z is there. If I take it this way, then X and Z 70, Z to Y is 50. Therefore, my answer will be 120. Can be answered by combining both of them. No, that is not going to be the answer. Of course, it cannot be answered from the first statement alone. It cannot be answered from the second statement. Even after combining, we cannot answer because there are two things which are unknown. First, he has never stated that X, Y and Z are in the same line. No, he has not stated that. Even if we had stated that, he has not stated very clearly as to whether Z is between X and Y or Z is on any of the sides. What I mean is, see, 120 kilometers is one possibility. However, X to Z is 70 kilometers and Z to Y is 50 kilometers, means that X to Y will only be 20 kilometers. Even 20 becomes a possibility. Therefore, because we have two things which are not known. First thing, he has not stated that they are in a straight line. Second thing, he has not stated whether Z is exact between X and Y or not. Isn't it? Got it? Therefore, the answer is even after combining we cannot get and we need additional data. Therefore, the answer is answer option E. Therefore, the answer is answer option E. Is that clear? Next. Now, please pay attention to this particular question because with the help of this one question, I'll be covering one entire topic of ability to solve linear equations with constraints. Okay. So let us look at this particular question. He says, he has given to us A and B are natural numbers. He has asked us what is the value of A. First statement is 3A plus 5B is equal to 18. Okay. First, give me a trial pair of values which satisfies this. A trial pair. I'm not telling that has to be the unique trial pair. One of the trial pairs is going to be with B being 3 and A being 1. 5, 3 times 15 plus 3 is 18. Once you get one trial pair of values, it is easy to get the next set of trial pairs of values. How can we get the next pair of values? To the already obtained value of A, add the coefficient of B. That is 1 plus 5 will be how much? 6. From the value of B obtained, subtract the coefficient of A. 3 minus 3, 0. Next, 6 plus 5, 11. 0 minus 3, minus 3. So, going in this direction, we see that starting over here itself, B is 0 and B becomes more and more negative. But he has clearly stated that A and B are natural numbers. Therefore, none of these will satisfy. Let us take the other direction. That is 1 minus 5. 1 minus 5 is minus 4. 3 plus 3 is 6. And if you go in this direction, 6 plus 3 of course will be 9, minus 4 minus 4 minus 5 will be minus 9. So going in this direction, A becomes more and more negative, so not possible. Therefore, there is only one pair of values of A and B which satisfies the equation 3A plus 5B equal to 18, with both A and B being natural numbers, which clearly means the value of A has to be 1 only. There is no other way. And this can be obtained from the first statement alone. And this can be obtained from the first statement alone. Is that clear? On the other hand, consider only the statement 5A minus B is equal to 2. First, get a trial pair of values. You will see one pair of values is to have it as 1 and 3. Now, ignore the sign. Whenever it's a minus, whatever, if you do an addition on one side, subtraction on the other side. So 1 plus 1, 2, 3 plus 5, 8. So the moment I get two possible pair of values where all of them are natural numbers, I know that this leads to ambiguity. Therefore, from the second statement alone, I cannot get my answer. Hence, the answer to this question will be answer option A and not combining both the equations. And it is not answer option D. Many people may mark the answer as answer option D in a hurry and then come out with a smile. The smile will not last long. Therefore, reason it out very, very well. Is that clear? Understood this? Next, let us look at this particular question. Relatively simple. This question is relatively simple. He has asked, what is the value of x? First statement is x squared is equal to 64. From here, can I say? No. Why? Because there are two possible values for x, which is plus 8 or minus 8. Therefore, the value of x cannot be found. Second statement, just the second statement, x is less than 9. X can be anything less than 9. It can be 8.5 also. He has not told that x is integer also. So, it cannot be answered from the second statement alone. What if I combine both of them? Even if you combine both of them, we are still left with two possibilities. Therefore, the value of x cannot be obtained even after combining the data given in both the statements. Hence, the answer to this question will be answer option E, which is question cannot be answered from the given data. Data is insufficient. Is that clear? I hope you have been enjoying the session, guys. So, if you like, please do click on like, share this channel, and do subscribe to this channel. Whenever you subscribe, understand that you get access on the Unacademy platform to all the live classes. And in all the Unacademy's YouTube channels, you get access to all the live videos whenever you subscribe. You get access to the classes from the likes of the Arun Sharma, right? So please do subscribe, and subscription is extremely reasonable. Subscription fee is extremely reasonable, and I would never state that as a fee. I would rather state that as an investment. With a minimal investment, you can reap huge amount of return. Whenever you are subscribing, please do use the code APUS. Guys, the code to be used, do not forget the code to be used is APUS. The code to be used is what? APUS. Let's crack it, guys. But for that, you need to use the code APUS and you need to subscribe. If you have already subscribed, if you know your friends who are in need of it and who are planning to subscribe, do pass on the code APUS to them and do ask them to subscribe. Is that clear? Okay. And the subscription fee, just for the sake of knowing the ballpark value, the subscription fee is as low as 788 rupees per month if you go in for a 24-month subscription. This is on a per month basis. Per month less than 800 rupees to get the access to the live classes from the likes of Ravi Prakash sir, Praveen Tyagi sir, Shabana ma'am, Riya Agarwal ma'am, D. Arun Sharma. I think it's a a reasonable investment to go ahead with. Okay, returns will be extremely high. So please do consider and do get on to this Unacademy platform. And this 788 rupees is after a discount of 10%. So, and what you need to do to get that 10% discount, you need to use a code. And the code that I would strongly recommend you to use is APUS. Do use the code APUS because that is a way in which not only do you get the 10% discount, you will also be sending across a positive feedback to my style of teaching. Is that clear? Okay. Now that said, let's move further on to the set of questions on data sufficiency. Here comes the next question. What is the perimeter of rectangle whose area is 153 square centimeters? What is the perimeter of rectangle whose area is 153 square centimeters? The first statement, length of rectangle is 17 centimeters. Just by knowing the length and knowing the area, I can find the breadth, and when I know the length and breadth, I can find the perimeter. Therefore, the question can be answered from the first statement alone. So the question can be answered from the first statement alone. The second statement, breadth of the rectangle is 3 centimeters. The question can be answered from the second statement alone. See, the answer that I get from here and the answer that I get from here need not be the same. I am only telling that from this statement I can answer. That answer is a unique answer. Therefore, the question can be answered from the first statement alone. The question can be answered from the second statement alone, which means my answer is going to be answer option C. That is, the question can be answered by either of the statement alone. Therefore, the answer is going to be answer option C. The question can be answered by either of the statement alone. Is that clear? Let me proceed further, guys. Here comes the next question. Given that Shakti and Yukti study in the same class and Shakti is taller than Yukti, is he the tallest in the class? Shakti and Yukti are studying in the same class. Shakti is taller than Yukti. Is he, that is Shakti, the tallest in the class? What is the first statement? The first statement is Shakti is the tallest boy. Okay. Just by knowing that Shakti is the tallest boy, can I say that he is the tallest in the class? Not necessarily. Because there could be a girl who is taller than Shakti. Right? Next. Yukti is the tallest girl in the class. just by knowing that Yukti is the tallest girl, just from the second statement alone. Second statement alone is Yukti is the tallest girl. Just by knowing that Yukti is the tallest girl and Shakti is taller than Yukti, can I say he is the tallest? No. Because I can only say that he is taller than the tallest girl, but I cannot say that he will be the tallest in the class just from the second statement alone. I cannot get my answer from the first statement alone. I cannot get my answer from the second statement alone. Now I going to combine the two statements. If I combine the two statements, what do I get? I know that Shakti is the tallest boy, Yukti is the tallest girl. Shakti is already taller than Yukti. Therefore, given that the tallest boy is taller than the tallest girl and the tallest boy is Shakti, we can say that Shakti is the tallest in the class. Therefore, the answer is going to be answer option D. That is, by combining both the statements, we can get the answer. Is that clear to all of you guys? Okay. Next. Here comes the next question. Does Shiva have more money than Vishnu? And the first statement is, if Shiva borrows rupees 750 from Brahma, Shiva has more money than Vishnu. Okay. See, if he borrows, he has more money. Without borrowing, before borrowing, do I know? No, I don't know. Shiva may have, Shiva may not have. After borrowing, he may have. Before borrowing, he may not have. Therefore, nothing can be told from the first statement alone. Is that clear? How about the second statement? Second statement, he says, if Vishnu lends rupees 600 to Brahma, Vishnu has more money than Shiva. Even after lending, Vishnu has more money. That means definitely before lending, Vishnu would have had more money than Shiva. So does Shiva have more money? No. That is the answer that can be told for sure from the second statement alone. Hence, my answer is that it can be answered, the question can be answered from second statement alone, but cannot be answered from first statement alone, thereby making me mark the answer as answer option B, which is the correct answer option for this particular question. Is that clear to everyone, guys? Everyone able to understand this? Now, let me proceed further. Now, some of you may be thinking, from where is this person getting the answer options of A, B, C, D and all? What is he telling? So, at the beginning of the data sufficiency part, I have already given the directions. So, if you want, very quickly, I just repeat it. The answer will be answer option A if the question can be answered from the first statement alone but cannot be answered from the second statement alone. B, if the question can be answered from the second statement alone but cannot be answered from the first statement alone. C, if the question can be answered by either of the statement alone. D, if the question cannot be answered by either of the statement alone but can be answered by combining the data in both the statements. And E, if the question cannot be answered even after combining the data in both the statements and the data is insufficient. Okay. Here comes the next question. At what price did the toy seller sell the toy? Statement 1. The loss incurred by selling the toy, is rupees 10 less than the cost price of the toy. Loss is what? Loss means cost price minus selling price. Cost price minus selling price is rupees 10 less than the cost price. That is CP minus SP is CP minus 10. From here, very clearly I know that the selling price has to be 10 rupees. Therefore, the question can be answered from the first statement alone. How about the second statement alone? Now, second statement alone, he says, the loss incurred on selling the toy, that is CP minus SP, is equal to selling price, the toy is equal to SP. I don't know the value of CP, therefore I cannot find the value of SP, which means the question cannot be answered from the second statement alone. It can be answered from the first statement alone, cannot be answered from the second statement alone. Therefore, the answer would be answer option A. Is that clear? Is everyone able to understand that, guys? Now, let me proceed further with another question. The question over here is A the oldest among A, B, C and D? Statement 1, not more than one person among B, C and D is older than A. Statement 2, among B, C and D, exactly two of them are younger than A. Now this is what I have. If you look at it more carefully, let me consider the first statement alone. So I have four people, A, B, C and D. Not more than one person. That is, if I am arranging them in the decreasing order, if I am arranging them in the decreasing order of their height, if A is over here, when he says not more than one person, that means there can be one person who is older than A. If there is one person who is older than A, then A is not the oldest. If there is no one who is older than A, then A becomes the oldest. Therefore, nothing can be told from the first statement alone. Again, going by the same ordering, that is, let us say I represent them in the decreasing order of their age. He says among B, C and D, exactly two of them are younger than A. That means exactly two of them are younger. The other person, whoever that other person is, that person can be of the same age as A. If he is of the same age as A, that means A is not the oldest. Or he can be older than A. If he is older than A, then he becomes the oldest and A is not the oldest. Any which way, there are two possibilities. That person can come over here or that person can come over here. In both these cases, I can have multiple cases, but the answer has to be unique. In both these cases, A for sure is not the oldest. Therefore, I can say that I can get the answer from the second statement alone. Hence, the correct answer is answer option B. That is, the question can be answered from the second statement alone, but cannot be answered from the first statement alone. Is that clear? Okay. Here comes the next question, guys. Is Philip the vice president of the company? Statement 1. All vice presidents in the company hold an MBA degree. Okay, fine. From here, can I say anything? No. Second statement alone, Philip holds an MBA degree. Okay, Philip holds an MBA degree. Fine, well and good. From here, from second statement alone, can I say? No. How about by combining both the statements together? If I combine both the statements together, all vice presidents in the company hold an MBA degree. Philip holds an MBA degree. Not necessary that all the MBA degree holders are vice presidents. See, all vice presidents are holding MBA degree, which means vice presidents is a subset of MBA degree holders. And Philip is just an MBA degree holder. Means that Philip can either be the vice president or may not be the vice president. We don't know. Even after combining, we cannot say. Therefore, the answer to this particular question will be answer option E. That is, even after combining the data from both the statements, we cannot answer the question. Therefore, data is insufficient, hence the answer is answer option E. Is that clear to all of you guys? Okay. Let me, at this juncture, let me tell you that if you like the session, please do click on like, do share this channel, and do subscribe, because when you subscribe, you will get access to the live classes conducted by the top faculty and top educators in India. The likes of Ravi Prakash sir, the likes of Shabana ma'am, the likes of Riya Agarwal ma'am, the likes of Praveen Tyagi sir, and the likes of the Arjun Sharma, who has written books, right? So, and subscription is not, don't consider the subscription as a fee or subscription as an expense. Consider the subscription as an investment, and I give you the assurance that the return on the investment will be extremely high. And to make the deal a little bit more sweet, if you use a code, you get a 10% discount on the subscription fee. And in order to get the 10% discount, the code that you need to use is APUS. The code, please remember the code, guys. The code to be used is APUS. Do not forget to use the code APUS. Is that clear? Not only do you get the 10% discount, if you use the code APUS, it is your way of sending across a positive feedback to my style of teaching. Hope you have enjoyed the session. Let me give you the benefits of, more benefits of what you get when you subscribe in the subsequent slides. Before that, let me also tell you that the next session of mine will be on Venn diagrams. That is tomorrow, 12th July, 8:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. and then 7:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. Basically, 1.5 hours in the morning, 1.5 hours in the evening. If you attend for these 3 hours, conceptually we would have covered everything related to Venn diagrams, and interesting questions will be solved. So please do plan to attend. Where will the class be conducted? The class will be conducted on the Unacademy platform as a special class. At the same time, it will be multicasted on the YouTube channel Let's Crack Management Exams English. Do plan to attend that, guys. Okay? And the link to this YouTube Unacademy channel is given over here. As I said, you can also get on to the Unacademy platform. Search for my name, Arjun R. Prasad. Search for my name and you can follow me. There will be a button for you as to follow. You can follow me and you can also turn on the notification so that whenever I handle the session, you will be intimated about the sessions. Okay? And when you are subscribing, please do not forget, do use the code APUS. Get this code etched onto your mind, guys. Let's crack it with the help of this code. So just get this code etched onto your mind. The code that you need to use is APUS. At the same time, you can reach out to me on the Telegram channel. You can directly reach out to me. You just have to go ahead to this particular part, https:/t.me/@ Arjun R Prasad, ARJUN, Arjun R Prasad, PRASAD, Arjun R Prasad. Is that clear? Any query that you have, feel free to let me know. I will help you. Is that clear? And the benefits of subscribing. When you subscribe, you get access to the daily live classes. Daily live classes you will get an access to, where you can chat with your educator, engage in the discussions, you can ask your doubts and you can answer the polls. All of this, when the class is ongoing, which simulates your classroom method of teaching. And sometimes this will also be little bit more better than the online. The online mode of teaching will also be little bit more better, because if you are a person who is hesitant, then you can directly ask over there. Nobody is watching you, right? So you can get your doubts cleared at any time, right? You will be able to attend the live tests and quizzes. The entire course will be provided and delivered to you in a structured way. One subscription, just one subscription, provides you unlimited access to all the faculty members and the educators on the platform. The likes of Ravi Prakash sir, Praveen Tyagi sir, Shabana ma'am, Samir Sardana sir, Bharat Gupta sir, Abhilasha Swarup ma'am. You will get, and the Arun Sharma. So you will get almost the access to all the top educators. You can attend the live classes, as I already stated. You will get a chance to attend the batch courses, and you can learn at any time, anywhere, and you can choose a schedule that works for you, and understand that language is not going to be a barrier. You can get your doubts cleared. You can answer the live polls. You can interact with your educator. And also remember that you will be provided with a detailed report and analysis for every test that you attempt. And this is extremely important, because the way to do well and the way to crack the CAT exam. So if you are going by the Unacademy's motto line, which is let's crack it, you will be able to do that when you are able to progress day by day. And in order to progress day by day, you need to have a thorough understanding and a thorough introspection of what your strengths are. This report will aid you by giving you the pointers as to where you are strong and where you can improve. And you will also get access to all the PDF and learning material. So there won't be a dearth for learning material at all. You can attend the live tests and quizzes, as I already earlier stated. All of that, my friends, comes at an extremely reasonable subscription fee of just rupees 18,900 if you go in for a 24-month subscription, wherein the subscription fee turns out to be just rupees 788 per month, less than 800 rupees per month, guys. This is after you get a 10% discount. Otherwise, you will have to pay 21,000. If you need that 10% discount, you need to use a code. And what is the code that you will use? The code, please remember, once again I repeat, the code that you need to use is APUS. Is that clear? You can also go in for a 12-month or a 6-month subscription, but the value for money will be when you go in for a 24-month. Of course, there is no difference in terms of the access. It is just in terms of the duration. So the duration for which you will have the access will get reduced to 12 months or 6 months if you go in for any of these subscriptions. So you can even go in for a 6-month subscription, given that the CAT exam is just around the corner, right? So you can even just go in for a 6-month subscription. The 6-month subscription just comes at a cost of 12,600 rupees if you use the code APUS. Why I recommended 18,900 for 24 months is because, let us say you take up a 6-month subscription, and then from there to the point of time when you are about to answer your GD sessions and PI sessions, let us say at that point you will think that, okay, I need a subscription for maybe a couple of more months. So then what you will do, you will go in for 1-month subscription 2 times. So that is like 12,600 plus 6,300 rupees. It comes very close to 18,900. So it is always beneficial to go in for a 24-month subscription at the first go itself, because it just turns out to be at the rate of 788 rupees per month with a no cost EMI. There is a no cost EMI if you go in for a 24-month subscription. So please do make use of this and do subscribe and do use the code APUS when you are subscribing, guys. Is that clear? Hope you enjoyed this session. Do like, share and subscribe. Once again, for the last time, let's crack it, guys. Do subscribe and do not forget the use of the code APUS. The code to be used, my friends, it is APUS. Also, at any point of time, any doubt that you have, you can directly reach out to me on my Telegram channel, which is https:/t.me/@ my name, which is Arjun R Prasad, ARJUN Arjun R Prasad, PRASAD. So hope to see you all on the Unacademy platform soon. Okay. Hope you benefited from this marathon session. So here is wishing you a good day from both myself and Achyut Gupta sir. Okay. I'll be ending the session now. Any queries, you can reach out to me on the Telegram. Is that clear?